Steph Curry from downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here!
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I think this is the first time all week we start the show without something negative. Yay! 10 runs. Bring me 10 runs. Bring me double digits down at McCovey Cove. Also, we didn't have to watch the Warriors frustratingly drowning against the Minnesota Timberwolves. So, a good old Tuesday night with hooligans and Christian Koss making history. So, yeah, let's have a great Wednesday, y'all. Marcus Boucher, the Waterboy, sitting to my left. You were out there. You brought me 10 runs, brother. Good morning.
That's it. Me, Christian Koss, Willie Adames, and Jung-Hoo Lee on Korean Heritage Night, getting the job done down at Oracle Park.
How was it out there? How was it? Are you a hooligan?
You know, I don't have the headwear, but I think if we're like looking at my inner self, if you're asking who I identify with, I do identify as a Jung-Hoo Lee again.
Well, you were a hooligan as a kid.
I've always been a hooligan.
Right, so you're a natural fit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I was a hooligan before Jung-Hoo came to town.
All right, so were they wearing like fright wigs out there? And by the way, do we need to get them better seats than those upper reserved?
I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
I would assume that they're trying to like buy a certain section together, so they're just assuming up in the 300s is going to be their best opportunity to get like the actual fan club. But it is interesting that they're not doing it in center field where the Jung-Hoo crew is set up.
Yeah, I would have thought, well, though, there could be a duel between the Jung-Hoo crew.
It's a West Side
and the
Story.
hooligan. Exactly.
Yeah, everybody's snapping fingers.
We'll go Beat It. We'll go Michael Jackson Beat It video.
We'll go Outsiders.
Yeah.
Meeting in the middle of that park.
We got them all. We got all the gang analogies. We'll go Warriors.
Yeah,
Warriors.
exactly.
So there's going to be Cyrus out there. Yeah, you'd think a fan base like that should be in the bleachers.
Yeah, especially because Jung-Hoo Lee is out manning Area 51 out in center field.
Yeah. We know it's funny, that little area they're in, the hooligans. And if people don't know what we're talking about, it's this fan base for Jung-Hoo Lee, who I guess they say they're going to be there not every night, but apparently I saw a report from somebody that said once a month. Is that it? Can you be a group if you want to meet once a month? I guess you can.
Yeah.
It's like a social club, like the Italian Athletic Club meets once a month or something. But anyway, they did it last month, April, and they had these little orange fright wigs. There's about 50 of them. Last night they doubled to over 100.
They're growing in
They're
numbers.
claiming they're going to get to 200 by next time.
Wow.
But anyway, that little area where they're sitting has personal meaning because in 2006, when your boy was just trying to get his career off the ground and they had just switched partners with me from Tim Liotta to Paulie Mack and weren't really sure what's going on with the future, they're like, let's do a giveaway. And we did a giveaway for a Giants game on a Sunday, and we sat not in that section, but even farther down by the foul pole. And I was like, really? Is this what we're doing here? We were upper.
They must have had you like 3:30?
Something like that.
Yeah,
What I always remember, too, was the Sunday of the Masters, and I was dying because I wanted to watch the Masters, but we had to sit out there with people who was, and you know what's funny, when you go to contests, it's contest winners who don't know your show. Like, Young Tony and I know this. They're like, hey, man, who are you? You're like, I'm Brian Murphy from KNBR. They're like, yeah, what do you do?
Yeah.
Did I win the tickets for it? And I'm like, yeah, we did the contest. There's just professional contest winners. They don't know who you are.
No, they're like,
they just win
you do a
contests.
radio show? What is this? What time? Where?
I told you there
How
was
many
a guy,
days a week?
I told you there was a guy at one of our first Hawaii trips who didn't know, like, really, literally. He goes, who are you guys? We're like, Murph and Mac. He's like, yeah, what do you do?
Yeah.
We're like, do the radio show. He's like, yeah, I don't know. He goes, I don't know, man. I sent a contest. I won.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
You know why I'm here.
so anyway, the hooligans are way up there in that 300 level, and they brought the vibe. And I didn't even know it was Korean Heritage Night. Did you know going in?
Yes, I knew going in because I saw that the Giants were promoting exclusive food options last night. They had Korean corn dogs and garlic fries with kimchi and Spam on them.
Did you get them?
No, the lines were too damn long.
Too long, huh?
Yeah, they only had the garlic kimchi Spam fries at the Garlic Hut right behind home plate, and the line was essentially down the entire third base line. And then I tried going to get a Korean corn dog in the fourth inning, and they were sold out already.
Man. All right, more Korean heritage.
Yeah,
nice.
I need more Korean corn dogs. You ever have a Korean corn dog?
No.
Oh, they're delicious.
I'm excited.
Dude. They're like, they have multiple different ones. Like one like has a potato on the outside instead of your original like corn dog outing. But most of them are filled with cheese or other fun fillings. They're delicious.
Now, this is better than like the Mexican street corn?
See, that's a whole different ballpark. If we're talking elote, like that's got to be in its own ballpark. Same with the bacon wrapped street dog. That's great also. I don't want to go head to head. I don't want to have to choose between a Korean corn dog and a elote.
They both win.
Yeah, exactly. There's a place for both of them
There
at the
we
ballpark.
go, buddy. Well, there's a place to call this thing in because
And in
we
my
got
stomach.
to. Yeah, I know, right? As we keep getting treats brought to us here at the station. All these donuts and baked goods and Bob's Donuts and Ariscal Bakery.
I'm
and all
out
that.
here eating cronuts,
I
Murph.
know, dude. I know. And Leon's getting larger, as they said in the movie Airplane, young Tony. So call it in, man, to Rob Manfred, whose phone was busy. By the way, Pat Burrell had to call several times because Manfred was on the phone a lot yesterday. He wasn't taking calls. He was doing stuff.
Yeah, he was.
He said, hang on, Pat Burrell. I'm out here reinstating Pete Rose from the permanent list, which we got to talk about today at some point, obviously, because that's a big, big news story. So Pat Burrell calls. He has to wait for Manfred to get off the line with the Rose estate. Finally, Manfred clicks over and says, what, aren't you guys losing a lot out there on the West Coast? He goes, not anymore, Commish. You frickin' empty suit. Put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 10, Arizona Diamondbacks 6.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning's fun.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Yeah, that actually hit the baseball last night. After 3 of the last 4 games, scoring only 1 run, they put up double digits, and they go yard 3 times on a chilly Tuesday night, starting with the hero of the night, who you will hear from later on our show, Christian Koss, number 1.
Big fly. Boom.
And then a guy who's maybe hitting the ball a little bit better of late. Hit a double last night, too. Had a loud out. Squared a couple up on Monday night. Welcome back to the party, Willie Adames.
Big fly. Boom.
Number 5.
Yeah.
And then the man of the night, Jung-Hoo Lee, for the first time this season in San Francisco. Number 5.
Big fly. Boom.
So there you go, 3 home runs.
And how about the intentional walk of Elliot Ramos to bring up Jung-Hoo Lee to the plate in that
The
situation?
disrespect to Jung-Hoo Lee.
Lefty on lefty matchup versus
on
Mantiply.
Korean Heritage Night, no
I
less.
know, the disrespect, which is why I pulled out my camera and started recording that sick angle of him hitting that
I was
ball
wondering
down
when
the
people
line.
like you who do such a great job of posting, and you got to follow Marcus on social to get all these great videos, KNBR Marcus. Marcus with a K,
That's
don't
it.
you know? To separate him from his hero, Marcus Allen.
Yeah.
Who's with a C.
Yeah, gotta be different, Murph. I spell it actually with a backwards K.
So, ooh, that'll work. Yeah. So Marcus puts up video from Giants games all the time. I always wondered, do you have to film on every pitch and then just delete the video and then go on to the next pitch?
This is a good question, Murph, because I get asked this a lot. Now, I am not recording on every single pitch, and there's some times where there's big plays that I miss, but I almost feel like I have a baseball sixth sense. Like, I have a good feeling for the game. Like, there are multiple times where I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, Patrick Bailey's coming up. He likes to be aggressive in these situations. I'm going to record on the first pitch. Bang, 1 pitch, walk-off hit. Last night, I'm like, ooh, Jung-Hoo Lee's coming up. They disrespected him, intentional walk. I'm going to record in case he does something special on Korean Heritage Night. So I like to pick and choose my moments. And I've seen a lot of baseball in my life, so I feel like I kind of know when these moments are going to happen.
Dude, A, you're a savant. B, you're a wizard. C, you know what you're using? Ialytics.
That's it, dude. I'm using my Ialytics to figure out when the big moments are going to happen.
The hell with the data. Go with Marcus's gut.
You know,
you're like Dusty Baker, bro.
Dude, it's funny because I even called out my brother the other day when we were at the Yankees and A's game, and he recorded the first couple pitches of the at bat, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm tired of recording. I can't record every pitch." It's like, no, bro, you got to wait for an 0-2 count, a 3-2 count, 2-0. You got to wait for a hitting situation. You got to know the count. You got to know when to start recording.
Well, you are you're roaming around with. You got a gift, my friend. You have a gift.
Thank you, my friend.
I'm glad you didn't record the first inning though. So little Rory had a baseball game last night. And we got in the car, and he whipped out his phone and said, Giants are losing 3-0.
Uh-oh.
I said, what do you mean? I said, bro, the game just started. I said, I was going to go home and relax. And he goes, yeah, they're losing 3-0. I said, what happened? He took me through the thing, all these hits. And I'm like, well, here we go. And I started going mentally through my brain of 5 straight losses. Is it skidding out of control? And then the Koss granny, the Christian Koss granny with wristbands on his left and right wrist that said Cos. And a lot of purple.
He's repping, dude.
And so he was just all kind of cossed out, man.
That's our guy, Tat Duffy.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Exactly. Great
Tat
call.
Duffy.
That was a great texter. The 209 said, I think he's got a Matt Duffy vibe, but with more tats.
Dude.
Somebody wrote in and said, yeah, Tat Duffy.
Yeah, he's kind of got like a hybrid look of a Matt Duffy, a Tat Duffy, and kind of an Austin Slater look, too, with the mustache.
A little bit.
I
Yeah,
can see it
yeah.
a little bit.
But everything changed with his granny. Nobody expected it. It was his first career home run. Obviously, this is his first time in the big leagues as a 27-year-old career minor leaguer. So that was awesome. Then you kind of had to hang on because you knew the Diamondbacks were coming. You knew Corbin Carroll was going to leave the yard again at some point.
Yeah, he did.
What? Dude. Somebody, you were talking about getting Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. How about putting Corbin Carroll in the Hall of Fame? My God. Holy moly. And then you had Adames add on. You had Lamont Wade show up a little bit after a pregame meeting with Barry Bonds.
Got a couple knocks.
Did his thing. He actually had better at bats after everybody gave up on him. We had him retired and out of baseball. We had him on the permanently banned list. And then they had to sort of piece it together. Robbie Ray, a hero, goes 6 innings. Really, really, really strong out. And man, Verlander's in the dugout going, "You got to be blanking. You got to be blanking me." This guy's 6-0.
Yeah,
this guy's 6-0,
and he got 10 runs last night. like Robbie Ray is getting so much run support, and Justin Verlander's out here begging for like 2 to 3 runs.
I mean, Ray's walking around the clubhouse like with a cane, just pimping it out, fur coat, and Verlander's over there eating beans out of a can.
Walking around like, "What up? I got a big run support."
Yeah, exactly, dude. And Kyle Harrison comes in, throws an inning, gives up 1 tank. Who cares? Camilo Dovaldo, bases loaded, 7-4 ball game, not looking too good. Gets the ground ball back to the mound.
Worked out at the gym.
That was huge. And then Bivens gives up a meaningless homer to Josh Naylor in the 9th. The Diamondbacks kept coming. They wound up scoring 6 runs. I hated to do it to Tony's high school classmate, young Tony's high school classmate, Brandon Fott. But hey, don't bring that weak Trinity High School, Lexington, Kentucky S.
Yeah,
in here,
take
buddy.
that Bellarmine College back home to Kentucky. All right,
I'm sorry, Louisville.
You got to pretend like there's something stuck in your throat.
Put a few marbles in your mouth, and then said Louisville. All right, guys. Well, listen, fun day. Warriors tonight, 6:30. If you dare watch, day game today for the Giants, 12:45. Just don't look for us. We've been summoned elsewhere by the powers that be, and we do what the boss man says.
That's it.
That's what we do. So we'll get the guest list from Young Tony. It's a big day. It's a Young Tony Ask Day. It's a win day. It's a Wednesday. We're not pessimistic for the first time all week on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills on Friday, June 20th at Levi's Stadium. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets. Like I said, 9 a.m. hour today. So when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. It'll be your lucky day. And it's all brought to you by Live Nation. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Swing, there's a shot. Deep left field. Way back there. Gurriel at the wall. Goodbye! A grand slam for Koss. His first big league homer is a grand slam.
Swinging a drive to left. Gurriel back, out of here. So Willie Adames adds to the Giants' lead.
Swinging a drive down the right field line, deep, way back there, still going. It's gone! Right past the foul pole, onto the arcade. A 3-run homer for Jung-Hoo Lee. 10-4 Giants.
Man, how many times are you going to see that? 10 runs and 3 bombs after we were lamenting and lamenting and lamenting. And by the way, I forgot to mention the biggest gift of all. Not just Koss grannies, not just no Warrior loss last night. The 49ers last place schedule comes out today. Yes. Well, today might be the best day of the year. In addition to the fact that we're getting what I believe you guys are telling me is Christian Koss's walk-up music.
That's it, Murph. It's time for the 49ers last place schedule, and it's time for the Twerkulator.
I need more of this. Give me some right here.
Yeah. You know what to do, Murph.
It's incredible. The Twerkulator.
Yeah.
Bring on my Texas Instruments Twerkulator. What year we got on this?
Oh, this is pretty new. It has to be from the last couple of years, I would say.
It's brand new.
Yeah.
So, a spoiler alert, not to steal.
It's time for the Twerkulator. It's time for the twerk we gave you.
Awesome.
It's time for the Twerkulator.
And I'm going to spoil Tony's guest list and say that we're going to have Christian Koss on today. Note to self, remind us to ask about.
Yeah, we need to ask about the Twerkulator.
I could tell a PG-13 joke about Texas Instruments. And first of all, good morning, Young Tone. Well done. Way to find Twerkulator.
What's up, Twerkulator, buddy? Tony?
Sorry about your high school classmate getting knocked around yesterday.
Sorry he ran into the Twerkulator.
He was all over the place, dude. He couldn't find the zone like all night.
I was looking at the guy on the mound, and I was like, could I see this guy in math class with Tony? He looked like kind of more of a man than Tony. You know, he looked like a grown man.
Yeah, see,
he
that's
looked like a young boy. He looked like a grown man.
See, that's the thing, Murph. I was like, could I see him in class with young Tony? Could I see him shoving young Tony in a locker? Maybe give him a swirly in between classes?
Do you think that maybe to tie in one of the more popular stories that I didn't know was going to catch fire with our listeners, but one of the more popular stories from my high school days, and young Tony and Brandon Fott, do you think that in freshman Spanish, when you had to bring $5 to buy the extra workbook, do you think when Tony went to the front of the room, Brandon Fott yelled, "Do it, Tony! Do it, Farius! Do it!"
I hope so. I could see it. No, I'm riffing Tony. I know Tony was a wrestler. He probably ankle-picked Brandon Fott.
Like one of my favorite scenes from Dazed and Confused is a very small moment early on when they're just walking down the hallway and one of the guys air punches. He does the air punch and they kind of cringe, which is what we used to do in the 70s, the air punch, you know?
For flinching.
And do you think Fott used to hit Tony with the air punch?
Maybe hit him with an open chest.
What do you think? You want to defend yourself
now,
buddy?
Butter neck right on the back?
No, we were cordial. We were very chill. Like, it was no violence. Why are you guys just, trying to make it sound like he was bullying me?
Were you rooting against him last night?
No, of course not.
You were rooting for him?
I mean, I wanted to see him pitch well. I wanted him to see,
Does that mean you were rooting against the Giants?
No, I wanted to see him, like, maybe a quality start and the Giants win,
That's it. So you do still have a little love for the guy. You got a little love.
The guy pitched in the World Series a couple years ago.
It was great.
Pretty good pitcher in the big big leagues.
He's had a good year, too.
You should have worn your fat jersey to work today.
I thought about that, but then I was like, nah, I'll get clowned for being a D-backs fan. I'm not a D-backs fan. I'm just a fan of good players and, a high school classmate of mine.
Anyway, the PG-13 story I was going to tell you guys is that we used to have calculators in school that were the most basic. You guys would laugh your A's off. You saw what we were calling calculators back in the day. Literally, your iPhone calculator is like better than the one we had. But anyway, it was if you did certain funny additions and then turned it upside down, you could spell the word boobless.
Yeah. Ooh.
Boobless.
That's right.
And so you would make a joke, say, what would happen if Dolly Parton got into an accident, turned it upside down, she'd be boobless.
Yeah, yeah.
That was literally the stuff we were saying in 1979.
58008. I know that's the first part of the word.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how you get the L.
Anyway,
the 7, yeah.
The reason I tell that is because you said there's a twerculator.
Yeah, it's time for the twerculator.
Maybe the twerculator might be
time for the twerculator.
Maybe another one is may need to do a dramatic reading of the lyrics from Twerkulator.
Oh, that would be great.
Actually, yesterday somebody wanted me to dramatically read Soulja Boy.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't dive too deep into those lyrics.
All right, guest list, Tony.
Crank that guest list, Tony.
Well, you were doing the dance.
I know, dude.
Yes.
I mean, it took over a nation.
How come the people didn't do that at Giants games? Like in between innings or something?
Good
kind of a fun thing to do.
Yeah, what was going on back in 07, 08?
They were bad. They were bad.
Yeah, that was the end of the Barry Bonds days.
Bonds passed.
Yeah. They were watching him hit bombs. Didn't have time to crank that Superman.
You guys see the footage of him tutoring Lamont Wade?
Good.
Oh, yeah.
And then Wade literally had better at-bats last night.
Yeah.
It's like instant results.
Instant success.
I mean, so I don't know.
Instant oats.
I'm going to go ahead and credit Barry Bonds. That's what I'm going to do.
I had some money on the line in our, office pool. We'll say that. I thought he was going to hit a home run in the first at-bat. He almost did.
Wait a minute. You took Wade in the dinger pool?
At 4.
Wow.
When I saw that video, I was like, I think he's going to hit a bomb. Now he's due.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit of a creative pick, but ultimately a bad pick. Because he's not he ain't going deep.
He would not be number 4
he
off
actually
the
hit his
board
first
for
ball
me.
deep, didn't he?
But he did square one up.
He did, yeah. That would have been a home run in a couple
Did
ballparks.
anybody, so all 3 people who took Koss, nobody took Koss last night.
Oh,
right?
yeah, because we have 11 people picking from a 9-man lineup.
You wait till the
everybody
lineup
gets
comes
picks.
out.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
You have to wait till the lineup comes out. Baby Huey cashed in on Christian Koss from the number 10 spot yesterday.
Wow, who was taken below Koss?
I think it was no dongs is what we call
is that
it
what
when
it
there's
is? So you
no
go-
home runs,
Well,
or you
wait,
can pick an opposing player.
Wait, so there's 9 hitters.
There's a lot of rules.
9 hitters in the lineup. There's 11 spots. So
Yeah,
one is no dongs.
Yeah, go talk to Commissioner Walter, who thought it was a good idea to add 2 more people to a 9-person pool.
And then you have to take the 11th spot is somebody off the bench?
Yeah, so you can either take a bench, you could take no home runs, or you could pick an opposing players. Mike Holder won the other night by picking Corbin Carroll from the opposing team.
You know what? That pisses me off.
I know, it's the Giants dong pool. It's not the D-back dong pool.
Give that freaking money back, Holder.
That's what I'm saying.
We're going to shake him down the way Brandon Fott used to shake down Tony in the hallway.
That's it, dude. We're going to hold him by his ankles.
Religious school, Catholic school?
Catholic 4 years. I always say it's the De La Salle, Kentucky.
What was the dress code, buddy?
Sperry's every day, khakis, tie, dress shirts.
Ties?
We wear sport coats on Wednesday.
What?
You got to go to mass.
Sport coats on Wednesday.
I know.
Where's your sport coat today? It's Wednesday.
It's a sport coat Wednesday,
and
Tony.
that's why Young Tony Ask Day is Wednesday.
Yeah, sure.
So sports coats and ties,
Yeah,
huh?
mass on Wednesdays.
Oh
yeah.
my God.
That explains why this kid showed up in a suit and a tie for his interview at KNBR.
Was the sport coat you wore to the interview the same one from Trinity?
I got a new one post high school. Yeah, I've grown out of it, believe it or not.
What do we got, buddy?
All right, coming up on the show today, Eric Wright's going to join us at 6:50. Obviously, 4-time Super Bowl champ, a legend. He's going to be enshrined in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame coming up tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, and
Yeah.
I finally got the run of events in the VIP list, bro. Some nice names. Dusty Baker will be in the house tomorrow night. Raleigh Fingers is going to be in the house tomorrow night. I'm like, dude, Raleigh Fingers. Give me Raleigh Fingers. I've never met Raleigh Fingers. I'm excited to meet Raleigh Fingers. And number 16. Wow. Joe will be there because he's loyal to 21.
That's
Eric
awesome.
Wright. So there you go.
That's awesome. Really excited for that. We're going to be there too. Marcus, myself, Curly.
Hey, man, you
I
guys
believe-
wouldn't pass up a free meal.
That's it. I got to borrow a sports coat from Tony.
Yeah, you do.
right.
Dr. John York will be there too.
Nice.
So you guys can bone up. You guys can kind of cozy up to the owner. All right.
That sounds good to me. Jack Loader also going to be in attendance as well. Unfortunately.
What the hell?
Dead
Really?
serious.
No
yeah.
way.
Holder told us that, yeah.
That
He just hit his 1-year anniversary. Now he's
I
coming
know.
to the Bay Area Hall of Fame.
We'll figure it out later.
dude.
All right, what else we got,
wasn't
buddy?
my choice. What
I'm
did
gonna
Young
shove
Tony?
that kid in a locker.
Dude, there you go. What did Young Tony ask today at 7:15? Mike Krukow at 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30. Danny Emerman, boots on the ground in Minnesota at 8:50 this morning. And then Christian Koss, the man of the night, the man of the morning, the man of the year, going to join us at 9:30 this morning.
The Twerkulator.
It's time for the Twerkulator.
That's pretty good walk-up music,
It's time
though.
for the Twerkulator.
I got to say, that's pretty good.
It gets the people going.
Yeah. Do people
It's
react in the crowd?
provocative. Oh, I saw a couple twerks last night.
Ooh, okay. Well, we're going to ask Christian Koss about
Baby
that.
girl, let me see your twirl.
All right. I know Curly didn't put this in our rundown, but I do want to address it on the other side. The Rob Manfred, Pete Rose news. Let's get into it next on the Sports Leader.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl.
Back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Nice rejoin, Tony, for the Pete Rose story. I thought you were going to go with Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. I'm riffing. This is a crazy story, man. It's got a lot of permutations. It also has a few interesting sidebars, too. Marcus, of course, you know that Pete Rose is nothing without his sponsors, right?
Well, that's it, because Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Really good there. And by the way, speaking of professional contest winners, we are giving away 2 tickets to see Metallica Friday, June 20th at Levi's Stadium. That is amazing. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour. 9 a.m. hour for you Metallica heads. When you hear a Metallica rejoin, you call 415-896-KNBR, and Curly will decide if you get to rock out with your sock out.
Hey, now.
For the June 20th show at Levi's Stadium. All right, man. So I didn't expect this to happen, so I got the news on my phone or whenever everybody got it, that Rob Manfred, if you missed it, Commissioner Rob Manfred, you empty suit.
You clown.
Said Tuesday that Major League Baseball has reinstated deceased people. By the way, how about that? So let's get into the whole concept right now of deceased people, all right? That the league had deemed permanently ineligible for the Hall of Fame. So now there's a lot going on here. The Cooperstown Hall of Fame is not affiliated with Major League Baseball, okay? It's not. It is its own thing, okay? But it does have a relationship with Major League Baseball and takes sort of cues from Major League Baseball. And that if Major League Baseball has permanently banned someone from the game, the writers and the people who vote at Baseball Hall of Fame say, well, we think that person shouldn't be in because they're permanently banned from baseball.
Ah, that's what permanent means, right?
Permanent until, as he says now, and he had the exact quote, I have to give you the exact quote where he says, I have it here for you, that in his view, Manfred wrote to the Pete Rose estate, and oh, by the way, not just Pete Rose, we got to get into this. There's some more stuff. He wrote to them that he views, in my view, a determination, we got to get into our legalese here, guys. In my view, a determination must be made regarding how the phrase permanently ineligible should be interpreted. And then he writes, in my view, once an individual has passed away, the rule has been served. So, there's a lot going on here now about, like, is it okay to posthumously induct somebody or remove somebody from a list when kind of the whole point was, can the person enjoy this thing while they're living? Is it there for their relatives, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Then, what does permanent mean? Like, permanent usually means permanent. Permanent's like till the end of time, baby.
I would assume.
Shout out Meatloaf on the Paradise by the Dashboard Light. Remember that, the end of time? Because now I'm praying for the end of time because he promises that he'll love her to the end of time so he can get, well, I can say this, right? So he can get laid.
Oh,
right?
it's going to be permanent, Murph.
And then he says, so now I'm praying for the end of time because he doesn't want to be with the gal after tonight.
All right.
So that's kind of like, permanent means the end of time. Now, Rob Manfred's saying it's not the end of time. So now we address the case of Pete Rose. Should his death and Rob Manfred's removal of him from the permanent list should the voters of the Hall of Fame put him in? Now, here's another curveball to all this. He's not on the baseball writers' ballot. That's expired. He would have to go in by something called the Veterans Committee. What is the Veterans Committee? It's kind of a newish thing where every 3 years they vote on aspects of the history of the game. And these are just 16 people in a hotel room in December. And they're various former players, former managers, even media members. Like Bruce Jenkins has been on the Veterans Committee. They fly down to Florida, they order room service, and they start wondering if Harold Baines should go in the Hall of Fame. And then they put Harold Baines in the Hall of Fame. That's the group that put Tony La Russa in, and we love Tony. But you could make an argument that he was associated with the steroid era.
Absolutely.
Right.
There's no argument to be made.
You just made it.
It's permanent. It's guaranteed.
They put Bud Selig. The Veterans Committee put Bud Selig in. You could make an argument that Bud Selig was very much associated with the steroid era.
You don't need an argument. Not a very strong one.
So when you're talking about the likes of a Barry Bonds and a Roger Clemens and an Alex Rodriguez, you're like, wait, why'd those guys go in and these guys aren't? So there's inconsistencies everywhere. So Pete Rose is now eligible. And the next time that Veterans Committee meets to consider what they call the classic era, which is baseball from 1980 or earlier, is December of 2027. So you're still 2.5 years away from this happening. But I guess what we should probably just, after all that legalese is out of the way, and just that's the nerd in me, had to get all that facts on the table. What was your reaction when you heard this? You go first, buddy.
To be honest with you, the Pete Rose announcement did not surprise me because I thought there was a possibility that after Pete Rose's life, that the lifetime ban would be up.
See, it was permanent, not lifetime.
See, that's where I've always been confused because I've always discussed it as a lifetime.
No, it was permanent.
But what does permanent mean?
That's what I'm talking about.
Till death does us part.
No, dude, till the galaxy ends.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we can get real deep. What happens after life, Murph?
Exactly.
So, is Pete Rose at the pearly gates, or what's going on here?
Exactly.
So anyway, the first round down
So
south.
he removed him from the permanent list and changed it to a lifetime and says you can get in after you die.
Okay. Well, even with that piece of information, the Pete Rose gambling story has always been sketchy, of course, but the way that I've always interpreted it, or at least my research that I've done on this topic, is that he was betting on his team as a manager. Now, I don't know how much evidence that he was betting against his team. From everything that I've looked up, he was betting on his team, and we know how competitive he was as a player. We're talking Charlie Hustle. We're talking about a man who has over 4,000 hits, and you can't tell the story of baseball without, in my opinion. So to me, I figured post-life for Pete Rose, he would find a way to get into the Hall of Fame. The Black Sox scandal team surprised the hell out of me because these are guys who literally admitted to throwing a World Series, almost killed the sport of baseball in the early 1900s if it wasn't for Babe Ruth and nickel beers in the 1914-1915 season. Like, this was a permanent black stain on the sport of baseball. So I'm surprised that Manfred's like, no, Black Sox, come on down. You guys admitted to throwing the World Series. We're now going to make you eligible for the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Now, a Chicago jury in 1921 found innocent those players, but didn't matter. The commissioner of baseball put lifetime bans on those guys, not permanent. So lifetime as opposed to Giamatti, who gave Rose a permanent ban. So those guys are back on the ballot. By the way, I have to tell you, there's a great story. So 17 people are reinstated, not just Pete Rose, not just Shoeless Joe Jackson. All the other members of the famous movie 8 Men Out, Ed Cicotti, Happy Felch. Happy Felch.
Great job, brother.
He deserves to be in.
He was never sad.
Dude, by the way, how about this guy, Chick Gandil? Chick Gandil, this story. Nearly 40 years after the Black Sox scandal, he admitted to Sports Illustrated and a tell-all that he organized the plan to fix the 1919 World Series.
That kid Gandil, he could gamble.
Dude, this guy, Chick Gandil, told SI, yeah, I did. I organized the whole thing.
It was me.
They fixed the World Series, bro.
This is bad.
It's unbelievable, right? So he said he and Cicotti, I'm pronouncing his name wrong. It's my bad. Were the leaders of the plot. So should those guys go in? I don't know. But then there's by the way, there's more going on. All those names. Then I'm like, who else is on this list that's not Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, or the White Sox? Bro, you ready? There was a bunch of other guys throwing games. This guy named Joe Gedeon said he played with the Nationals, Yankees, and St. Louis Browns. He admitted that he threw games. A guy named Gene Paulette said he threw games when he was in St. Louis in 1919. A guy named Lee McGee said that when he was with the Cubs, he fixed a game in 1922. I mean, dude, there's all sorts of fixing going on. It was like nuts back in the day. Dude, but this is the winner right here. Benny Koff. Benny Koff. Free Benny. Dude, he was a giant, okay? He was a giant, New York Giant. He was banned. He did not work with gamblers. He was accused of stealing a car, repainting it, and selling it with his brother in December of 1919.
And that got him banned?
That got him banned.
What? Just a little GTA.
I know. He was playing GTA, dude.
Come on, dude. He's...
By the way, by this logic, Riggins from Friday Night Lights would be ineligible from getting into the Hall of Fame, dude. Dude, the guy stole a car, repainted it, and sold it with his brother.
Banned.
Sounds kind of almost like playfully innocent by this. You know what I mean? Hey, man, I was just trying to make a few bucks on the side. Anyway, that guy got banned. He's back on. I say free Benny Koff,
yeah,
dude.
I say put Benny in.
Anyway, to get to my Pete Rose take, and we can spend all morning long on this because it's really interesting. Well, first let's play Tony Kornheiser. You're going to hear from the old heads. Now, Kornheiser's even older than me. Here's what he had to say on PTI.
Pete Rose and Joe Jackson, Shoeless Joe Jackson, are now eligible for the Hall of Fame. But Rob Manfred does not put you in the Hall of Fame. The baseball writers who are members put you in the Hall of Fame. Those baseball writers, as we know well, are guardians of the game. They take violations very seriously. Joe Jackson fixed games. Okay, Pete Rose bet on games as a manager of one team. That doesn't go away. You know who else is eligible for the Hall of Fame right now? Barry Bonds is eligible. Mark McGwire is eligible. Sammy Sosa, Roger Clemens, they're eligible. Are they getting in anytime soon? Doesn't look that way from the voting. As you know, Mike, I would put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. I would put his sins on the plaque and his accomplishments on the plaque. I agree that when your life is gone, It's okay to be eligible for something, but I do not see Pete Rose as a first ballot Hall of Fame. I just don't. I don't think it's going to happen because of the writers.
Yeah, so he talks about something that was always interesting all along the way, and this is before the steroid scandal. There was a thought you could put Pete Rose in and put it on his plaque. This guy received a permanent ban from baseball for gambling. There's no, because like I said, the Hall of Fame is separate from Major League Baseball. You could be banned from baseball and voted into the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame the voters just chose not to do it. So anyway, for me, I lived through the whole 89 Rose scandal, and for us at the time, it was like, bro, you can't bet on baseball. Like that's the one thing you can't do, because that's it. What are we? If we're betting on baseball now, we got nothing. Like we got match fixing in European soccer or whatever is the ultimate sign that whatever you're watching is fake, like an NBA draft lottery. Right? So there you go. Right?
Rigged.
So I was on the side, surprised, right? Me, Mr. Rule follower, but I was with the vast majority of American sports fans who were like, bro, you just can't. Yeah, he crossed the line. He crossed the line that cannot be crossed because it's in every major league clubhouse, and that's since 1919. You can't do. Otherwise, we got nothing. The great game of baseball, Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, freaking Joe DiMaggio, Babe Ruth. You can't do that, right? So Rose, nobody had a problem. Maybe there's a small minority, but vast majority of American sports fans had no problem with Pete Rose being banned at all. Now, that was 36 years ago. Time he quote unquote heals all wounds, and goes on.
Yeah, I was gonna say society has changed also. Like now, Major League Baseball has DraftKings as their official daily fantasy sports. I was gonna
riff. Is Rob Manfred's announcement sponsored by Prize Picks?
Dude, I'm saying, you go out to the ballpark, you want to see Robbie raise 9Ks. They're sponsored by Prize Picks. It's everywhere.
It's mind blowing, actually. If you've lived long enough to know when it went from being banned to being literally at the park. Can't you? Don't some parks have? Like betting windows?
Yeah, there's like different stadiums. Like I was out in Washington, D.C. for the Army-Navy game, and inside the stadium, they had kiosk where you can go and place a bet like in the middle of the football game.
On the midshipman.
Dude, yeah, I'm telling you, like I'm out here betting on Army-Navy in America's game. In the middle of the game.
So my reaction on this was, wow, time healing wounds. The steroid era happened since then, and I've been an advocate of putting Bonds and Clemens and A-Rod into the Hall of Fame because you can't erase an era of history, and because it was so widespread. I'm not excusing it or saying, hey, kids, go do steroids. I'm just saying you got to tell the story of the game. So by that logic, you'd say, tell the story of the game, put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, especially when I've already been telling the story of the game of guys who have done steroids and guys who are in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
You can't pick and choose to get David Ortiz and Mike Piazza in there and then not put in Bonds and A-Rod and the other guys.
I think the thing was Rose would never want to agree to a plaque that has on it, this guy gambled on baseball. So I always did think he should not be in. Now that he's died, should that change your view? It's a really, really tough. I'd have to noodle on this one a little bit more too, because I've waffled on Rose through the years. At first I was like, ban him, and then I was like, well, put him in and put it on the plaque. Same thing with Bonds and A-Rod. You could put that they were associated with the steroid era on their plaque.
Have a steroid wing at the Hall of Fame.
Well, they wouldn't want
have
that
a whole section. Well, then, I don't know. Don't break the rules.
I will just say this flat out. To me, gambling on baseball is worse than using performance-enhancing drugs. That's my opinion. To me, gambling on baseball undermines the absolute essence of the game, like the integrity, like the existence of the game. Performance-enhancing drugs is just trying to make you better that day on the field. Whereas this is my opinion. You guys can disagree with me if you want. But man, oh man, there's a big part of me that still thinks that gambling should still ban you. And that if I was a voter, I don't know if I would put him in, because gambling on the game, and if you go back and look at some of this 1990 stuff, Chick Gandil, yeah, we fixed the series. It's like, and with all these Prize Picks here in the park right now, who knows what's going on right now? I mean, you find out about college basketball. Was there stuff in college basketball within the last year?
There's stuff within the NBA within the last year or two of guys shaving points on prop bets.
Yep. So, I mean,
it happens.
That has always been to me a cardinal rule that you can't. So there would be a part of me that says keep Rose out.
Yeah, but Murph, this is the same commissioner that called the World Series trophy a piece of metal.
Yeah.
So I'm sure when he's talking about Hall of Fame bus, he's just referring to as a piece of bronze.
Oh my God. Very good. Anyway, well, obviously it's something we can talk about not just today, but for weeks and weeks to come too. All right, guys, wanted to get that out there in case you didn't know. Pretty interesting news story. Eric Wright's going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Now he's legit. No Pete Rose gambling scandal on him. We're going Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and all our inductees tomorrow are pure as the driven snow. Eric Wright, the 49er cornerback, the Super Bowl champ, he's going to call in next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun break from worrying about the Warriors or debating Pete Rose or talking about the Giants' home runs. A big night tomorrow night in the Bay Area. We want to talk about the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction night. Always a great night. Always a room full of luminaries there at the Hyatt Embarcadero. Last few years, I've been lucky enough to host this thing, mostly because I try to keep it moving. Try to keep us going here, but it's a great night. Alex Morgan, the Cal Golden Bears soccer star, Olympic gold medalist. Mike Montgomery, arguably one of the best college basketball coaches, not arguably, one of the best college basketball coaches in the history of Northern California. Joe Rudy, three-time World Series champ, the legend sociologist and leader, Dr. Harry Edwards, and our next guest on the UMA guest line. Bro, it just changed entirely in 1981 when Bill Walsh drafted 3 rookie DBs and said, go start and win me a Super Bowl. And number 21, the lockdown corner, Eric Wright, gets his just desserts, gets his deserved flowers tomorrow night. Going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. We got him on the line right now. E. Wright, you got your boy Murph, you got Marcus. Congratulations, man. Good morning.
Hey, congrats, Eric.
Good morning. Thank you, guys. I'm surprised you guys didn't get. You guys are giving me flowers, not cactuses, huh?
What, you want a cactus?
Hey, I love cactuses.
Okay, I'm going to bring a cacti tomorrow night to the podium, dude, all right?
All right.
No, man. Hey, what's a guy from Missouri doing with a cactus anyway? That's Arizona.
Hey, flowers die. Cactus, you just got to water them a little bit.
Dude, hey, man, listen, what does it mean to you, brother? Let's go big picture here. I know Carlton Williams is going to be there. Dwight Hicks is going to be there. Joe Montana is going to be there. All these guys are showing up for you. What are you thinking, Eric, going into tomorrow night?
Well, I'm very appreciative, and I always praise the guys because that I played with, grew up with, and this part of the award is theirs because I couldn't be there without having great teammates and being blessed by having the opportunity to come here to San Francisco and play with a great organization, Mr. D, Bill Walsh, and then now, Jed and those guys are carrying on the legacy. But hey, man, this is a great place to play, great time in San Francisco, and just great teammates, and just thank God we went through the era where all this phone, social media, and everything, man. Hey, we would have had the paddy wagon coming to Redwood City, taking us to jail every day.
It was the 80s, man, and you guys were the 49ers.
Man.
You were allowed to have some fun,
Hey, no, it was wild and crazy, but we showed up on Sundays and had fun, so that was good.
Oh, you did show up on Sundays, but man, I want to go all the way back to you showing up to your first training camp with Carlton Williamson and Ronnie Lott, and then an old safety, he's probably 25, Dwight Hicks is there to lead you guys. Ray Rhodes is coaching you guys, right? George Seifert is coaching you guys, right? I mean, you have some legends. I just need to know, Eric Wright arrives for his first NFL training camp. The 49ers are a bad team. If you can take me back, like dropping your bag on the floor, looking around that DB room, meeting Ronnie, meeting Carlton, and meeting Dwight.
I'll tell you, I drove from East St. Louis to Sacramento, and that was a 3-day. I had everything loaded down like I was going camping, right? And landed in Sacramento, and it just was hot as hell. Number one, but didn't know what to expect and scared to death. But with the secondary guys, I'll tell you what, one of the pleasures and the grind was, I'll tell you, you know what, Hacksaw Reynolds, he put the foundation along with the other guys. You know, you had Pillars, you had Archie Reese, you had Jimmy Webb and those guys. So Chuck Studley was a defensive coordinator. That was Ray Rowe's first year as assistant DB coach to George Seifert. And they just let us just go and had upbeat practices. You know, we were in at Freddie Solomon and Dwight Clark like it was game every practice. And the one thing about it is we worked when we were supposed to work, and that was the great thing about it. And you know, hey, Ronnie was the first round pick, so we had Carlton, myself, Lynn Thomas, Saladin Martin, and Dwight. Dwight was a senior guy, but training camp, man, I tell you what, we spent 8 weeks together, and that's unheard of right now in football. And that length of training camp really brought us together. And I told John Lynch this. They had the 49er Foundation event. I told John, I said, that's one thing that teams don't do anymore. Have a long, extensive training camp. When it's getting late in the year and you got to come together as a team, that's how a team comes together when it's time to play.
Eric, from your first training camp to your last season with the 49ers, it's pretty rare in this day and age to see one player play his entire career for one organization. What did it mean to you to wear that 49er jersey for your entire career?
Well, I'm about tradition, loyalty, and the impact that you leave and the impression that you leave, and not bounce around 4 or 5 teams, right? But in the days game, you can play 15 to 19 years and go a week of training camp, but the loyalty, the tradition, working for the team, you know, that's like my dad. He worked at 35 years at Pillsbury. He carried his lunchbox every day. So that's kind of like one of those traditions that you lay the foundation for the younger players to see. Number one is how you work, how you impact the locker room, and that's the one thing. I'll tell you one thing, right? It's one guy, and I said this a couple weeks ago, that I've never have heard anybody, coach, fan, or anybody say anything negative about Brian Young.
Yeah.
And that's the standard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. he's just a great individual, a great human being.
And that's like you. He played his entire career as a 49er. So that's what I see what you're getting at, man. Great stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, you're listening to Eric Wright here on KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Tomorrow night is the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. He's getting inducted along with Joe Rudy and Alex Morgan and Mike Montgomery and Harry Edwards, and we'll all be out there. KNBR will be out there. I'll be hosting the thing, bringing you up, man. Your inductor tomorrow night is Avon, right? Is it? Tell us about. Is that your?
Yep, that's my son. My son, he's smarter than his dad. That's one thing I got to give to him. He's working his butt off. Works for Nike. Went to USC. Was a long jumper. USC, real academically. He's a real smart kid, and he's making a fortune way more than his dad did back in the day. So, he's off scholarship.
You did good then, Eric. You did good, man. That's great when his mom and they just academically really strong kids. So I've been blessed with great kids. So I can't say anything but praise my kids. That's really sweet that he's inducting you. That's a great moment for you two tomorrow night to have him the one who gets to induct his dad. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Murph. Yeah. Just make sure he don't take up too much time. You pull the plug on him now.
Hey, Eric. One thing I do, they hire me to keep this thing moving, baby.
Murph, keep it moving, baby. Keep it moving. Hey, Murph.
Yeah.
Hey, Murph. Because when Harry Edwards come up, it's gonna be like a sociology master class. Yeah. You gotta yank him now.
We'll give Doc all the time he needs, though. Hey, Joe's not coming to sit through a long night. Joe likes it tight. Joe likes it quick.
Hey, Murph. Yeah. I got 2 minutes. I'm gonna take 60 seconds and I'm done.
No. You got to sit on the couch with me at the end. We do a thing at the end. Yeah, you do.
Murph.
You do. Yeah.
Hey, Murph.
Yeah.
I got 2 little kids. I signed up for Medicare. I got to go home. I'm tired. I got to go to sleep.
I'm going to make you tell. So what the deal is this. Avon's going to induct you. Then you come up. You get your plaque. We take a picture. Then I just give you 30 seconds to make a brief statement. Then you get to go back down. Then at the end of the night, we bring all of you up on a panel, and you sit in a couch, and we all do about 1 or 2 questions. And I'm going to make you tell the story about you choose either how you guys beat Dan Marino or how you tackled Drew Pearson to save the day on catch day.
Murph, you're going too back and forth. We're going back and forth to the couch. I told you, Murph, I'm asleep. Murph, I'm asleep. I'm sleeping, blowing bubbles at 9:30, Murph.
I'm going to go like this. I'm going to say we have Alex Morgan, Harry Edwards, we have Joe Rudy, and we have Mike Montgomery. Eric Wright is home asleep. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you guys. It's one other thing that's really special.
Yeah.
Growing up a kid in East St. Louis.
Yeah.
Harry Edwards was the larger-than-life athlete and academic coming out of East St. Louis.
Damn.
And so that was the light of beacon to get out of East St. Louis, get a scholarship, and be successful like Harry. Because I always heard the stories in the neighborhoods and everything of Harry being like a god of an athlete, and then like a great student. And I didn't meet Harry until he started working for the 49ers. I just heard the stories, but and that's real special that two guys from East St. Louis is going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame together.
That's actually incredible, and what a moment too for everybody back in that town. All right, we're gonna let you go. You got to start preparing because obviously you're gonna be taking a nap by the end of the night tomorrow night. So
Murph, keep it moving, baby.
Keep it moving,
Murph.
You're right. I'm gonna be moving like you backpedaling, covering Drew Pearson.
Hey, Hey, just make sure you protect the post. You ain't got no help, okay? All right, guys. Hey,
right.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Number 21, you're the best. Be good.
Thanks, man.
Eric
Thanks,
Wright.
guys.
He was
All
an awesome player, and he's a funny dude, man.
Yeah,
He's
got to
a funny,
protect
funny-
the post.
Yeah, I
you
know.
You ain't got Ronnie behind you
Where's
tomorrow
Ronnie?
night.
Ronnie's a corner back
Yeah,
then in 81. I do hear that. No, Mario says Ronnie will likely be coming, so hopefully we'll have the whole group there. Dwight Hicks, Carlton Williamson, Eric Wright, and Ronnie Lott.
The hot
hopefully.
licks.
Oh, man. Dude, 3 rookies? Think about how Sports Talk Radio would be going nuts right now about 3 rookies and an unproven quarterback. At that point in time, because in 1980, Joe hadn't started a full season. This was his first full season, 81. So, like, these day and age, it'd be like, first day, is Joe Montana a top 10 quarterback?
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Should Joe Montana be the highest paid quarterback?
I got Ken Anderson's ahead of him. I got Danny Fouts is ahead of him. So anyway, it'll be a fun night. And Harry Edwards is amazing. It is kind of incredible. They're both from East St. Louis. That's pretty amazing.
That's cool.
All right, fun. All right, what did young Tony ask today?
Ooh.
Next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I love cactuses.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, man, you added the new Kipe. The new Kipe dirt in my diabolical cackle in there, Tony. Well done, buddy. Hey, 2 things. One, we are proudly sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care. Closer than you think. Young Tony, now you have official intros from John Lynch and Dwayne Kuiper. Your street cred is beginning to grow. Does that mean your questions will be that much more professional or difficult or complex?
Well, stay tuned to find out.
All right. What do we got? What's the rules here? What do we got for the new crowd here, buddy?
All right, for the new crowd, if you've missed it, I have 4 questions for you guys today. After I read the question, you're each going to have 60 seconds to respond.
Oh, this early in the morning, I only need 60 seconds.
It's incredible. It's incredible. 20 minutes and a ham sandwich.
20 minutes and a ham croissant.
Hey.
It's early in the morning.
And a cronut.
A cronut.
20 minutes and a cronut.
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That's your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everybody can join the conversation. You guys ready to go?
Let's do it, Coach.
Ready.
Let's do it.
Bring me a cactus.
Let's do it.
Bring me a cactus. Yes. All right.
All right, let's do it. So, Playoff Jimmy. Oof. I don't know if anybody's seen the guy. To quote one of his songs we use for his playlist, what's going on with Playoff Jimmy? Steve Kerr spoke to the media yesterday. He was asked about Jimmy Butler's Game 4 performance, and here is his answer.
Yeah, he wasn't feeling well. That was definitely impactful, but he's feeling better, and he'll be ready to go tomorrow.
So he wasn't feeling well. He's going to be ready to go today. We haven't really seen Playoff Jimmy take over offensively in this playoff run. So just point blank, what's going on with Playoff Jimmy? And then I'll throw this at you. Can he will his team to a Game 5 win, try to get the series back to the Bay?
All right, I'll go. What's wrong with Playoff Jimmy? I'm going to say, number 1, the ass injury may be worse than we realize. Number 2, I'm raising serious questions if 35-year-old Playoff Jimmy is not the same as 30-year-old Playoff Jimmy who dragged the Miami Heat. We always say dragged the Miami Heat to the NBA Finals. Guys get older. And guys get hurt, and he's missing Steph Curry. So I think those 3 factors. Number 1, the injury is probably worse than we know. Number 2, he's not have the same stamina or talent that he did 5 years ago. And number 3, there's no Steph Curry hanging around. And that leads to the 4th answer. Can he drag the team to a win tonight? The answer is no. Where were you when the Warriors season ended? I was at home watching on TV. Marcus was in the building. That's what's wrong with playoff.
Yeah, that's the problem. I got a pain in my ass, and so does Jimmy Butler. He's been dealing with it now for a couple weeks. Shout out to Armando, the ass man, who's been trying to put in that work, and we thought we were getting playoff Jimmy on Saturday, Game 3, where he had 33 points, and we were thinking, damn, this is the opportunity for the Warriors to steal one, extend the series to Game 6, and maybe get Steph Curry back. But then playoff Jimmy ran out of gas in the 4th quarter, shot 1 for 7 from the field, really looked like he gassed out, with the rest of the Warriors team that Saturday night. Then they did not show up on Monday. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like playoff Jimmy is running out of gas. We did see him switch gears early on in that game. I don't think he's got enough in the tank to steal one tonight. I mean, they had a game where he scored 33 and Jonathan Kuminga dropped 30, and they didn't get the victory. I don't know how they're going to stop Anthony Edwards. I don't know how they're going to stop Julius Randle. So, no, I think the season ends tonight in Minnesota.
Ding.
Good luck tonight, right, guys? If any of the Warriors are listening, good luck.
By the way, it has been officially announced that Steph Curry is not playing tonight.
That is correct.
In case anybody has not seen that news.
Miller, that's why they play the games, Murph. He had a nasal accent. All right.
Warriors are 10.5-point dogs tonight.
Question 2.
All right, number 2. If you guys missed it yesterday, things got a little hot in the cooler content yesterday. After the Mavericks won the draft lottery and secured the number 1 overall pick, the whole country was debating, is the NBA rigged? And in fact, the vast majority of the country was saying the NBA is rigged. And here is King James, the face of the NBA, on this same topic.
You know, during the lottery drop, Cleveland got the number 1 pick. I just don't think that was.
Whoa, what a coincidence! Don't you think
Wemby with the Spurs? Oh my God! Let's keep LeBron home. You know what? Patrick Ewing to the Knicks. You know, Derrick Rose to the Bulls. Right? I understand the assignment, guys. I had to make sure that, I had to do my part.
I understand the assignment. Pretty clear right there for you. So I want to hear your take. If anybody missed it, this is a big segment. 7:15, what did Young Tony ask today? This is appointment listening. So, is the NBA rigged?
Oh, see, now I think the NBA draft lottery could potentially be rigged. I don't want to say every single game is predetermined, like we have the outcome and we're not even really playing these games. I think the actual players actually play. Yeah, the referees can have some wonky calls and throw out some fouls, but let's focus on the NBA draft lottery that has been being accused of being rigged for years, since the beginning of the time, going back to the frozen envelope with Patrick Ewing and the New York Knicks. I mean, there's just too many coincidences in here. Once again, we have another coincidence where the LA Lakers get gifted a international superstar. Luka gets traded to the Lakers, and the Dallas Mavericks get rewarded the first overall pick with a 1.8% chance of winning the lottery. I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. This to me is too sketchy. Going back to Nico not reaching out to any other team in the NBA, not even trying to get a bigger trade package for trading Luka Doncic. And I said it yesterday, I said it again. We've seen this storyline play out before. It was 2019 when the New Orleans Pelicans traded Anthony Davis, a generational talent, to the LA Lakers, and they were rewarded with the number 1 pick, which resulted in Zion.
Well, here's the deal. I tried to be the guy yesterday, said, come on. There's no way. We landed on the moon, right? Didn't we land on the moon?
You sure about that?
Yeah. So
was it made in a Hollywood basement?
I was spending the whole day yesterday. I saw Capricorn 1. I spent the whole day yesterday going like, come on, really? Is it? And then I started thinking about big business and entertainment and all that. I thought about the movie Quiz Show, which we talked about, starring Ralph Fiennes and John Turturro. This has happened before in our history. They did rig TV game shows in the 1950s that caused congressional investigations. And then I started thinking about the movies that have influenced my life, like The Godfather. 2 things come to me from The Godfather 2 when Hyman Roth says, I've loved baseball ever since Arnold Rothstein fixed the 1919 World Series. So that happened. And then finally, when Michael Corleone says to Kay Adams, oh, really, Kay, who's being naive? I started to wonder, oh, really, Murph, who's being naive? So while I don't want to believe in my gut that it was rigged, when somebody sent in a text that said the Mavericks winning the lottery is like a guy going 9 for 500 in baseball, I had to come to grips with the fact that maybe they did rig it. So I'm not saying it happened, but maybe. And that's my answer.
Wow, Curly, go grab the aluminum foil. Murph is joining the conspiracy crew.
There's just 9 for 500.
Yeah.
That's like, that's like a giant, one of the Giants hitters.
That's like Christian Koss hitting a grand slam last night.
I didn't want to dog him because he's going to be on our show. All right, there you go, Tony.
Wow, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. All right, another big deal. Today's a big day. The full 2025 NFL schedule gets released today at 5 o'clock. The NFL makes a huge deal of this these days. But here's the thing. We already know the Niners' opponents. Yes. We already know the home and away matchups. We just don't know the details in terms of what time, what day they're going to be playing those games. So, like I said, the NFL's made such a big deal of this. Do we really care about the NFL schedule release?
Well, so you're touching a nerve here. You're getting into the old head here. Of course, I've always made fun of this thing for years. Like, oh, breaking news. They released the schedule. I used to say the Niners are playing 16 games. Hey, now. No, the Niners are playing 17 games. This one's different, though. This one, yes, I have made fun of the schedule release for years. It's kind of part and parcel of the oversaturation of the NFL into our lives. I remember it all started with Brett Favre coverage in the late 00s when I was like, how can I miss you if you don't go away, NFL? I need a break from the NFL so I can enjoy the NFL. That said, this one's different because we've been celebrating the last place schedule since January, and today the baby is born. We get to see the last place schedule in front of our eyes. We get to see it week by week. It's going to be a beautiful slew of patsies and also-rans and cellar dwellers. So I'm going to make an exception and enjoy this schedule release. It's usually an exercise in, shall we say, self-pleasure,
yes,
which I don't want to get into. But I'm going to enjoy 17 straight foes that I think can get the Niners back to the playoffs because, Tony, the Niners have a last-place schedule. Boom.
Well, Murph, I could agree with you, I could disagree, but I'll simply say this. Just give me the damn schedule. I don't need the hype. I don't need the parade. I don't need everything else surrounding it. Of Adam Schefter tweeting out, oh, the NFL schedule release is coming out on this day. Like, they're now doing release dates for the release date of the schedule. I'm like, what are we doing here? We're talking ourselves in circle. Then you have these leaks that are coming out where slowly you're getting your international games. This morning they announced, oh, Cowboys and Chiefs on Thanksgiving. Whoop-de-freaking-do, Basil. I knew the Cowboys were playing on Thanksgiving. Yeah, it's cool to see some of these big-time matchups, but you know what month it is? It's May. I'm going to forget about these games by the times we get to Thanksgiving. So just give me the damn schedule. I don't need the release party, the release videos, all the hype and all the nonsense. Just print me out the schedule. I don't care. John Joe Curley, make sure it's in my stack tomorrow morning.
Dude, I like it. The old Tom Tolbert used to be a huge anti-NFL schedule release day, and I was kind of with him, too, because it's like, it's a schedule.
Yeah, just give me the damn schedule.
But that said, this will be a beauty. This will be a beauty.
Curly literally just told me he's got all his notifications set. He's got alarms set. It's a big deal to John Joe Curly.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
But this guy loves paperwork.
Nerds like this.
This nerd loves schedules.
This nerd loves schedule releases. Yes. All right, go ahead.
All right, finally, this is a fun one in honor of my guy, Brandon Fott. If anybody missed it, I did go to high school with this guy, a friend of mine. Who's the most famous athlete to come out of your high school?
Ooh, see, now can I cheat a little bit and go with my little league, or do I have to actually go from my high school? Because if we're talking high school, the most famous person ever, a famous athlete.
I said famous athlete.
Oh, okay. I was going to give you a Steve Jobs for all my Apple heads out there. I want to go Troy Tulowitzki, but that was Sunnyvale Little League, and he went to Fremont. You know, my rival high school. Ooh, my boy Evan Marshall played in the Bigs. He was 3-4 years older than me. Also a Sunnyvale Little League guy. Also, off the top of my head, I'm going to get killed by the Homestead crowd because I know we have a couple of alumni, but I'll go with my guy Evan Marshall, showing him a little bit of love.
That's a great question because, my school is really, really old and only had really good athletes. Sam Chapman, Major League Baseball All-Star for the 1940s. You're talking to the guy now who's launching the Tam High Hall of Fame this fall, so this is right up my alley. Matt Hazeltine, longtime 49er, linebacker, who an award is named after him, the Hazeltine Ironman Award. Bill McCurdy, who the Harvard track stadium is named after. Back in Harvard, all went. But I got to say, is rapping a sport? Because much to the dismay of Adam Copeland, Tupac Shakur went to Tamalpais High School. So, and by the way, shout out my classmate, Courtney Thorne-Smith, who was an athlete in her own right and just being really, really cute.
Oh, I understand.
All right, there. So shout out Melrose Place in summer school. There you go, Tone. How about you? And Brandon Fott is your answer,
Dude,
right?
Brandon Fott, easily the best athlete to come out of my high school. I was just thinking, I did a little research too. He's coming from a family of athletes. His dad was an athlete, his mom, his grandfather as well. They're out in Bellarmine University, if you know, that's a smaller school in Kentucky. But yeah, I would say Fott for sure.
Shout out Kevin Franson from Bellarmine High School.
His mother was a mutter and all that. What's Curly have from Reardon? Are we going Kevin Rastani? Is that what we're doing?
Rastani or Donald Strickland?
Donald Strickland?
Okay.
All right. Chris Monk, USC basketball player. Other Reardon Crusaders.
Oh, now it just came to me. Scott Erickson went to Homestead.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, put that on the list.
Did he throw a no-hitter?
Ding, ding, ding. Put that one on the list.
Did he throw a no-hitter?
That's a great question.
We haven't had a really prominent one in a while, but we have some old heads that are really, really good.
Well, they got Brian Murphy in Homestead High School as Marquise Boucher.
And once again, Tupac Shakur. All right, so there you go, guys. Well done, young Tony. Enjoyed the heck out of it. What did young Tony ask today? We answered. All right, we got Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader. All right, we got Steve Moskowitz on the line on a Wednesday morning. Want to help you. Steve wants to help you. If there's people out there, Steve, if they have unfiled tax returns, what do they do?
They call. It's a real common situation where people just don't file returns. Usually because they don't have the money. And the next year rolls around and they still don't have the money, and they say, how can you file year 2 when you didn't file year 1? And then becomes a mess. Folks, I'm talking to you. We have so many cases like this, so much experience. We want to take care of you. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is talk with us, explain all your options, file all the returns, and then we give you your life back to you. How does that sound? Getting your life back, no more looking over your shoulder. Just give us a call and say, hey, Steve, take care of this mess.
Get your life back. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, 10 runs, man. That'll put a smile on anybody's face on a Wednesday morning with a day game today. And Christian Koss going to join us at 9:30. But you know who's joining us right now is Mike Krukow. And the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, it was one run and one run and one run and then 10 runs last night. So how good was that to see double digits? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. It was really therapeutic. You go into that start and you're watching Robbie Ray, who's been brilliant, and he knows the deal. I mean, and when you have an offense that's struggling, as they were for 4 games coming into last night, I mean, you think, well, I've got to put some early zeros up. I got to take some pressure off the offense, and I really have to be. I got to be spot on. And so what's he do? He goes out there and gives it 5 hits and 3 runs in the first, and everybody's just kind of rolling over, going, man, it just seems like it's insurmountable when you're not scoring runs, when everybody in the lineup is a soloist, and you're not counting on the and trusting the guy behind you if you don't get it done with the bat. And from a starting pitcher's perspective, I mean, that's just a disaster. And as Robbie Ray said in the paper today, look, I was just in the mode now. I was trying to eat up innings and take steam off of the bullpen. So what happens? Well, he goes out there, and, I mean, he kind of struggles a little bit in the top of the second inning, but he puts a 0 up there. And then here comes the bottom of the second inning, and the Giants load the bases for Christian Koss. And that was really what the baseball game is all about. I mean, baseball is about the underdog. It's about the story about the guy who perseveres in the minor leagues. And we said it last night on the post-game wrap that, you know, a guy that walks that walk, Spencer Bivens, you know, he broke in his rookie year, he's 30. 12 years in the minor leagues. And then you have Christian Koss, who, he rides the buses for, almost 8 years in the minor leagues. And then when they walk in a big league clubhouse, they are not treated like normal rookies. There's a respect there in that room for everybody who has got to the big leagues. They appreciate the guy who's persevered, who's put up with the bus rides and the rotten meal money and and all the rotten food and just all the dreams that never get realized. So when they walk in that clubhouse, they actually have a voice. They don't have to wait to speak in a meeting. There's so much respect for the journey that they've taken that they are almost looked at as total equals, as if they were a 6 or 7 year veteran. I mean, that's how powerful that journey is. So for Koss to come in that 3-0 ball game with the bases loaded and hit his first big league home run, a grand slam that flipped the momentum of the game, that absolutely energized Robbie Ray and everybody on that bench, because they know his story and they know how hard it is for him to get to the big leagues, having gone that route. And here he is, the guy who delivers the hit that just ignites the crowd and the bench and Robbie Ray and everybody. It was just wonderful. It was that's what baseball's all about. And they rode that momentum all the way the rest of the game. And Robbie Ray stood tall and gave up 2 hits the rest of the way and threw 5 zeros on top of it. And they added on, and it was just a great night.
Mike, I remember at the end of spring training when the Giants broke camp and we talked about Christian Koss making the roster, but we talked about Bob Melvin making that announcement in front of the team, which I believe doesn't happen too often. So if you could revisit that story and just kind of summarize what a guy like Christian Koss means to this clubhouse.
Well, I'd never seen it before. Usually when you have a guy who's going to the big leagues, I mean, it's a private thing. Because you never know how a guy is going to react to it. And, I think guys don't want to break down in front of their teammates and cry. We saw it happen with Brandon Belt when Bruce Bochy said, "You're going to the big leagues." I mean, he lost his composure. And remember Bochy's line, "Grab a beer if you want." And that was pretty cool. But Bob Melvin knew the story, and everybody in that clubhouse knew the story. And I think everybody, to a degree, were rooting for him. I mean, and he told him he was going to the big leagues in front of the entire team. I mean, that was amazing, but it was powerful. And you saw the reaction from everybody in the team. Not only did Koss have tears in his eyes, but a lot of guys did too. And everybody hugged him, even the guys he was in competition with for the job. It was so cool. And I think that moment had everything to do with solidifying that team and getting them close even before the first game was played. I love that moment. And here he is. I mean, after a month and a half, he's still in the big leagues. Not only that, but he's starting to play more. And so it's just a great thing that has happened to this club this year. And when you're putting together chemistry, it's moments like that really impact the club in such a positive way. And he continues to deliver. I mean, he's a good player, and we all know that now. And he believes it.
Yeah, we had Buster Posey talk about him on the show about earning that spot and being that gritty guy they're looking for. And they didn't send him down. They've kept him up on the roster, and his numbers are trending in the right direction if you look at his trends of late. And so what a great story. 1,656 minor league at-bats, and then last night, 17th Giant to make a grand slam, his first ever career homer, first since Ford Proctor in 2022, which totally froze me this morning. I'm like, there's so many other storylines from this. We haven't talked to you since the lineup shift. And Willy Adames dropping down to 6. And it looks like he's beginning to put a little more barrel on the ball, and he leaves the yard last night. I think he also hit a double. But just your thought on a veteran like Willy Adames who comes to San Francisco amid much fanfare, is told he's the 2-hitter, and then one quarter of the way through the season, he's told he's the 6-hitter. What's your take on Bob Melvin making that change? How do you think he told Willy Adames, and how do you think it's been going?
Well, I mean, you have to go back to Adames and how he came into camp. And he had the high left leg, the front leg, high leg hitch. And it really told you as to how he prepared coming into the game. He took a lot of BP against a fastball. Because a high leg hitch is something that, it feels good. And the problem with a high leg hitch is that when you lift that leg high, and his hitch, if you watched him coming out of the Minnesota series, his knee was lifted up so high it was above his belt. That's a high hitch. When you have a high hitch, it's very difficult to be able to time that high step to all the variations of speed that you're seeing. Because on any given night, any given pitcher will have, 2 or 3 and sometimes 4 different types of speed. It's impossible for you to get your front foot time to all those speeds. So a lot of times you're going to have reach and you're going to have imbalance in your swing when you're trying to hit off a big league hitter. When you're in the off season and you're getting ready to come into spring training, you're just teeing it up against one speed fastball, and that high leg hitch feels so good, and you're raking, and all of a sudden, reality hits you when you start taking games. Adames, if you remember, he didn't have a great spring. So after 100 at bats, he is not himself. He's got a lot of reach in his swing. He's got a lot of imbalance in his swing, and he knows it, and he's very frustrated. So what Pat Burrell and his hitting coaches, that was the topic of the conversation. That's all they were talking about. So when it finally came time and it happened when Adames comes to him and says, hey, I need some help here. That's when you know the athlete's ready to listen. So what they did over the weekend, just 2 days ago, when the Giants got back off the road trip, they spent a lot of time with him, and what they wanted to do was soften that hitch, take a lower step, get your foot down on the ground quicker. And with a high leg pitch with all the different speeds, and when guys were quick pitching him, he was totally disadvantaged. And not only that, but with a high leg pitch, you drop that back shoulder and your uppercut is severe. And if you all remember the swings that he was taking, he was the high uppercut. And the problem with a high uppercut is even when you square up a ball, you get topspin. Topspin doesn't go out of the ballpark. Backspin goes out of the ballpark. So in game 1 of the series, he had a great night. He had a double to left field. He hit a ball to right field. He was getting his foot down in time. And last night he carried you right into last night's ball game, and he had great at-bats. And you're seeing the true hand strength of Adames because that home run that he hit last night, the 2-run shot, he didn't have both cheeks in the game or in the swing. And you know how hard it is to hit the ball to left field, to hit it out. He did it without a lot of his lower body hand straight. And he damn near did it again, going the opposite way. Again, hand straight swing. So in my mind, he's cured. He's ready to go. And the other thing too, when you have a high leg hitch and a big uppercut, you have movement in your head. You're not seeing the ball great. His definition of the strike zone was horrible. He was swinging the pitches that were a foot off the plate, wasn't seeing it well. So he's cured. And the other guy that's cured, after watching last night's at bats, Lamont Wade Jr. So I can't wait for today's game now. You've got 2 big guys in your lineup that are feeling good about themselves, and this hasn't happened since day 1.
Yeah, Mike, it's interesting. I saw a lot of that footage of Pat the Bat working with Willie Adames in the cage before the game, but we also saw some footage of Lamont Wade Jr. working with Barry Bonds. Now, it should go without saying that Barry Bonds can provide some help and some information. Do you think that had an impact or maybe some slight changes that helped out Lamont Wade Jr. last night?
Oh, hell yeah. And but we get back to one very important thing. They had to be ready to listen. That's paramount. Everybody up here at the big leagues, they have an opinion about how much they know about pitching or about hitting. And a lot of times when they start getting into a slump, they self-internalize and they feel, and there's a stubbornness for them to listen to somebody else. They want to cure themselves. You have to have an athlete that's willing to listen, willing to try, willing to believe in what that coach says. That's huge. And for Bonds, he's a savant when it comes to hitting. He knows more about hitting than anybody I've ever met. Maybe Dusty Baker is close. In fact, I have to say Dusty Baker knows as much as Bonds, but he doesn't have quite the reputation as Bonds does. Point being is if those guys start talking about hitting, you better listen. And there's a lot of hitting coaches that have the knowledge. It's just a matter of the athlete willing to listen. And I think that Lamont Wade Jr. was ready to try anything, completely frustrated. And they got him upright. They got him where he had a higher back shoulder, and he was no longer. When you again a low back shoulder and an uppercut, how many times have we watched Lamont Wade Jr. pop the ball up? He was leading the world in pop-ups. Well, he was underneath the ball. That's how you pop the ball up. The back side, your back shoulder was too low. You had uppercut, and but not last night. Last night he had great at bats, He had a bomb to right center. He got caught. Then he had to rake the ball to right field. He had another bat. I think he got another hit. I mean, he's back. So you have to have the coach. You have to have a coach that you trust, but you also have the ability you have to have the ability that you want to have to listen.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening.
Good old Barry Bonds, man. By the way, speaking of Bonds, he's famous for not being in the Hall of Fame despite being the best hitter any of us has ever seen. And now that brings us to the big story. And this gets to you not as a Giants broadcaster, but as a big leaguer, as a guy who played this great game for all those years and a man who treasures the game. Is Rob Manfred made a huge announcement yesterday is that he is taking permanently banned guys like Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson off the banned list and reactivating their status with baseball. And this obviously then changes their status with Hall of Fame voters. It's a little complex because Hall of Fame voters are not affiliated with Major League Baseball. They are separate. However, it means that Pete Rose no longer banned by baseball. So, Mike, your reaction to that story and the possibility of Pete Rose then being voted in by the Veterans Committee in December of 2027 because he's been removed from the permanent banned list?
Well, I was all for it. I mean, you know how I feel about Pete Rose. And, I mean, he paid his price. I mean, he was shamed. And he lived his life in disgrace, having been banned from baseball for what he did and how he finally admitted that he bet on baseball. Everybody knows the rules about betting. But it hurt me to see him live like that, knowing what he was as a player, what he was when I played against him, what he was when I played with him in Philadelphia. He was the greatest true heart that I ever saw. He was the guy in the 70s and the 80s. I mean, he was the guy. And I think that he paid for his sins. I think that, you know, it should have been a situation where he was taken off in his lifetime and enshrined in the Hall of Fame. I hope it happens now. There's no guarantee that it'll happen now. But I think that every player today knows the rules. If you get caught gambling on a team and betting on a team, you're going to go through the same thing that Pete Rose did. You will never, ever have a chance to get in the Hall of Fame in your lifetime. You will live the rest of your life in shame. And I think that is a punishment that is as severe as baseball can issue. I don't think any player will think that it's going to be any less easier now with the fact that Rose has been reinstated for eligibility to be voted in. He still has to get voted in. There's no guarantee that that's going to happen. But every player knows the shame that Pete Rose lived in. Are you willing to risk that as a player? But then on the other side, it's never been easier to gamble. I mean, on our pregame show, we're showing what the odds are, and we're talking about the prop bets for the day. And some of these prop bets are ridiculous. They had the other one the other day, Giolito, the pitcher. Yeah, he had the over-under was 4 on strikeouts. Would you bet over-under on it? Well, I mean, if you're a player, you call your neighbor up and go, hey, I'm in the strikeout mode today. You know, you better bet on the strikeout. It's become so easy to be able to do it. And plus, next month, they're going to start breaking ground on a new ballpark in Vegas, the center of the earth when it comes to gambling. So I think a lot of the ease of being able to place a bet is completely changed. But the disgrace factor has not. And any player who's willing to risk that, I think, is nuts. So I don't think it is going to make – I don't think players now are going to want to rush out there and start gambling because of what has happened now and the way that Manfred has allowed Rose to come back in and he's taken the ban off and he now is eligible to be voted in. I don't think anything really changes. So I think anybody who writes about an article and is upset about the decision, I don't agree with. I think that Pete Rose suffered enough. I think that Shoeless Joe has suffered enough. They were disgraced their whole lives, but I think that now they can finally be put on a list where they can get voted on, and maybe we do see both guys come in. But I hope someday that Pete Rose is enshrined.
Well, it's a good long answer. It's such a complex thing, and you touched on all of it, Mike. So good stuff, man. Day game today, 12:45. Love day baseball in San Francisco. Enjoy the heck out of it. We'll talk to you Friday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We can react to all that later in the show, too. But the big hit is next, and that's Golden State Warrior basketball. Is this the last time we see the Jimmy Butler Warriors play this season, or do you believe in a miracle? Next on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice 9 Kills on Friday, June 20th at Levi Stadium. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. Like I said, 9 a.m. hour today for these tickets, and it's all brought to you by Live Nation. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
The good people at El Cerrito Honda would like a minute of your time to tell you, come on by. Check it out. I recommend it. I got my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid there, and I loved it. Loved the whole experience. Good people, great selection. Love my color, navy blue. El Cerrito Honda. Memorial Day is usually when hey, we have Memorial Day savings. Well, El Cerrito Honda says all month long we're doing it. We're doing Memorial Day savings all month long. So great selection, great service, great spot. Right off of I-80 on San Pablo Avenue. Very easy to find in El Cerrito. If you want the exact address, 1755 San Pablo Avenue, put it in your GPS. You can start looking for your car 24/7 online. 11 at night, you're like, I want to go to elcerritohonda.com, see what they got. You got it. elcerritohonda.com. Hybrids, EVs, spacious SUVs, Memorial Day savings all month long. So don't forget to tell them, hey, I came here because I heard my boy Murph. He sent me. You're welcome. You're home. El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We're family.
started now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The Minnesota Timberwolves lead the Golden State Warriors 3-1, a chance to close it out on Wednesday night back in the Twin Cities. The Wolves have the most road wins in the postseason the last 2 years. And for the first time since 2016, the finals against Cleveland, the Warriors have lost 3 straight playoff games.
No, we're not going to Superman this thing. If he's in a place where he could play, I'm sure he will, and him and Rick and everybody will figure that out. But we don't need Superman. Got to play the long game. So if he can, we know he will, but there's no pressure. We just got to win a game. Win one game, take it from there. I think that's our mindset. Do all that we can, figure out a way to win one. You win one, everything changes. So that'll be our mindset going into Game 5.
Well, that's why they play the games, because the Warriors are still alive. But are they truly alive? 808 KNBR is the phone number. The Big Hit. Warrior basketball on the brink of extinction. And if so, how does that make you feel? Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Hey, later on, Christian Koss, the Grand Slam kid, will join us at 9:30. That's kind of fun.
Chris Koss back again.
There it is. And the twerculator, right, as you said?
Yeah. What is it, 9:30? That's when it's time for the twerculator.
Right,
it's
that'll
time
be at
for
9:30.
the twerculator.
808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Text line. I was being asked at the youth sporting event du jour, a baseball game, a 13, 14-year-old baseball game last night, by those who believe that because you work in sports media that you're an expert.
Yeah, you know everything, Murph.
So, Murph, what's going to happen? I said the Warriors are going to lose. It's what's going to happen. So I'm calling for it. I hate to do it. Minnesota's a 10.5-point favorite tonight.
Oof.
10.5-point favorite. And as you mentioned earlier in the show, we need to repeat for everyone, it's official. Steph Curry ruled out for tonight. He will not play. They didn't even mess with it.
Yeah, you just heard Draymond Green on the rejoin saying, look, we're not going to force Steph Curry to turn into Superman. Well, I got news for you. Superman has left the building. Steph Curry is not playing tonight. I don't know if Jimmy Butler can step up as Batman at this point. You need the whole Avenger squad to take down this Minnesota
Jimmy
team.
keeps looking to try to get others involved, and they're just not willing. And you start with Pregame. And listen, I was going over Slater and all the other beat writers, Sam Gordon, everybody writing. You know, you look at this team in the second half of the season, what got them on this run was Jimmy meshing with guys like Brandon Pregame, Moses Moody, and Quentin Post.
Yeah, where are those guys now?
All 3 of those guys are not factors at all. And Pods is on the court, not a factor, and Moody and Post aren't even on the court.
No.
So you're looking at a team that's sort of searching, struggling, grasping, and not finding it.
It's a team that had success with those guys on the court and with Trace Jackson-Davis and Jonathan Kuminga off the court.
Yeah.
Now we're in a situation where Trace Jackson-Davis is suddenly in the starting lineup and Kuminga's one of your best offensive players.
Not only that, but Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle are seizing the moment like Warriors are not seizing the moment. They're turning into the 2 best players in the building every night. So everything about tonight is looking bad, guys. Of course, this is why you play the games and you see, but man, oh man, if you have lived long enough, this has execution written all over it.
Yeah, and I understand the argument that, hey, the Warriors won Game 1 on the road out in Minnesota. Well, it did start with Steph Curry giving you 13 points in the first 13 minutes, and they built up a big lead and almost really squandered it in the fourth quarter. But they were able to win that game. But I don't know if it's because of the Warriors' defense that I thought would be so impactful in the series, or just how bad Minnesota was offensive that night. And we know that it's a make or miss league, the biggest cliche in basketball. So if Minnesota comes out and misses all their three-pointers in the first half like they did in Game 1, then yeah, maybe there's an opportunity, but I don't think the T-Wolves are going to play with their food with the possibility that Steph could potentially come back for Game 6.
In Game 1, the Warriors went 18 of 42 from 3. Mind, they only made 8 in the last game. They only put up 27. They're not even getting shots off. In fact, that was part of the deal is that, and again, I keep going back to Pods. I don't mean to make it about Pods, but he's an example of hesitancy. Like you see them, he's got trigger trouble right now. He's having trouble even launching it. That Game 1, Minnesota went 5 of 29 from three-point land. Now, they could do that again tonight.
Yeah.
And we'd be sitting
Anything
here
is possible, Murph. Anything is possible.
And if they do listen, I'm just going to spend 1 minute on the possibility of the Warriors winning this game because they go 5 of 29 from 3. They take it easy, and maybe Pregame gets hot, or Buddy Hield gets hot, or Jimmy Butler takes over as we want. Then you're looking at Steph Curry possibly coming back for Game 6. But as I said earlier in the Young Tony, What Did Young Tony Ask Today segment about is the NBA draft lottery rigged? And I kept trying to say it wasn't. And then you look at all the evidence that points to the oddness of the Dallas Mavericks getting the thing. And I go back to The Godfather saying, oh, really, Kay? Who's being naive? I think that's where I'm at tonight with Game 5. Steve Kerr was pretty short in his press conference yesterday. He was not looking to get into it, man, which is another indication to me that these guys are ready to pack it in. But he did a video conference from Minnesota after they flew, and all these flights back and forth from the Bay Area to Minnesota. When you're down 3-1, that's not a fun flight.
No,
when you're up 3-1, party in the aisles. Like, you know what I mean? Let's start doing the Jimmy Butler Only Want to Be With You Michelob Ultra ad in the aisles.
We're playing dominoes. We're drinking Big Face coffee. We're having a good time.
Yeah, but no. Meanwhile, so here it is. They finally addressed what went wrong in the third quarter that pretty much ended their season.
Defensive connection. We had done a really good job, I think, the previous couple games of just staying connected. And I thought our offensive woes in the middle of the third quarter led to some of the transition stuff. But, they hit some tough shots, but it didn't feel like we ever had control of them in the third. So we've got to stay better connected and make sure we're forcing tougher shots than what we gave up in that third quarter.
All right, so that was pretty much Kerr's longest statement of the night.
Yeah, we're a long ways away from the Warriors dynasty blowing teams out in the third quarter. Now, that should go without saying since you don't have Steph Curry on the court, but we saw last game the Warriors be outscored 39-17 in the third quarter, and the Warriors shot 7 for 19 from the field, 0 for 6 from three-point range.
Yeah, so lots of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 510 says, I hate to say it, but I think the Warriors season is over. They cannot compete without Curry. This is something Bob Fitzgerald stressed to us yesterday. You just can't do it without Curry. Now, you'd like to have thought, again, people are saying, you thought they could have? No, I thought they could have taken one of two at home to buy time to get Curry back. Even losing tonight could have been part of the plan. And bringing Curry back, let's say the Warriors did get 1 or 2 at home. This was my path to victory after Curry went down with a hamstring, was go ahead and get him to Game 6. Even if you're down 3-2. You're down 3-2, you can win Game 6 at home and go Game 7. Game 7, we've seen it. We've seen it in Sacramento. We saw it in, what was the last series
Houston.
they played? Houston, thank you. I'm losing track of my cities. So we've seen them do it. And so that was my path. But, of course, if Curry's not going to be out there in an elimination game, you hate their chances.
Barbecue chicken alert. Barbecue chicken alert.
510 adds on to say, to make a run next year, I think they're going to have to get a legitimate big to go with the 3 they already have. And next year will be the last year of the run. 831 said, Zaza Pachulia told us nothing easy. Why not tonight? Okay, there you go.
Zaza going to be out there slowing down Julius Randle?
408 says, the Warriors have no answer for either Ant or Randle. Draymond the bully has been getting bullied by Julius Randle.
Julius Randle has been playing some grown man basketball.
He really has. 408 says, the back's against the wall tonight. They've been struggling late in games. Unselfish play not getting rewarded. Open shots aren't falling on the road. All the signs are trending down. But that said, I ride with my guys until the wheels fall off. We believe. Well, that's one way to go.
I like it.
For sure. 408 says, Carlos Beltran is not walking through that door for the Warriors. I don't know where that came from, but he got it.
All right.
408 says,
Is Zach Wheeler going to walk through those doors?
408 says, I'm totally deflated, but let's give it one more try. Send all positive ions out there to Dub Nation. That's when the Giants were down 3-1 to St. Louis when we had to send #Rally Zito. Who's Barry Zito tonight? Is it going to be Gary Payton?
Pat Spencer?
Actually, somebody wrote in. I had a text to get to. Called him Patty the Batty Spencer. Said he needs to have a big game tonight.
Yeah, I think if we see Patty the Batty tonight, it's bad news for the Dubs.
831 says, guys, you just got to keep Steph healthy for next season at all costs. That's why I wouldn't have played him tonight, too. 4-5 says, the Warriors reached the level they expected. We have been the 3rd, 4th, or 5th best team in the West all along.
Now, I got a take for you, and this might be crazy, so you can call me a dummy on the text line if you want. Is it better if the Warriors lose tonight? Because then they kind of protect Steph Curry from really injuring this hamstring, trying to protect himself from a further injury. I know at this point of his career, look, I've been extremely vocal about the Steph Curry timeline. That's the only timeline that matters. When you're age 37, you should be taking advantage of every opportunity to go out and win another championship. But maybe this would be best case scenario if the season does end tonight and Steph Curry doesn't injure himself further, something that can maybe linger into next season.
Yeah, for sure. 707 says 1, 2, 3, 2, 1 Cancun. It's Giannis time.
We're on Giannis.
Is that going to be? What's the bigger story this summer? Brock Purdy's contract or Giannis to the Warriors? Giannis to the Warriors is a bigger one
to
too.
The Warriors.
Here 707 says Dub's plan. I could win Game 5, but I won't.
Oh,
wait.
Wait.
So, there you go. 925 says, assuming the season's done tonight, I'm offering pods to the Mavericks for Derek Lively. Mavs don't need 4 7-footers next year. We're shipping pods out. Well, it has been a bad time for him to do it. Listen,
but even as bad as Pods has been playing offensively, Steve Kerr is still defending him for what he does defensively, for what he does on the rebounds, what he does taking charges. Like, he does smaller things that doesn't show up in the box score. But when we're talking about this guy maybe being a future all-star, in the word of Joe Lacob, when you had Pods this summer making the case that he should be on the 2028 Olympic team, you need that guy to step up in these situations.
Suppose if we're going to make this a proper big hit, we should probably end it by talking about Kuminga and his role in all this and how it's changed and what a roller coaster it's been for this guy from December. Somebody sent out a tweet from December where Kerr announced we're benching Draymond to let Kuminga flourish. And somebody wrote on Twitter, they said, damn, it's been a long season because that happened this season.
Yeah, and that's why I've brought up that point a few times over the past week or so when we're talking about Kuminga's playing time, because a lot of Warriors fans think that Steve Kerr has stunted the growth of Jonathan Kuminga. I'm like, did y'all forget that he literally benched Draymond Green to get Jonathan Kuminga in the starting lineup? Like, they've tried to give this guy opportunities. It just seems like you're trying to fit a square peg into a circle hole.
And the idea that it was the ankle then that derailed him, right? So then everything changed. And I don't know if Kerr deserves criticism for, seeing a Jimmy Butler Warrior team that Kuminga couldn't fit into. You have Jimmy Butler himself saying he can play with him. Now, Jimmy's going to be a team guy and say that after a loss. We can do this. But, I mean, is there a legit beef now with Steve Kerr? Now, you'd say Kerr knows more than we do what's going on at practice, what's going on at film study, what's going on when they're trying to run plays, or what's going on defensively. But the idea that Kuminga is actually showing right now, as we said the other day, the only guy who could pose as a Timberwolf with his length, athleticism, and youth, that he's the only one out there really giving him a chance to do something offensively.
Yeah, and I think there is fair criticism for Steve because, look, it's not just Jonathan Kuminga. There's been issues with his usage in his rotation for the last 3, 4, 5 years. Hell, maybe even going back to the start of the Steve Kerr days. I mean, look at the multiple different occasions where you'll get a guy like Trace Jackson-Davis who goes from being a potential center his rookie year, going head-to-head with Wemby at the rim, to falling out of the rotation, to then being back in the starting lineup in the playoffs. Yeah. And we've seen this before. Moses Moody was in the doghouse, didn't get any minutes. Next thing you know, he's getting valuable minutes in the 2022 NBA Finals. Same thing. Was in the rotation to start the year. Next thing you know, Jimmy Butler comes to town, and he's in the starting rotation. So I feel like the back and forth, the all in, the not being all in a guy, I'm not going to compare it to Farhan Zaidi's Sacramento shuttle of sending guys up and down, but it does seem like guys will enter and then leave the doghouse, but then maybe rejoin it with Steve Kerr, not really give him the longest leash to really expand their role in the rotation.
I'm a huge Kerr fan, obviously. I love the way he goes about his business, and he's a pro, and he's won so much in so many different places that you can't ever, it's hard to knock him, but if you want to point out all the inconsistency with the young players, it's there. It's there. And you could say that has stunted some of that. Somebody said, but Moses Moody, where's he right now? Mm-hmm. Now, the counter-argument to that is that Moody's played himself into that situation, has not performed in that situation. So 650 says, after this segment, if the Warriors win tonight, you guys need to apologize for negative particles.
Be positive, bro.
831 says, Kuminga never played basketball as a kid. He didn't play high school or college, so he never drilled the fundamentals. Another 510 says, you may as well let Kuminga cook tonight and see what happens.
Yeah, keep raising up that value if you do want to sign and trade him this summer.
510 says, Kerr defending Pods is like Kerr trying to persuade everyone that Kuminga doesn't fit. Take his comments with a grain of salt. Ooh. It was interesting when he said flat out, I can't play him with Jimmy and Draymond. I was like, wow, it's kind of an absolute statement. It should have been like something like we're working on it or we'd love to get all those guys on the court at the same time, but he said, no, I just can't do it.
Yeah, and I think that's something that you have to take with a grain of salt this summer when we're talking about the future of Jonathan Kuminga. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a Jonathan Kuminga trade request at some point, so who knows where he's at eye to eye with Steve Kerr, with Mike Dunleavy, with Joe Lacob, and the entire Warriors organization.
Yeah, so, that's the big hit, guys. I mean, we're looking at Game 5 through sober eyes. I mean, the Timberwolves are a team on the rise. They're playing great right now. After game one, I was like, these guys aren't that good. Now, they went 5 for 29 from 3, and if they do that again, we'll be in good shape. Seems like Edwards has found his stroke a little bit. Seems like he's shooting with confidence. When he takes it to the rim, it's very difficult to stop him. And Julius Randle, Gobert with the offensive rebounds. I mean, if Steph was out there creating the spacing and the Warriors could match them offensively and hit some big threes. I mean, we look at Game 3 Saturday night. They were winning in the fourth quarter. And then you look at Game 4, that third quarter was so bad. The optics were so bad in the third quarter of Game 4 that you're just kind of left to say that the Warriors without Steph Curry, somebody ends the text by saying, when Fitz compared it to the Brock Purdy NFC Championship injury, he thought that was on point. That you have the best player. We go back to it. The Bulls without Jordan, the Lakers without Kobe, the Nuggets without Jokic. How would they be?
Yeah.
Celtics without Jason Tatum.
No.
Right?
And these are all takes that are provided with sober eyes. That's a great phrase, by the way. I've never used that.
Sober eyes.
Sober eyes. But here's the thing,
I mixed
Murph.
metaphors there. Yes,
No, I like it. I like it a lot. Because here's the thing. I won't be having sober eyes tonight after a Giants day game and a Warriors playoff game. I'll have the beer goggles on, so anything is possible.
Yeah, the opposite of sober eyes is beer goggles.
Beer goggles.
Yes, it is. There. So there you go. Well, there you go. The other thing that was a runner-up for big hit today is the Pete Rose story. So before we get to the cooler of content, Danny Emerman and Christian Koss, who's going to join us at 9:30 this morning. By the way, he was clad in a lot of purple last night. He had the purple undershirts and all that.
I don't love the purple
I know. I'm getting a little worried about the purple.
Hey, but it worked.
The influx of purple. Starting to look like bad Diamondbacks
Yeah,
there.
dude, but if the purple can give you 10 runs, I'll take it.
This is true. But the other huge story today, kind of the big hit, the co-big hit, is Pete Rose being taken off the permanent ban in baseball and how that makes you guys feel about putting him in to the Hall of Fame. It's a huge debate. Should he still continue to serve the penalty for gambling, or are you a believer that this has been served enough and that his death means that he can get put into the Hall of Fame? And if so, what does that mean for Barry Bonds, Alex Rodriguez, and Roger Clemens? That's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see Metallica. 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica on Friday, June 20th at Levi Stadium. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, there it is. The Pete Rose song, man. He did a little too much gambling for the likes of a Bart Giamatti, and in 1989 was permanently banned. Now, mind, Marcus, permanently banned. Permanent. There was no word about it. There's a misconception out there that it was a lifetime ban. It was a permanent. What is permanent? Till the end of time?
Written in Sharpie?
Till the end of time.
Is that a tattoo?
What happened yesterday, if y'all, first of all, good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. You can see us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
Hello.
There's young Tony in the rectangle. We got big things coming our way, cooler content, always the fun stuff of the day. Danny Emerman talking Warrior basketball at 8:50. Christian Koss, the Grand Slam kid, joins us at 9:30 before a Giants day game today.
Now it's time for
the Twerkulator.
That's it. Set your alarm clocks now, 9:30 on the Murph and Marcus show. It's time for the Twerkulator.
Literally, our opening question is, bro, tell us about choosing Twerkulator as your walk-up song. So anyway, this was a huge deal, coast to coast, and has everybody buzzing. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred, who we phone in wins to every time the Giants win, and we derogatorily call him an empty suit before we call it in. He announced he's changing the league's policy on permanent ineligibility, saying now that a permanent ban expires at death. We just got real heavy here on the show.
Damn.
We just brought you to death. We just brought you.
Does that mean...
Hey, how was your morning? I was listening to the morning guys. They were talking about death.
Yeah, 808 KNBR. Rob Manfred doesn't believe in the afterlife.
Dude, I mean, bro, have you come face-to-face with your mortality yet? Yeah. Where do you get a little older?
I was just telling you about those thoughts about taking those last bike rides with my buddies.
There it is.
That's it, dude.
Pete Rose talking about that last bet he made with the Reds.
Uh-huh.
How did I know that was going to be my last bet?
I hit the over 6.5.
Anyway, enough riffing. Back to the serious stuff here. So by changing it to expiring at death, that means 17 individuals had their status changed. And the biggest one of all is Pete Rose, who was permanently banned in 1989. Now, mind, young Tony and young Marcus, your boy here lived through that vibrantly. Like, I was very much engaged in 1989. I was working in sports media at the LA Times, and it was pretty much decided by the country that Pete Rose had committed the cardinal sin. Ironically, not playing for the Cardinals, playing for the Reds, but and managing for the Reds, that he bet on baseball. Major League Baseball concluded that Rose repeatedly bet on the Reds while as a player and manager. From 1985 to 87, a violation, of course, of a long-standing Major League Baseball rule. So I think most people felt, yeah, no, you've crossed the line. Now, steroids. That brings up Barry Bonds. Now, is that different? In my opinion, it is. In my opinion, it is. The PED era, to me, I always summarize the PED era by this, Marcus. When Barry Bonds hit his 755th home run to tie Hank Aaron, he did it in San Diego off of a guy named Clay Hensley. By the way, briefly spent a time with the Giants. But Clay Hensley had been suspended earlier in his career for performance-enhancing drugs. That, to me, was like the most cinematic thing possible that showed how wide-ranging PEDs were. Mm-hmm. Now, not everybody did them, and those who didn't were like, hey, man, I didn't do them, and I get that argument. I get it. but it was a time in baseball history. And by erasing that whole era, I think is a mistake. But betting on baseball, we've now taken out the fundamental rules of the game, which is like, what are we even watching? What are we? Are we watching the NBA draft lottery? Is that what we're watching?
We are, Murph.
For sure. So anyway, guys, now there's a lot. This gets very complicated. I know we have a few minutes in this segment here, but it doesn't mean he's automatically in the Hall of Fame. He still has to get voted in by baseball writers. Now, he's not on the baseball writers ballot. So what does that mean? He goes to something called the Veterans Committee, which every 3 years considers players from 1980 or earlier who aren't in. And guys have gotten in through that, like Harold Baines got in through that. A lot of people thought Harold Baines shouldn't get in, but he got in through that. Bill Mazeroski got in through that, I believe. So in December of 2027, the Veterans Committee meets next to consider players, and they would be eligible to consider Pete Rose. Will they vote him in? I don't know. They might not. They might not.
This might be a dumb question.
No, there's no such thing.
The Veterans Committee is made up of Hall of Fame players, or it's still made up of writers?
Great question. Not a dumb question. It's made up of a rotating cast that the Cooperstown chooses every few years, and it's former players, former managers, and media members. Like Bruce Jenkins of the Chronicle. I know one year he was one of those guys. So they flew to Florida. They all met in like a conference room and had a bunch of like hotel food, like guys wheeling in room service breakfast. And they put in, ready for this? Tony La Russa went in as a manager. Now we love Tony. He could be listening right now because Joe Rudy's going into the Hall of Fame tomorrow, although he didn't manage Rudy. But anyway, we love Tony, but he was associated with the steroid era.
Without question.
And that Veterans Committee voted in Bud Selig. Excuse me. Bud Selig not only was associated, but profited from the steroid era.
Without question.
So there's all this gray area, buddy. And I'm just here to tell you guys my view, and you can give me the young kids' view. But for me, gambling was always the rule you couldn't cross, the line you couldn't cross. The 1919 Black Sox Chick Gandil admitted that he fixed the World Series. And you're like, bro, if we're fixing games, we can't do that. So for me, I still have a problem putting Pete Rose in. Now, I'm open to the possibility of putting him in with a plaque that lists him gambling on baseball also. I don't know. You guys come from younger generation. The younger generation seems to be a little looser with the rules, maybe, or I don't know. How do you feel?
Well, my interpretation was I was in the camp that thought it was a lifetime ban, and I know now we're getting to like logistics. We're talking like semantics and like actual words and what they mean. So to me, a lifetime ban meant Pete Rose, he's banned for life. Once his life is over, maybe they will open a door for a guy that has over 4,000 hits, Murph. So I thought maybe that would be a possibility. I never even thought once about the Black Sox and Shoeless Joe Jackson, getting into the Hall of Fame. Because that was one of the worst moments in baseball history. Almost killed the sport of baseball. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. They were looking for Babe Ruth and nickel beers to save the game of baseball, which really brought it into its heydays, into the golden age of baseball. So it's a little confusing there for me to just kind of lift these bans. And I think that's the confusing part with the Baseball Hall of Fame, is the gray area that you were talking about. The hypocrisy of these writers or anybody who controls the votes, even the Veterans Committee, of, hey, where do we draw the line? Where steroid users or guys who have been tied to steroids? Because we know there's guys in the Hall of Fame right now, David Ortiz, one of them, just obvious example, that has ties to the steroid era and those allegations. So when do you get to play good cop or bad cop? And like, to me, that's the frustrating part. And then even going beyond that with the Hall of Fame, with the unanimous voting stuff, whether or not Ichiro should get in 100% versus 99%, it's just a bunch of BS. And that's why I'm just so frustrated with the entire Hall of Fame process at this point. So to be honest with you, it doesn't really change my narrative of what's going to happen with Pete Rose and these guys. Because at this point, I'm just kind of over the MLB Hall of Fame.
That's and your generation's like that. I know that you guys are kind of giving up on it. It used to be the most exalted building in American sports. It was like, oh my God, Cooperstown. It was amazing. And I was there last summer. And I was like, yeah, it's taking some hits, man. It's taking some hits. It's not quite as hallowed, definitely not as hallowed as it used to be.
Yeah, and I've always kind of had an issue with the writers kind of acting like the gatekeepers to the Hall of Fame, which leads us back to this discussion, whether or not they're going to open up these gates for Pete Rose now, because now it's going to come down to some of those guys making those decisions.
It will only be a few writers. It'll also be baseball players, too. And some of those players might view gambling as a cardinal sin. Like some of those players didn't put, the last Veterans Committee did not put Barry Bonds in. It was like, whoa, what? So 2 things I would say. I know we're running out of time. We got cooler content. This is stuff we can talk about for days to come. But 2 arguments that I'll tell you that soften me on Pete Rose. 1, 2002 World Series, MasterCard or Visa, one of the two. I'll give them both plugs. Did a promotion before Game 5 in San Francisco. I was at the game, and they brought back Pete Rose. It was a huge controversy because it was like, he's banned from baseball. He can't be at the World Series. But it was Visa or MasterCard said, no, he's our guest, and we're doing a promotion for a MasterCard giveaway. And so he was on the field. They were like, MasterCard presents a giveaway with Pete Rose. It was crazy. He was on the field. I have to tell you, it was a huge ovation. Like, the crowd went nuts. There was like a little softening. It's almost like we felt like, he did his time kind of at that. It would have been 23 years at that point in time. He got a huge ovation. It was like, it was kind of like, oh, all right, we're kind of voting with our cheering here. The other argument I would say in favor of Rose, and this one has always got me in favor of the steroid people too, is that it's a museum. It's not the hall of the who behaved best. Who was the nicest guy? Because we get into the late 1800s, early 1900s, the rampant racism, and all those players who were virulent racists. And there was one of the guys that is it not Wee Willie Killer? One of the guys who said, I won't step on a field if there's a black man out there. And the guy's in the Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? So we start playing
so much for that moral clause.
Selective morality. All that said, gambling is the one thing. Like, you can't gamble on the game. That said, look what we're doing right now with the freaking Prize Picks and the FanDuel and the Underdog.
Yep, it's everywhere.
I mean, Mike Krukow told us today it's on their pregame show.
Yeah.
So
they show lines on the broadcast.
It's a mess. It's crazy. By the way, Bart Giamatti, the commissioner who installed the permanent ban, his son has spoken out and was very upset. He said, here's the quote, just to represent the other view. Marcus Giamatti, son of the commissioner, by the way, not Paul Giamatti, the great actor, who was also the son of the commissioner, said he was, quote, incredibly disappointed, unquote, in Manfred's decision. I'm also disappointed my family was not consulted prior to this decision. This commissioner's decision makes for a very dark day for baseball, the country, and the fans. My father's mission by banning Rose was to uphold the integrity of the game. Therefore, reinstating Rose in this manner puts that integrity, that rule, and everything my father fought in peril. So there's another take.
Yeah, but I'm sure his dad didn't think the World Series trophy was just a piece of metal, or maybe a Hall of Fame bus is just a piece of bronze.
I don't know what his dad would say about the FanDuel and the Prize Picks and the Underdog. He'd be freaking out, man.
DraftKings, official sponsor of the Major League Baseball.
This segment was sponsored by FanDuel. All right, guys. Anyway, it's a really, really interesting time. I'm torn a little bit. I know you're supposed to have a hot take. I think ultimately, and by the way, we didn't even mention that the Prez was involved in this.
Oh, was he?
40 said, I was involved. You haven't mentioned me. I got him at, we could riff away, right? I met him at a dog track. You know, Pete Rose used to like to bet on the dogs a lot.
I like to bet on a lot of things.
We solved it at the dog track. Yes, he met with Manfred in April. Manfred refuses to say that meeting, but clearly that meeting had an effect. And Trump has tweeted about Rose getting into the Hall of Fame. It's an interesting thing, man, because you're putting in a known gambler, a guy who admitted that he bet on the game, into the Hall of Fame.
Put them all in. Barry Bonds.
It's an interesting
Mark
thing.
McGwire.
We need a Trump tweet on Bonds,
We're going to make the Hall of Fame great again.
Mark McGwire, Big Mac. 1998. It's hard to describe how big 98 was, guys.
Sammy Sosa. Always loved him. I'm the one who gave him the American flag to run out with.
By the way, there's a fun little story in The Athletic about the other 16 people who got off the ineligible list. There's some great backstories, including a guy named Benny Koff, who played for the New York Giants, who got banned for stealing a car, repainting it, and selling it. In other words, that would be called the San Francisco Tenderloin Wing Hall of Fame. There you go, dude.
Yeah, a lifetime ban. That's just a slap in the wrist in San Francisco.
Well, it's called a Tuesday in San Francisco, yeah. All right, guys. Cooler content on the other side on the Sports Leader.
right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, thanks everybody for your reactions on the Pete Rose stuff. We can continue to talk about that as the days go on, man. Big days, man. The idea of Pete Rose going to the Hall of Fame is nuts. Something in 1989 we thought we would never see. But I digress. Cooler of Content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Yes.
Who would have thought in 1989 they were screaming, tear down that wall, and now we're saying tear down that wall for Pete Rose to get into the Hall of Fame.
Pretty much. There you go, buddy. Good 89 knowledge, bro. By the way, I just looked at my Twitter. I was just trying to make sure I was boned up. Just saw this stat from this tweet called at Baseball Nut History. Baseball History Nut, pardon me. At Nut History is the Twitter handle. It says Max Scherzer is getting paid this year. He's not playing. He's getting $15 million from the Washington Nationals as part of a contract he signed.
Still from the Nationals?
He's getting $30.8 million from the Mets as part of a contract he signed. He's getting $12.5 million from the Rangers as part of a contract he signed. He's getting $15.5 million from the Blue Jays as part of a contract he signed. Marcus, let me do that math here right now. 45, 57, 72, 73. Over $74 million this year to not play.
Damn.
That puts Bobby Bonilla right now is pissed. Like he's been completely outfoxed. That's insane.
Get your money, Max. Get your money.
Max Scherzer. Damn.
Wow.
All right. Want to get that out there.
Good for you, Max.
All right. So, by the way, schedule release today. We'll have Matt Mayoko on tomorrow to talk about it.
Yeah, and we will have the 49ers last place schedule.
We will have the last place schedule. It's part of what Young Tony asked today. And there's a story that Kite might have mentioned you on the air last night. Is this right?
Yeah. So I'm trying to find out.
How did none of us hear it?
So I was watching the whole game. I was actually locked in when they were, when they were on offense, obviously. I'm tripping because Fott was on the mound. I'm trying to find it. It was within the first 4 innings. Fott only pitched 4. Kipe did the radio 4, 5, and 6.
Mm-hmm.
So it had to be in the first 3 innings.
Yeah, because I was listening on my transistor radio at the game yesterday, and I heard Kipe 4, 5, 6 make a couple riffs about our boy Raph, so I did not hear the Young Tony riff. I'm looking for these.
I was not able to tune in until late. We had a youth baseball game, 13, 14-year-old baseball game. Then I went, ready for this? Dude, your boy went to a planning commission meeting at Mill Valley City Hall. Dude.
Planning commission?
Dude.
What the hell are you planning?
Bro, don't go to planning commission meetings. Oh, my God. Yeah, dudes, people are standing up there with these drawings, and they're pointing at all these people going, yeah, well, the SPU on the setback has your ADU in violation of the traverse. I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, shoot me now.
Whoa.
Shoot me now. We had to sit because we're putting in the youth baseball team that Rory plays for. Shout out Coach Holby wants to put in a batting cage at a vacant building in town. He has to get approval from the planning commission.
Okay.
So we showed up to support him.
Wow.
But we had to sit through the first guy who had some drawings that he wanted approved. Bro.
Wow.
Bro. Dude, think of the worst class you've ever been in school in your life.
Oh, man, I've been in a bunch.
And then go jump off a building.
Oh, man.
Well, yeah, the setback on the ADU has the SPU in traverse effect here. So I'm going to ask you a question about that. I was like, really? Don't ask him a question about that.
I didn't even know this thing
now.
existed.
Planning commission.
The
Marcus.
planning commission.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was there, I'd start throwing up prayers for GOD, our guy Greg O'Donnell, because we know planning is a process.
I should have just said that. So anyway, the point is I had my phone on my lap and I was watching the Giants game on my phone instead of listening to the ADU and the SLP and the traverse and the setback and all that. And that's a long way of saying I couldn't hear the audio. So if anybody heard Young Tony get shouted out last night.
We need the information.
Let us know.
808 KNBR.
925 says, I thought it was the 7th inning. He mentioned the morning show. Okay. Somebody else. Anybody else?
He mentioned the morning show in the 7th inning talking about like what you guys were talking about on the show with him. It wasn't specific to me.
It's always got to be about you, huh, Tony?
No, I was just adding the context.
Sounds like you're only looking for the part about you.
Yes.
No, he's talking about Lamar Wade.
It's a team player, buddy. We're team players. Anyway.
We'll find the audio.
Speaking of team, you know who cropped up on a podcast recently? Monte Ellis.
Monte.
It's funny because Peter Hartlaub, who does such a great job always going through the history of the Bay Area, did a feature on Steph Curry's first day as a Warrior, his press conference. and he has all these pictures and just saying, it's all this funny stuff. Like, there was like 6 reporters there. His suit is like too big. He has no whiskers on his face. And he quoted Ray Ratto in the column as saying, "Don't get used to him. He might not be here too long."
Don't get used to him.
I love how Hartlaub fished that out. And listen, we all have freezing cold takes, right? Of course. But that one got, here it is right here. It says, it's hard to know how invested Warriors fans should be in Stephen Curry. Columnist Ray Ratto wrote, after all, he may not be here all that long.
Yeah, but it wasn't just Ray. I mean, everybody had concerns about his ankles when he first started.
And then Media Day was a few weeks later. On that day, Steven Jackson requested a trade, and Monte Ellis declared before playing a single game that it was impossible to envision a future with Curry. Quote, "Us together? No, I can't. I just can't," said Monte.
Wow. So, what do you give me for Monte and Jonathan Kuminga not being able to play with Steph Curry?
Very good, dude. Very good. So here we go. Here's Monte Ellis about being traded from Golden State. What is this podcast? Does somebody want to give credit to the...
You're going to get this podcast.
We just got to give credit to the podcast.
Yeah, come on, Curly. Give him some damn credit.
Yeah, man.
Can somebody give Bob Myers and his podcast some credit?
And if somebody's going to... steal stuff from our show, they got to give us credit, right? Well, we'll tell you later. You got it?
Out the Mud podcast, according to John Joe Curley.
Okay.
Out the Mud.
Out the Mud. Here it is.
So I'm in the hotel because I'm in there like, damn, I don't know what finna happen. So we get on the phone. They were like, we ain't trading you. We was like, we got like 2 games out of AC thing. I don't know how many games we had, like 20-something or whatever. And they were like, we just gonna ride it out. So I'm like, cool. Like, we gelling right now. So I ain't even tripping.
You like, I ain't going nowhere.
Man, I'm like, cool. I ain't want to go nowhere anyway.
I ain't going nowhere.
But from the time I got from off that phone call and hung up for them, going down to the bus and ride to the arena, but they done traded me already. They ain't told me nor my agent. Man, I get in the what's the name? Dominic McGuire. He say, bro, they just traded you. I said, nah, bro, they ain't traded me. I said, bro,
tell me where you was coming from?
We was getting I left from the hotel to go into the game. We playing sack.
Oh, y'all on the bus?
Yeah, I'm going on to the bus I just left up out the hotel. Getting I just on the phone over them. Leaving out of the hotel room, closing to go to the game.
Right.
So by the time I closed that door, got on the bus, headed to the game, they had traded me. They ain't told me. So Dominic McGuire was like, bro, they trade. I said, bro, nah, they ain't trade me. He said, bro, it just came on ESPN. He said, look, turned around, bro, came at the bottom of the screen. Then Mark Jackson want to come in there, tell me, can I talk to you? I said, man, you ain't got nothing to say to me, man. I can see it right here.
Wait a minute, damn, killer.
That's how I got traded out of Golden State.
Oh, man. It was the March 13, 2012. And I remember I was at an event at the St. Francis Hotel. It was some sort of, was it a Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, like cocktail party or something like that? And Jerry West was at the party. And I remember, and then the trade came through. I was like, that's the guy who just made the trade. And so he was cocktailing and trading Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut. They also got Stack Jack back in that. I also see that Epe Udo and Kwame Brown also went to the Bucks. It was an unbelievable trade that changed everything for the Warriors.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But focusing on the Monte part, I mean, this is sometimes the shady part of sports business, where you have to find out that you're being traded on a Sports Center ticker at the bottom of the screen.
This is happening more and more in life, too.
Yeah, it's happened to a lot of other players outside of Monte, so I understand his feelings of kind of feeling like he got did dirty.
By the way,
it feels like it.
Him mentioning Dominic McGuire, completely forgot that Dominic McGuire was a Warrior. Epe Udo, kind of forgot about hhim, too. I'm looking at the 2011-12 roster, bro. Here are people who played that year. Earl Barron, don't remember him. Keith Benson, Biedrins. Kwame Brown was a Warrior.
Kwame.
Steph, Monte. Mikal Gladness was a Warrior. Richard Jefferson. Charles Jenkins. David Lee. Dominic McGuire. Mickey Moore. Nate Robinson. Brandon Rush. Ish Smith. Clay. Jeremy Tyler. Epe Udo. Chris Wright. And Darrell Wright. Wow. They went 23 and 43.
Squad.
Strike that year, huh? So under 20 games under. Anyway, there you go, man. Tony Kornheiser talked about Pete Rose. That's next. Explaining what's happening here about the writers still might not, or the Veterans Committee might not put him in.
Pete Rose and Joe Jackson, Shoeless Joe Jackson, are now eligible for the Hall of Fame. But Rob Manfred does not put you in the Hall of Fame. The baseball writers who are members put you in the Hall of Fame. Those baseball writers, as we know well, are guardians of the game. They take violations very seriously. Joe Jackson fixed games. Okay, Pete Rose bet on games as a manager of one team. That doesn't go away. You know who else is eligible for the Hall of Fame right now? Barry Bonds is eligible. Mark McGwire is eligible. Sammy Sosa, Roger Clemens, they're eligible. Are they getting in anytime soon? Doesn't look that way from the voting. As you know, Mike, I would put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. I would put his sins on the plaque and his accomplishments on the plaque. I agree that when your life is gone, it's okay to be eligible for something, but I do not see Pete Rose as a first ballot Hall of Fame. I just don't. I don't think it's going to happen because of the writers.
Well, again, now, a little confusing now. The Veterans Committee is what's going to vote. And the Veterans Committee could be different. I remember it was like, when Joe Morgan was alive, he was one of the guys who was there, and he didn't want Bonds in, believe it or not. So, anyway, that's where we're at right now. But again, it won't happen until December of 2027. So we have a ways to go.
Yeah, if you had to throw down a couple shekels on it in honor of Pete Rose, do you think he eventually gets in?
That's a great question. I need to know who's in the room.
Yeah, who's voting? Show us those ping pong balls, Adam Silver.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What's rigged and what's not?
Yeah.
Do we have the Ricky Pearsall Rolex video or no?
We got the Frozen Hall of Fame ballot.
Ricky Pearsall was at the Warrior game, and somebody filmed him wearing the Rolex that was from the day he got shot. This is from a Twitter account. I'm sorry we don't have the Twitter account. Here it is. Check out your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Ricky Pearsall at the Warrior game on Monday night wearing the Rolex. It's a short clip. Here it is.
You just show me. All scratched up. Hey, but it's real personal now, though. It's real personal. Appreciate it.
There he is. Not wearing the shirt, by the way.
No, he did not put on the shirt, but he did put on the Rolex.
How about some listener? How about some fan seeing that and going in and filming it and Ricky submitting to it and saying, yeah, man.
Pretty personal.
Ricky seems like a nice guy, doesn't he?
Extremely personal. Yeah, he does. He seems like a good kid. And honestly, I'm really excited for him this season. Like the last 2 games of the season, he went off. He was balling out. He had some really, really good performances to close out the season. Feels like we haven't talked a lot about Slick Rick this offseason, stepping up as maybe your number 1 or number 2 next to Juwan Jennings with Ayuk starting the season injured.
Yeah, man, oh man. Yeah, go back and look at those numbers again from the end of the season. Do you want to do this Gruden thing? And then end the cooler con. John Gruden did something for the St. Louis Cardinals. What's this all about?
Got me feeling nice.
It's a video?
Well, I don't know if you're aware of the John Gruden content. He's now working for Barstool.
Yeah, I do know that. Yeah,
but he does a lot of these videos where he talks about like big time performances that has got him feeling nicey.
Okay.
Well, now he's switched it up from talking about football to baseball, and apparently John Gruden and the St. Louis Cardinals have got him feeling nicey.
Okay, here we go.
Dad used to coach running backs at Indiana University for Lee Corso. Then he got a job coaching running backs at Notre Dame. Then he got a job coaching running backs at Tampa Bay. And in the summertime, I played baseball. I love baseball, and I especially love the St. Louis Cardinals. And you know what's got me feeling really nicey? The Cardinals are on a 9-game winning streak! Try that! They're led by manager Ollie Marmol. I mean, try going into the clubhouse when you're 14 and 19 and keeping a positive attitude and turning this ball club into a force. Lars Nootbaar, their leadoff hitter, 6 home runs, 22 RBIs. He even has a better snap count than most of these clapping quarterbacks. My favorite player is Nolan Arenado, the man they call Nado.
Got me feeling nicey.
Try getting one past him at the hot corner. He's the best. How about our pitching staff? Tonight, we have Sonny Gray going up against the Phillies. He's 4-1 with a 3.50 ERA and 47 Ks. What if we get in trouble in the late innings? We go to Ryan Helsley. He's already got 8 saves. He'll blow it by you. And you better watch out for Brendan Donovan and Ivan Herrera. 2 young guys that are on the rise. Look out, Philadelphia. Here we go. You know, my dad used to coach.
Unbelievable.
I had not seen that.
Unbelievable.
So first off, he missed it. Didn't have the video. He's wearing the Lou, which is their alternate
City Connect jerseys.
He's also wearing a Steph Curry inspired hat that says the Lou upside down.
And I especially
think it's legit. I think he's a Cardinal fan.
I mean, he's got to be with takes like that.
By the way, I didn't know they had a 9-game win streak. They do. They got a 9-game win streak.
And it's got Gruden feeling nicey.
Who sings the song?
See, I think it's like a custom-made song for John Gruden because he's been using it. I don't think there's any like copyright issues or anything like that, but it's all about the punctuation, the way he hits the post every time, and the way he punches the camera with the is what gets me going.
It's really interesting. They must have been rained out yesterday because they have a doubleheader today in Philadelphia. So watch out. Here come John Gruden's Cardinals.
Sonny Gray on the bump.
Marcus said we need one of these for the Young Tony said we need one of these for the Giants. And watch out for Elliot Ramos. And watch out for Robbie Ray. Ball's coming out of his hand. Feeling nicey.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like that. Christian Koss. Chris Koss is back again. Got me feeling nicey.
We definitely need Gruden on some. We need Gruden on Koss.
Yeah.
Who will join us today at 9:30.
That's it.
Well, that was really good. I had not seen that. My gosh. I love baseball. I want to keep that. Maybe put that in the win package, or no, it's a Cardinal thing, though.
But it is a good soundbite.
I love baseball. Yeah.
I was playing baseball.
Try getting him past the hot corner. All right.
They call him Nado.
All right. I know a Cardinal fan. I got to send that to him. Okay, guys. That's it for the Cooler of Content. And now, Danny Emerman checks in from Minneapolis. Talking Kuminga. Talking playoff Jimmy. And talking the Warriors. Next on The Sports Leader.
I love baseball. Look out, Philadelphia! Here we come!
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Oh, yeah, River Island. Let's go to the boathouse and start our tour of the good life. With a little lunch, maybe an Arnold Palmer, maybe listen to some tunes, and then we cruise around River Islands. Boathouse is the great restaurant and dock area. River Islands is where Bay Area home buyers have been discovering the good life for the past 10 years. I don't think there's another location in the greater Bay Area that offers such a terrific combination of homes, lakes, parks, and schools. Not only is the natural setting magnificent, it's close to the San Joaquin River, but there's whole neighborhoods built around lakes. They got docks to let you go rowing, kayaking. How about that? They got baseball fields, soccer fields, fields for sitting back and taking in the view. River Islands High School, brand new, beautiful. Go Riptide. 3 K-8 schools among the highest scoring in the country. Del Webb's out here for the 55-plus crowd. Yeah, that's right. Stand up 55-plus. Offering 3 model complexes. Listen, more than ever, River Islands has it all. All priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million. Go to riverislands.com. Start your tour today. See for yourself how the good life can be your life. That's riverislands.com. And hey, I'll meet you.
The good life.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, could be purple raining on the Warriors season tonight as they go to Minnesota, 10.5-point underdogs. Is this a public execution tonight as Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards look to be so much more ready for the moment than Draymond Green and John Kuminga and Brandon Pajemski and all those other Warriors who are out there flailing without Steph Curry? You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's ask Danny Emerman about it. He started here at KNBR.com. In fact, Danny, since it's so certain that the Warriors will lose tonight, let's talk about you for a second here, buddy. First of all, good morning.
Yeah, what's up, Danny?
When you came out from
fellas.
Boston, it was Boston, right? Where you grew up?
Boston, Mass. That's right.
Did you go to BU or Northeastern or BC? What'd you do, bud?
Syracuse.
Syracuse University.
Oh, Sarah, you're a Q's guy. Okay. Were you a journalism major?
I was.
Look at you, kid. Look at you. So when you got that gig at KNBR.com and they were paying you poverty wages, did you think that you would be the guy riding side saddle with Steph Curry on the road to greatness?
Man. It's hard to say yes, but yeah, I mean, my goal, my dream growing up always has been to cover the NBA. So, I'm very fortunate to be in the position that I am in, and hopefully I'm doing a good job bringing some colorful stories, some stories that resonate to readers and Warriors fans everywhere. I'm really, really thrilled for the opportunity, and it's been a fun ride.
And this is, by the way, for the sfstandard.com, where I am a subscriber. And I have to ask you, how is the hell of working for Kerry Crowley, who's the sports editor of the SF Standard?
Kerry's the best. Kerry is the absolute best. I don't know if this makes good radio, but I'm happy to extol, praise on my sports editor, Kerry Crowley, another KNBR guy. He's the best. He's organized. He's sharp. He is proactive. Excellent sports editor. He's the best.
Look at this petri dish of talent that is KNBR here, buddy. All right, well, we've delayed long enough. Is this a public execution tonight? The Warriors are 10.5-point underdogs. Steph Curry has been ruled out. Game 4 had a real air of finality about it. If you're the Warriors lacing them up tonight, give me a reason to believe.
And the Wolves are knocking on heaven's door, huh? In Minneapolis. I watched Complete Unknown on the way here.
Oh, nice. Very good.
So what's funny about this series is that all the past couple weeks, both teams have kind of said, they feel pretty good about their chances if they win the possession game, if they limit their turnovers and win on the boards. I think only one of those teams is right, though. I think if the Timberwolves play, a C+, B- game, they have enough talent to kind of overpower the Warriors. In terms of tonight, Jimmy Butler is feeling better than he was in Game 4. He was a little bit under the weather, so he should have a little bit more juice like you saw in Game 3. And when Jimmy Butler is playing like playoff Jimmy, any team he's on has a chance to win any given game. So if they can extend the series by winning tonight, the Warriors get a few days off. It's possible Steph Curry returns after some additional rest. He's getting reevaluated today. The expectation was never that he was going to get cleared immediately, but Game 6 was always more of a likely possibility. And if they can get it to Game 6 and Steph Curry can return, and hamstrings are tricky, but if he can return and play well, I think this was going to be a great series for him. So if they can win tonight, then the momentum of the series certainly shifts. That's a tall task. I think winning on the road without Steph Curry is really difficult. There's a reason they've lost 3 straight games without him. But yeah, I mean, if there's ever a time for hope for Warriors fans, it would be tonight.
Danny, is there any explanation of why the Warriors would rule out Steph Curry and make that announcement last night before going through that reevaluation this morning?
I think it was kind of a foregone conclusion that he was going to get ruled out. No matter how hard he might have tried or pushed, he hasn't really done any, significant full-speed basketball work yet. So he was never going to get cleared for Game 5, is my understanding. And They didn't announce it necessarily that he was out, but it was just on the official injury report, which kind of updates periodically before games.
Are you a fan of the BBC Ricky Gervais The Office?
Only the U.S. version.
Okay, because the BBC is very, 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 very funny, and his band was called Foregone Conclusion. Anyway, we won't digress, dude. It's been tough for Brandon Podziemski. I seem to keep coming back to him, and I don't know why. I'm sort of picking on him unfairly, but he's sort of a symbol of what they're like without Steph out there. I mean, I feel like Buddy has maybe tread water enough, but like they just can't. They have no 3-point shooting right now without Steph. Are you looking at Podziemski and others for this lack of 3-point shooting? What's going on? They only got 27 up, I think, in the last game. Danny,
that's right. Yeah. Yeah. I think the way you put it's pretty sharp, Murph. I think he's a good example of what this team is like without Steph Curry. It's kind of a microcosm in terms of how different his role becomes when Steph Curry's not on the court. He has the ball significantly more. He's asked to create a lot more, run more pick and rolls, handle a bigger load. And, for stretches in the regular season, when he was playing really well, he wasn't really doing that. He was attacking second side closeouts. He was kind of a secondary ball handler. That's kind of the role he's more fit to excel in right now. So when he gets thrust into a tough role, tougher, more responsibilities in a competitive, really grueling series against a really good team. You should credit Minnesota. They've slotted a lot of attention on him defensively, and he's really struggled with it. He's 9 for 40 on the series, 22.5%. It's one of the worst shooting percentages in a series ever. He's really laboring out there, and I think a big thing with Podziemski is just confidence, just in terms of confidence to let it fly. He's not even just making shots, but even taking them. I think he's passed out of a lot of shots, and in the first few minutes of Game 4, I think he was playing with a lot more juice, and then a couple didn't go in, and then that kind of dissipated. So I think confidence is a big deal for him, and getting into his pull-up game, trying to get to the rim a little bit more to get that outside shot going. He does a lot of things beyond shooting that are impactful, but when the shot's not falling, everything becomes much more difficult for him. I don't know, Murph, does this series from Podziemski change the way you look at him as a player?
I mean, a little bit. He's young still. I mean, he's still growing. It definitely is one of those markers along the way, like NBA players that get knocked down in the playoffs and have to kind of learn what it's like to be big boy. That whole history of players and teams that have to get knocked down in the playoffs before, like the Rockets in the last round. So I'm definitely not giving up on him, but certainly he's now learning what it's like to play big boy basketball when Steph Curry's not on the court. But so, yeah, I mean, have I learned more about him? Yeah, that he has a lot more growth to go. But I haven't given up on him. I think the Warriors should keep him. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think the playoffs reveal truths about players. And I think you're right. I think this series has revealed that Podziemski has a long ways to go for development offensively.
The Jonathan Kuminga saga has been one of the biggest storylines for this Warriors playoff run. What are your big picture thoughts on the way that Steve Kerr has used him, Steve Kerr's development of Jonathan Kuminga, and has this series changed your opinion about whether or not it's going to change the future of Jonathan Kuminga with the Warriors this summer?
I don't think this series affects his future with the Warriors at all. And in terms of Steve Kerr's usage of him, I don't think this series makes him wrong either. I don't think it like invalidates his reasoning for benching him. The context of this team is so different. He's a player who really thrives with the ball in his hands, and when you have Steph Curry out there and Jimmy Butler, you don't really want the ball in Kuminga's hands that much. So if he was out there with those guys while the team was humming, I think there's more of a chance that he would have disrupted things than excelled like you've seen him do now. He's played great, and like we said with Podziemski, playoffs reveal truths about players, and I think the past 2-3 games with Kuminga are certainly games that matter. I think they're performances that the 29 other GMs around the league notice and recognize, and I think that's a big step for Kuminga, because if these 3 games, if this opportunity didn't present itself to him, he would have ended the season on a pretty low note. And that would have been tough for his prospects in terms of restricted free agency, a possible extension with the Warriors. I'm not sure if, the Warriors have looked under the hood at Kuminga for 4 years. They know more about him than any other team. So I don't think they'll be swayed one way or another by the past 3 games.
Talking to Danny Emerman, the San Francisco Standard. Everybody go to sfstandard.com, support local journalism. And he's got the great Tim Kawakami alongside him writing columns, and Johnny Shea covering baseball and all that good stuff. But Danny, before we got to ask about playoff Jimmy. And, it was so strange to see him so passive. And we were asked by Young Tony in our segment, what did Young Tony ask today? What's the deal with playoff Jimmy? Why hasn't he dragged this team to the finals the way they always said? That seems to be the verb everybody uses. He dragged 2 Miami Heat teams to the finals. But he's not dragging this one. And, in fact, he was a drag on Saturday or Monday night. So what do you think? Is he hurt more than we know? Is he different at age 35 than he was at age 30? What happened on Monday night for him to be so passive?
Is he sick, Danny? What's going on?
Yeah, he was a little sick for Game 3, but I think the latter is the most important factor. Yeah, he's 35 years old. I don't think you should be expecting him to completely put a team on his back like he did in 2020 and in 2023 when he was 30 and 32 years old. Like, he was in his prime then. He's not anymore. I think he's still able to reach those heights like you saw in Game 2 when he scored 33 points and kind of controlled that game. He can still get there. It's just a little bit different now in terms of like how many bullets he has in the chamber. After Game 2, I thought that was probably their best shot at stealing a game. Sorry, that was Game 3. Game 3 at home when Jimmy scored 33, that was probably their best shot at stealing one. And they really needed to get that one. They had Kuminga and Butler rolling, and there was no guarantee that Butler would play like that again, especially on 48 hours rest. It's another every other day now. The playoffs are tough like that. It's hard on older players. You've seen it around the league. I expect Jimmy to play a really good game tonight, for sure. It's just a matter of if he can get that volume, if he can attack. When you watch Jimmy Butler in the regular season and in the playoffs, I think he is really tentative at the rim. If he doesn't think he can draw a foul, I don't think he's very confident in his finishing ability right now. And I think that says a lot about the stage in his career where he doesn't have as much burst, he doesn't have as much lift. He was never a high-flying player, but he could definitely finish around the rim with the best of them. I think some part of that is probably gone. Again, he can still ramp it up and get to that point. You saw him finish over Rudy Gobert a few times in Game 3. He still has that in him. It's just a matter of reaching back and getting to it.
Danny, we started the interview with a question about Boston. I'll end the interview with a question about Boston. Is tonight the end of the road for the Boston Celtics without Jason Tatum against the Knicks?
Probably. They've been they've been outplayed by the Knicks. They blew 2 20-point leads in games 1 and 2. That was, inexcusable. But you've got to give New York credit. They stole those games. The Jason Tatum injury is so devastating. It's a reminder of how quickly an era can just go. They're going to have to blow up that team next year. It's because of their luxury tax considerations and because they're probably not going to be very good anyways without Tatum for a full year. And I did just get a Steph Curry update, if you would like it.
Oh, yes, wait, let's play the chime here, Young Tony here. Here we go. Danny Emerman live on KNBR, SF Standard Zone. What do you got?
Curry's been reevaluated, and the reevaluation indicated that Steph Curry is making good progress in his recovery. He's been cleared to participate in light on-court workouts, including shooting, and he'll be reevaluated again on Saturday. So he'll be reevaluated again before Game 6, if applicable. The Warriors need to extend the series with a win tonight.
This is the exact moment when the season turned. When you read this, they're going to get hope, and they're going to get through it, and then Pods is going to go off, and they're going to win, and Steph's going to come back in Game 6. There we go. You just got us the optimism we needed, Danny, so thank you for restoring our faith.
All right, no problem, guys. I don't know. I don't know how much new information that was. We've already reported that he's been doing light on-court shooting drills, and
they said he's going good. Things are going good right?
That's about as boilerplate an update as you can get, but it's the update we've got.
Are you knocking Brian McIntyre award-winning PR staff, Raymond Ritter, and the crew?
I would never.
You do realize the first NBA beat you get to work with the best of all time, the GOAT.
The best in the biz. They're going to rename that award after Ray Ritter.
I thought the same darn thing. Going to have to be C. Ritter, Raymond. There it is. We say that around the office a lot. Whenever people are screwing things up, like Holer, I'm like, why don't you see Raymond? Why don't you see Ritter, Raymond for how to go about your business? All right, man. Danny, congrats on the gig. sfstandard.com. Everybody read it. And we will read your scribblings tonight, buddy. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Danny.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Danny Emerman, KNBR's own. The chill Danny Emerman.
That's it.
Does he fit in with the Kyles and the Coles and the that crew?
Oh, well, that's the thing. It was a different crew back in the day. It was Hutch Diesel.
Yeah, that's right.
It was Skinny Sam Houston.
So they're a different generation.
They had a different squad.
Okay.
They did have digital KNBR Mike, Mr. KNBR.
He's the only threat. He's like the Steph Curry.
He definitely fits in more with Danny Emerman than he does with this kid Loader. I'll tell you that.
There you go.
I mean, there's a big difference. Some would be curious if people knew the distinction between working with a Danny Emerman versus the distinction of working with a Jack Loader.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Oh, boy. Somehow, some way, a photo came up on my timeline of him. It was a black and white shot of him up close with his beard trimmed, and he was wearing the Foster Grants, and I was like, look at this guy. Now we got Bomel.
We do, and we got Danny Emerman once again to thank for this drop.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
It's a rich and deep voice, though, like a great cup of big face coffee.
Danny. What would you do here? When would you pitch Tyler Rogers?
Since we have David, well, it's kind of like the Bob Melvin. Yeah. What inning should I pitch him in?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction between the 7th and 8th inning.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
What inning would we suggest he pitches?
There it is, man. All right, hey, guys. Since it is day baseball today, 12:45 first pitch, 11:45 pregame, why don't we end the show with some baseball? Christian Koss at 9:30, and a little review of some stuff we had to talk about with Mike Krukow and the new lineup and what happened last night, what it means going forward. Their first win against a prime NL West rival because they were 0-3 against the Padres and D-backs.
And more importantly, their first win in the City Connect uniforms.
Which we got to talk about Koss about. He's wearing a lot of purple last night. Next on The Sports Leader.
I love baseball.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica on Friday, June 20th at Levi Stadium. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, yeah. What do you need? You need us to bang you over the head? Come on, man. Levi's Stadium, June 20. Do you want to be there? Metallica will be there, and John Curley has 2 tickets for you. 415-896-KNBR. Curley has the tickets. Call him. The M72 2025 tour is underway, and single-day tickets for the no-repeat weekend shows are on sale now. The Levi's concerts will be midfield in the round with the snake pit in the center of the stage, so attendees will have a complete 360-degree view. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. We'll do this all week. 408 says, I saw you two in the summer at Levi's. It was one of the coldest concerts I've ever attended. Bring a jacket. What?
Whoa.
I thought Santa Clara was like beautiful, warm nights.
It never gets cold in Santa Clara. It's always too hot, Murph.
Marcus, don't you guys have warm summer nights?
Yeah, fantastic summer nights.
Where I live, it's cold summer nights. I live in a strange place. We have cold summer nights, kind of like a Daly City climate.
Yeah,
Shout out Daly City.
I don't think I've ever compared Santa Clara 408 weather to Candlestick weather.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy keeps saying. This guy has sent this text multiple times saying you're going to freeze your cojones off.
Wow.
I'm not buying it.
No, I'll be out there short sleeves in the snake pit with Overnight Dave ready to love someone.
I'm not buying it, guy. Remember the famous line?
I'm not buying it, guy.
Tony Salvador, they're not buying it, guy. That's how he dismissed a radio show here at the KNBR 1050. Come on in, sit down.
Yeah.
They're not buying it, guy. All right, guys, sfgiants.com/GCF. What would GCF stand for? Giants Community Fund. We had our sweet Azalea, the kid reporter, in here.
Super kid reporter.
She was awesome, and she was building up awareness of, we're trying to raise money for the Giants Community Fund. Don't get me on my transition about AmeriCorps and Doge and all that. Don't get me going.
No.
Don't get me going. You guys got to keep me. You guys got to keep me tame and calm.
Keep it moving, Murph. Keep it moving.
But let's put it this way. We could use let's put it this way. You could use the help. We could use the help. You want to keep it moving? What Eric Wright say?
Yeah, I was trying to get some help from our guy Eric Wright from earlier this morning.
Should be on your board.
Maybe a little advice.
I think at the end.
Murph,
Yeah, you do.
Murph.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Hey, Murph.
That's it.
That was it?
Hey,
That's
Murph,
the entire thing?
keep it moving.
Giants Community Fund and KNBR Auction. Here's the things you can do.
Murph, keep it moving, baby. Keep it moving. Hey, Murph.
Yeah.
Hey, Murph.
There it is.
That's a good one right there. That's the whole cut right
Keep
there.
it moving.
That was Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame inductee tomorrow night, Eric Wright. This morning we had him on the show, and he just got on a stage where he just started saying my name.
Murph.
He said about a million
Keep it
times.
moving. Keep it moving.
Murph,
Yeah.
keep it moving, baby. Keep it moving. Hey, Murph.
Yeah.
Hey, Murph.
That's pretty good.
Do it, Murphy.
Giants Community Fund and KNBR Auction. You can catch a few innings with Sergio Romo. He's awesome.
That's what's up.
A bat girl or bat boy. Ooh, that's cool. A ball dude or ball dudette. And again, all this money goes to the best possible cause, the Giants Community Fund. And we need the help, guys, because we got some bad news from some higher-ups in Washington, D.C., named Don and Elon. You can throw out the first...
Keep it moving, baby. Keep it moving.
Right.
Hey.
Yeah, throw out the first pitch at a game. A Gotham Club dinner and 4 tickets. A presidential package. I don't even know what that is, but that sounds pretty good.
Presidential.
A play ball kid. Exclusive access to the Cloud Club. A junior announcer. You go to watch BP. A Steph Curry jersey autographed. A Jung-Hoo Lee autographed baseball and bat. A Matt Chapman autographed baseball and bat. All this stuff is possible at sfgiants.com/GCF. Bidding ends Saturday at 8 p.m. By the way, we wanted to give our last 2 Metallica winners were Mark in Windsor and Jesse in Oakland. They were our winners.
Mark and Jesse, I'll see you down in Santa Clara.
Okay, so we have a Christian Koss coming up at 9:30. Remember, you brought him up yesterday with Kipe about what's going to go on at second base, and you need Tyler Fitzgerald. And Kipe kind of defended Koss and said that he liked what's going on.
Well, I brought up the fact that the Giants were winning a lot of close ball games earlier this season because of the production at the bottom of the lineup. Now, the first couple weeks of the season, your 7, 8, 9 hitters were Wilmer Flores, Mike Yastrzemski, and Tyler Fitzgerald. All guys who were very productive at the bottom of your order. You've now seen Wilmer and Yaz move up towards the top of the lineup. But my question was, would the energy, the speed, the power, the pop potential of a Tyler Fitzgerald being reinserted into your lineup maybe give this lineup a spark to where they're back to winning those close ball games? And Kipe said, well, Marcus, Christian Koss is having great at-bats right now, and we saw another one last night as he left the ballpark for the first time in his career with that grand slam.
Yeah, so this was Kipe yesterday defending Koss in his production.
Well, I could also make an argument. Marcus said, I don't want to take Koss out of the lineup. I mean, his at-bats are just as good as anybody in the lineup right now. And I don't think, look, I mean, this is debatable in any town you go in, but if you watch him turn a double play at second, I don't think there's anybody better than he is at making a double play. And he does so many little things where you can see that he has spent a lot of time in the minor leagues to figure out how to play this game. I mean, the other day in Cincinnati, Giants needed a base runner. They're down by a run. He leads off an inning. He notices that the third baseman's back. He lays down a perfect bunt. And he lays down a bunt where he didn't try to hide it. He even squared around just so the bunt was perfect enough where it didn't matter that because the third baseman was playing back, you know, how great the bunt was. And those are unfortunately, the next pitch he has hits into a double play. But my point is you can't rely on guys like Fitzgerald to turn this thing around just like that, because in my opinion, Koss is playing great.
Yeah, and then he said that yesterday morning, and then Koss hit the grand slam. So in the month of May, Koss is hitting 258. I mean, on base of 303. It's not amazing, but in the last week, ready for this? If you go back to Wednesday, May 7th, dude, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 hits in 3, 6, 9, 10, 13. He's 6 for 17 in the last week. Yeah. So it's coming around.
Yeah, he stepped up and is playing well in Tyler Fitzgerald's absence. You can make the argument that he's a better defender than Tyler Fitzgerald, so it seems like this was a roster spot well spent after he earned this spot in spring training, and I'm looking forward to talking to him about that spring training journey and him being rewarded for how much success he actually had.
Perhaps more important, we get to ask him about using what's it again? The twerk?
That's it. We're 3 minutes away from the twerkulator.
Twerkulator as his walk-up music.
It's time for the twerkulator.
It's time for the twerkulator.
And ask about if he's okay with the nickname Tat Duffy. So Christian Koss getting ready for today's day game. 12:45 first pitch, 11:45 pregame on KNBR. Bro, do I have my pitching matchup for today? They're going with the lefty Eduardo Rodriguez. And your Gigantes are going
right?
with Jordan Hicks.
Yeah.
There you go. Jordan Hicks against Eduardo Rodriguez.
Hicks
That's at 12:45. Christian Koss live from the ballpark next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
3-0, Arizona leading. 1 out. 1 strike pitch. Swing, and there's a shot! Deep left field. Way back there. Gurriel at the wall. Goodbye! A grand slam for Koss! His first big league homer is a grand slam.
What a moment. Christian Koss had turned the whole night around. Giants go from being down 3-0, snap a 4-game losing streak, get a big win last night, 10-6, and what a time for his first big league homer. It's a grand slam, only the 17th Giant ever to do that in the history of the franchise. So on the UMA guest line, getting ready for today's game, is Giants second baseman Christian Koss. You hear his walk-up music, too. So, hey, Christian, we've never met. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We do the morning show, Murph and Marcus. Look forward to getting down there and saying hi. But thanks for hopping on. How you doing this morning, man?
Hey, what's up, Christian?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Excited to be on.
Dude, do you hear this music?
Yeah, that's the song right there.
You got to tell us the story. You know, everybody gets to pick their walk-up music, so tell us how you picked it.
Yeah, I used it last year in AAA. It's just a song that last year my daughter was younger, but it just made her dance and made her happy. So, whenever she hears that song, she kind of connects to it. So I like playing it for her.
That's awesome. How old is she now?
She's 2.
Okay, so she gets out there and moves a little bit. So it's a little tribute to the fam. I love it.
And I'm sure your daughter and the entire family was happy to see you dance around the bases yesterday. First career home run, hit a grand slam. What was that moment like for you, Christian?
Yeah, pretty surreal, man. In that moment, just trying to elevate something, stay out of a double play, and put a good swing on it. Didn't really know it left until heard all the cheering. So kind of surreal.
You know, I saw there was a story that you and Willie Adames, you were so excited you biffed the handshake with him. Is that true?
Yeah. It all happened quick, and then he told me handshake, and right then it was a big blur. So,
hey, and also the story of getting the ball back. That's something you want to keep forever. Were you able to get it back?
Yeah. The kid caught it on a fly. I actually saw the video. It was a great catch. But the family was super nice. Able to trade some gear and stuff, and he was willing to give it to me, so it was awesome.
That's an awesome story. And I gotta say, Christian, we've been following your story since spring training this year. We were down in Scottsdale earlier this spring, and it really seemed like you kind of took this team by storm with your production on the field, but also your vibes in the clubhouse, which leads me to my question about the moment where Bob Melvin told you that you were going to make the major league roster. Sounds like he did it in front of the entire team, so tell us about that moment and what it meant to you.
Yeah, I mean, just getting that news was pretty amazing. But for him to say those kind words and things in front of the team, it was really special. Early on in spring, these guys really opened to me and made me feel like I'd been part of the organization for years. So yeah, being able to crack the team and be with these guys, it's amazing, and it's definitely been a dream come true.
Christian Koss is the voice you hear. He hit his first big league home run last night at a great time, a grand slam that gave the Giants lead and kickstarted a 10-6 win over the Diamondbacks. Today's a day game, 12:45 against the lefty Eduardo Rodriguez. Are you in the lineup today, Christian?
I haven't looked yet. I got in early, had to do a random drug test, and then called you guys. So,
well, hopefully we're better than the drug test, or more pleasant than the drug test. Yeah, man. Okay, so listen, got to ask you about the journey. I mean, everybody, whenever he does the Christian, it's about perseverance. It's about belief.
Yeah.
Tell us about that, Christian. How come out of UC Riverside or UC Irvine? Pardon me. You grew up in Riverside. Went to UC Irvine, go Anteaters, right? You get drafted by the Rockies, and this begins a journey. Were there tough times along the way when you had to really fight to keep believing?
Yeah. I think, I've been traded twice, so going from the Rockies to the Red Sox was a transition, and then play good there. You get comfortable there, thinking things are good there, and, I got hurt kind of towards the end with the Red Sox, so that's its own trial in itself. But yeah, then the second trade, you're trying to figure out what works for you and what keeps you as the best player, and luckily that's what the Giants saw in me, and I've been able to kind of let that player out.
Yeah, and Christian, I just want to say congratulations on that journey and making your MLB debut at age 27. But I also want to ask you about someone on your team who made their MLB debut at age 28, Mike Yastrzemski, who was in the farm system with the Baltimore Orioles for quite a while, but has built quite the career here in San Francisco. Have you ever had conversations with Mike about making your debut at the age that you guys did?
Never about the age. When I did debut, we talked about enjoying the moment and it being the same. To be honest, I didn't even know Mike was that old when he had debuted. I thought he was a younger guy, but like you said, it's about the career that he's had and the longevity that he's been able to establish, and that's something that I'll strive for.
You're hearing the voice of Christian Koss, the Giants second baseman, hit a grand slam last night, helped kickstart the win. I'm so fascinated by your journey, Christian. I go back, you're 18 years old playing that's even on the Baseball Reference page, it has you in 2016 at the Yakima Valley Pippins. What's a story from those days?
Yeah, that was so I graduated on a Thursday and flew out Friday to Yakima and was playing Saturday night for the Pippins. But that was one of the best experiences. I played 3 summer balls, 2 in the Cape Cod with the YD Red Sox, but all 3 of those summers, man, really, really kind of set the tone of what minor league and professional baseball was like, with the daily grind and just ins and outs of it. And man, I met some of my best friends and had some of the best times in those summer ball years.
Seems so innocent. You know what I mean? Like, what were the crowds like?
Yeah, a little smaller, a little different. Those cities are a little more rural. But yeah, they were out there. That's the thing. When there's fans out there, and as long as there's cheering going on, it's a pretty good environment.
And then you played Venezuela too, also?
For winter ball, I've played in Puerto Rico and DR.
I'm sorry, I misread that stat. Puerto Rico and DR, and what was that experience like for a kid from Southern California?
Yeah, it's a culture shock. I know a little bit of Spanish and to get by there, but you really get a feel for what these Latin guys have to go through when they come over here, just going to a restaurant or going to something and them not knowing a lick of your language. So, I think that experience too gives you a little more humbleness and realization for what your teammates kind of have to go through over here, and makes you appreciate the game even more.
Christian, let's talk about you growing up down in Riverside, California. Now, it's my understanding that you grew up a Giants fan, correct?
Yeah.
So how did that happen, and what was that like being a Giants fan down in SoCal?
Yeah, always been a fan of the color orange, so it was always the Orioles and Giants were our baseball teams. And then especially in Southern California, it was always Angels and Dodger fans. So it was really easy to be the opposite of those guys and be the one to root for the Giants. Fortunately enough, that 2010s run, I was able to be a fan of, and those are just some of the best memories I have with my dad.
So you remember Buster Posey as a player and playing for the Giants?
Yeah, absolutely.
so listen to this. So Buster Posey came on our show, and we asked him about you. I don't know if you've heard this. I want to play it for you just so you can hear what your president of baseball ops said. This is right after the opening day roster was named. This is Buster Posey on Murph and Marcus show on KNBR.
He checked all the boxes we were looking for, from, character, makeup, his ability to run the bases. We saw it when he scored on that ball down the left field line in Houston. Watching him turn the corners of the bases really stood out to me, and just the double play turn at second. He's a baseball player, and he's a gritty guy that became very popular in that clubhouse throughout spring training. And he just, again, checked so many boxes for us. Goss is an excellent defender at short, second, third, first. You could probably throw him in the outfield if you needed to.
Okay, so we're back live now. I know you probably don't want to brag about yourself, but we're going to make you brag a little bit and say, what's your reaction to hearing Buster Posey say that about you?
Yeah, I mean, those are some pretty kind words from a guy who's got some pretty high leverage with it. That's cool, man. And that's kind of the player I've always tried to be. It's about the little things, the detailed parts. The fact that he enjoys the base running is huge for me, because that's one of the little details that I try to make one of the big aspects of my game.
Yeah, and I want to.
But yeah.
Yeah, and Christian, I want to circle back to Buster talking about that clubhouse culture and those vibes in the dugout, because we heard a lot about that in spring training. We heard about you guys going out and playing laser tag for Justin Verlander's birthday and all that fun stuff. How much do you think that chemistry has led to the success that you guys have seen so far this season?
It's big, especially like early on, like a couple guys are struggling, not where they feel they could be or want to be. But it's the fact that the team is picking us up. I think on any given night, anyone's a different hero. We do have a bunch of studs on this team. We have two guys who could be all-stars at any moment. And I think it's just a mixture of young and veteran leadership in here. Like I said, even the guys that are kind of struggling don't show it as much and still find a way to lead us as a team and keep us together. In this 4-game rut, man, it seemed like forever, but that was 4 games, and we were able to get out of that and still be the team that we are.
So good, helped by a grand slam by Christian Goss last night. And a few more minutes, we'll let him get ready for the game today. Christian, you went around the bags wearing those City Connects. Now, there was a lot of purple. There was a lot of orange. You had the Koss wristbands on. Tell us about your take on those City Connect jerseys.
Yeah, I like them. I like the color scheme. I like the hueness of it. I think the socks could have a little more style to them, but I'm a fan of them.
Yeah, you kind of dress it up with the purple, right?
Yeah, they gave us the purple undershirt. I figured that'd be the one we'd wear under. I don't know. Maybe I'll try the orange one next time.
Well, we saw you and Willie Adames both wearing the purple sleeves yesterday. We had Kipe on our show yesterday, and he was talking about the two of you turning double plays up the middle. What's that connection been like working with Willie Adames up the middle?
It's been amazing. Willie's one of the best, and the second since spring training, he's kind of taken me under his wing, and just we talk baseball. We talk about where we need to be, how I can improve, how he could help in those things. It's been special, man, and that's a special player over there.
Yeah, last few minutes here with Christian Goss. It's just fun to catch up with the kid who hit the grand slam last night in the City Connects. By the way, so did you know a Giant player named Matt Duffy in the mid-2010s?
Yes, I did.
So we were talking about when you first showed up. I was like, man, he looks like Matt Duffy out there. I said, except for you have a lot more tattoos. And a listener said, how about if we nickname him Tat Duffy?
That's pretty good.
Okay, we wanted to get your approval on that. All right.
Yeah, you can run with that. That's a good one.
All right, we'll end it on that high note there, buddy. We'll let you go get going, and we'll come down to the clubhouse and say hi on a day game one of these days. Absolutely. But listen, Giants fans, this city loves this team, man. You guys start winning. It's going to get bigger and bigger as the summer goes on, and you're going to enjoy it. You're living the dream, dude. Props to you and your wife and your daughter and getting that home run last night. And I know you want to go play today, so we're going to let you go play baseball. Go play baseball, man.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it for having me.
There he is, Christian Goss with tremendous SoCal vibes. We'll hang it up and find out what young Tony learned on the other side next on The Sports Leader.
That's pretty good. Yeah, you can run with that. That's a good one.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
right that time of day to remind you guys it's Bigelow Tea time, because every time is Bigelow Tea time, because every season is Bigelow Tea season, and that's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We do it right here at KNBR. We got it all over our snack room. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug, English breakfast, gets you going in the morning. I love all their different flavor options. Really good. Perfect for those of us who make a living behind a microphone. Keeps us going here at KNBR. Look no further than our Bigelow Tea right here in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3-0, Arizona leading. 1 out. 1 strike pitch. Swing, and there's a shot! Deep left field. Way back there. Gurriel at the wall. Goodbye! A grand slam for Koss! His first big league homer is a grand slam.
Yeah, I used it last year in AAA. It's just a song that last year my daughter was younger, but it just made her dance and made her happy. So, whenever she hears that song, she kind of connects to it, so I like playing it for her.
Yeah, Christian Koss and Twerkulator by City Girls, which we will hear from in just a second. But, man, the reaction to the Christian Koss interview, just have to say, you all heard what we heard, which is a SoCal dude.
Hey, dude, what's going on?
Pretty much. Somebody had a great 831 said, hey, Bomel, if you're here and I'm here, doesn't that make it our time?
Oh, no.
Very, very funny. So people enjoying the SoCal chuckle. Surfer and that laid-back SoCal vibe that you get. Marcus, it goes back to what you said when Blake Snell had that same kind of vibe, although Blake Snell's now the enemy down in L.A., on the IL, by the way, that you said these were guys you played with. Because you played, big summer ball at a high level with a bunch of California kids who, shall we say, like to relax in their off time.
Yes, Murph. A lot of West Coast vibes and a lot of sessions after the game. Yeah, a lot of guys I played with sounded like Christian Koss.
I remember it's like when I started covering the A's in 99, 2000, Jason Giambi stood out from all the other guys. And I started to realize that the guys from Southern California in particular, Northern California too, but definitely Southern California, were different. They were more relaxed. They were funnier. They weren't afraid to laugh at themselves a little bit. And I was like, I'm getting a vibe. Then Barry Zito came on the scene. And I was like, I got Zito and Giambi. I'm putting 2 and 2 together. Southern California vibes. Matt Chapman has a little bit of it, but he's too busy kind of taking grounders to be all the way there. But Christian Koss, Southern California kid, all the way. What do you want? The chuckle just burned up everybody's freaking text. We got a bunch of people saying, you guys got to cut the Spicoli chuckle here.
That's pretty good.
And that's awesome. It was in response to us asking him about the nickname, Tat Duffy.
Tat Duffy.
Dude.
He liked it.
Shout out to the 209 for that nickname.
He said you can run with it, too. 415 says that Christian Koss interview was the energy I needed to start the day.
That's it.
He's a lovely guy. I got even heard from the lovely Candace who said, that's my new favorite Giants player. He had me with a big smile on my face in my car. Check with Candace. Yeah, exactly. So there you go. Well done. 510, multiple people saying his laugh reminded him of me on the ESPN laugh when I said those fighting Golden State Warriors, and Berman said you and 3 others. Yeah.
Brian, hi.
Brian Murphy. I'm from Mill Valley, California. I'm a 20-year-old junior majoring in English. And I'd just like to say we still love those fighting Golden State Warriors.
You and the 3 others. No, never mind.
A little bit. Yeah. 408 says, I love this kid's energy and Spicoli-like chuckle and tone. All right, buddy, what do you got today? What did young Tony learn?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And this has been the hit of the day, City Girls Twerkulator. And Marcus said, you do know the sample, don't you? And we're like, wait a minute, we do. I heard from my buddy Daryl, who said you guys are playing Africa Bambaataa.
Dude, I've been at the ballpark all year, and I keep hearing the Twerkulator song. I'm like, I know this song. I know this track. This is Planet Rock.
So, young Tony, this is what you learned today, huh?
I had no idea. By the way, really odd detail. With this song, Casey Neistat uses it in one of his videos, like, I think he's making an iPhone stand, and it's just the instrumental. But it's a great beat. It sounds tremendous.
Oh, it's classic. And Murph, you know all about this track.
Well, Africa Bambaataa was from my generation, old school guys, and he was really famous for a track called World Destruction with Johnny Rotten of the Sex Pistols. If you want to fade out of although I don't want to fade out of Planet Rock, it sounds too good to me. But if you do, go to World Destruction, Africa Bambaataa. That was a game changer in the early 80s. So, yeah, this guy was definitely Let's see. He was born in the Bronx. Well, this was huge. This is where he had Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols.
Wow.
Speak about destruction. This was on. Yeah, this was. Now you're coming to all the mixtapes that we all made back in the 80s. Do you know this one?
No.
Yes, you do. It was actually used in The Sopranos. This is a world destruction. Your life ain't nothing. The human race is becoming a disgrace. And then we got to wait till we hit the synth hook here. Yes. Africa Bambaataa and Johnny Rotten. You guys might want to bone up. Here we go. We're about to get to the hook that everybody knew. Here we go. So they're telling you, they're talking about conspiracies and CIA and all this.
And the NBA lottery.
The NBA draft lottery is mentioned here at some point here. Okay. 20 more seconds here. Lance Taylor. He was born Lance Taylor in the Bronx. Take it away, Africa Bambaataa. Skin for. Yeah, this was the jam back in the day. What year is this? 82, 81, something like that? Do you know it now, Marcus?
No, actually, I don't think I've ever heard this track. You said it's with the Sex Pistols?
Well, he took that guy with the Cockney accent is Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols.
I didn't know the Sex Pistols were part of the Zulu Nation.
He's definitely, it's a little bit taken on the 1%ers, shall we say. Well, there we go. I got to get a year on that. World Destruction, Africa Bambaataa. Anyway, there you guys go. There's your What Did Young Tony Learn Today? What's that?
2001. By the way, this is sounding
No, it's not from
good.
2001. That was a remix.
Yeah, this has to come out in the 80s.
Brother. Yeah, 84.
Shout out to the 85ers.
84. Yeah. In fact, they should play this.
Yeah, they should.
Kaboom, kaboom. Yeah, here we go. See? My buddy Daryl says that the crew, the breakdancers in the early 80s were all using Planet Rock.
Yeah. That's like one of the classic breakdancing songs.
There you go, man.
That's
Great.
it. Pull out the cardboard. Let's get Murph doing a couple spinneroomies.
Shout out my guy Bob Harris and the crew from the old days in Marin City. All right, guys. Well, that was a productive Wednesday. I told you guys we were in a good mood today, right?
That's it.
But then the Niners get a last place schedule today.
That's it. Today, the Niners get a last place schedule.
We've been talking about this since January. It's Christmas. Let's see those beautiful 17 cupcake games that get us to the promised
Just hurry up and give me the damn schedule.
I know, exactly. All right.
That's it. Dubs tonight.
Yeah.
Warriors day game, or should I say Giants day game?
Well,
and it's not only time for the twerculator.
We gotta
It's time for Silver and JD.
Yeah, and we also got to. It was JD.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I see on my screen.
Good stuff. When it's time for a change, think speedy oil change and auto service, engine light on. We can fix that. I'm so glad I have World Destruction stuck in my head now. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Murph, keep it moving, baby. Keep it moving.
I love baseball.
It's time for the twerkulator. It's time for the twerkulator.
Tat Duffy.
That's pretty good. Yeah, you can run with that. That's a good one.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
The Minnesota Timberwolves lead the Golden State Warriors 3-1, a chance to close it out on Wednesday night back in the Twin Cities. The Wolves have the most road wins in the postseason the last 2 years. And for the first time since 2016, the finals against Cleveland, the Warriors have lost 3 straight playoff games.
At halftime, Coach came in and just said, we playing like we already won the series pretty much, and I don't really like that. And I didn't like how we was playing overall, and I didn't like how I was playing individually, so I knew I had to pick it up. But yeah, just from working out with him in the summer, that's what I told him after I hit a Tracy, because he told me I had missed one. He was like, you weren't going to make that, you was too open. And I was like, I ain't going to never stop shooting him.
No, we're not going to Superman this thing. If he's in the place where he could play, I'm sure he will, and him and Rick and everybody will figure that out. But we don't need Superman. Got to play the long game. So if he can, we know he will, but there's no pressure. We got to figure out how to win whether he play or not.
Yeah, and we know the answer to that now is Draymond Green, the voice you just heard there, along with Anthony Edwards. Warriors down 3-1. The Warriors are not going to have Steph Curry Superman it because they are on the brink of elimination. He is not playing tonight. We don't even know if he will play on Sunday, but the Warriors got to worry about even having that be a reality. Short show today. Giants with a huge 10-runner last night. They break the losing streak. Jung-Hoo Lee goes deep on Korean Heritage Night. Christian Koss was on with Murph and Marcus at 9:30. And if you missed that, just scroll backwards on YouTube or it'll be podcasted because young Tony is looking me in the eye. He says he promises it will be available wherever you get your podcast. We'll be getting you ready for Game 3 of that. That's going to be pregame 11:45, first pitch 12:45 right here on The Sports Leader. Greg Silver hanging out with you. John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa today. And JD, we get a little bit of a short show, but it's the beginning of a long day because you were out at shoot-around where the Warriors are getting ready to see if they can give one last gasp effort without Steph Curry, beat Minnesota at the Target Center, and see if they can find a way to play some meaningful basketball on Sunday at Chase Center. Good morning, my friend.
Yeah, good to be with you, Greg. A lot going on, obviously. We got the 49ers schedule release coming up. We'll keep you posted on all the leaks. I love schedule release day, as you know, self-proclaimed schedule nerd. And the Warriors are trying to add to their schedule somehow, some way, to have the potential for Stephen Curry to come back, seemingly still more unlikely than likely. His ability to come back for a Game 6, if that Game 6 is to be played at some point on Sunday. But none of it matters if the Warriors can't get a win tonight in Minneapolis. And the Timberwolves have just, flat out haven't played great throughout the entirety of the series, but really the wave that they put on the Warriors in Game 4 in that third quarter was just something that left the Warriors, unfortunately for them, feeling overmatched.
Yeah, no question about it. And it was the middle quarters that did them in. Steve Kerr was not shy about the way they were going to win games if they were going to win games without Steph Curry. And it's how they won Game 1 without Steph Curry in the last, 2.5 quarters of it when they went +1 with him off the floor. And that was good defense. Now, of course, Minnesota did not shoot the ball as poorly as they did in that Game 1 when you saw the middle quarters of last night. They were 16 of 31 from deep. Quarters 1 through 3 the other night, and the third quarter, it really just got away from the Warriors. You had the note that we referenced on Dubs OT. It was 66 all, and then the Timberwolves went on a 31-11 spurt in the way that we've seen the Golden State Warriors do to teams so often in this dynastic, in this Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, Andrew Wiggins, keep extending it now, Jimmy Butler era, and they just have not been that team whatsoever without Steph. A lot of players were already struggling without Curry on the floor. Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody, Quentin Post. Now Moody and Post basically out of the rotation. Pods playing sort of out of necessity given the options that you have. We'll be getting into that as well. And outside of Jimmy Butler in Game 3 and Jonathan Kuminga in these last few games, the Warriors have really struggled to find any kind of offense. And it's understandable when the center of your universe, not the player of your system, basically your entire system, and Steph Curry goes down. You got to adjust on the fly. And look, whether the Warriors won this series or not, JD, this offseason was going to be about let's evaluate the Jimmy Butler trade and how it was the last couple months of the season. I think it's fair to say it was a massive success. He fit with Steph. He thrived with Steph. He thrived in the non-Steph minutes. The problem is when you have all the minutes be the non-Steph minutes now, there's a lot of holes, and they're going to have to address it. And whether that addressing starts tonight around 9:15 or whether it carries over into the weekend or maybe they pull off some kind of miraculous 3-1, the bottom line is this team right now is in a bad way offensively. They have holes, and they are highly dependent on someone who's going to be 38 next March.
Well, and as poor as they've been offensively, and I think that's to be expected, Greg, when you take away Stephen Curry, an all-time top 5, top 10, figure out wherever you want to put him, talent. But they also haven't been good enough defensively as this series has gone on. And unfortunately, I mean, you look at the middle two quarters, as you mentioned, in Game 4. You look at the second half of Game 3, and the Warriors' only way to be able to compete and stay alive in this series, because the mantra really since Game 1 has been find a way to win one of the next 2, 3, 4, whatever it is, literally 4, and they've already used 3 of those up with the Timberwolves winning the last 3 to try and get to a position where we can at least have a conversation about Stephen Curry potentially having the ability to come back. And we should give everybody the latest on what's going on with Stephen Curry. Ruled out for tonight, yesterday, and teams are required to designate players, out, questionable, probable, available in the 5 o'clock hour on the day prior to game day. So basically yesterday afternoon in the Bay, the Warriors declared Stephen Curry out, which everybody had expected, and they flew to Minnesota, and today was the original reevaluation point. Steph Curry will be reevaluated in a week. That was from last week in between Game 1 and Game 2, and the Warriors, as they often do, Greg, they say Steph's making good progress in his recovery. But the big takeaways are cleared to participate in light on-court workouts. You mentioned I was over at Target Center at shoot-around this morning, and Steph wasn't doing any shooting. He was still kind of in rebounder mode. I'm not sure. I had to dip out, obviously, to get back in time to be able to start the show here at 10 o'clock Pacific. I'm not sure if he started to get some shots up as shoot-around came to a close, but he was on the court. He is with the team, and, again, cleared to participate in light on-court workouts, including shooting drills. Going to be reevaluated on Saturday. So, of course, out for the game tonight. The Warriors have to make Saturday matter in addition to making Sunday matter with the possibility of a Game 6. So the Warriors leaving that door open to give a different designation on Steph Curry in the lead-up to a Game 6, but none of it matters, obviously, if the Warriors can't find a way to win tonight.
Yeah, and I think Game 3 was an indicator that they are capable of playing hard. They are capable of finding ways and leading with their defense. But then Game 4 was also an indicator of the 2 best players in the series have been Anthony Edwards and they've been Julius Randle, and not even necessarily in that order at times, because Julius Randle is someone who has not always had the greatest postseason success. He was an all-star with the Knicks. Then they lost that series in 5 to Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks back when they were coming out of the pandemic in 2021, and the Hawks made their run. And, Julius Randle's been someone who's been a good player, but really the trade with the Karl Anthony Towns in this offseason, Julius Randle, his health has kind of been the only thing holding him back, and they have had no answers for him. Even the Defensive Player of the Year finalist and soon-to-be all-defense first team, or actually that was already announced, Draymond Green is having a hard time with him himself. And outside of that, there just really are no other answers. So 808 KNBR, the number to take your calls. 415-808-5627. How you feeling ahead of Game 4? Do you want to see them make some kind of push? Do you believe in Jimmy Butler having a little bit of a bounce back after kind of a quiet Game 4? Or do you think that this thing is over? Do you almost want it to be over? We want to hear your thoughts on the, I guess it's technically the UMA guest line. I don't know. Do we call him callers guests, Walter? Walter's back in studio today. That's something we do know for sure. We'll tell you about our contest on the other side. We will read your YouTube chats, your texts, take your calls all day. And, of course, we'll be catching up with John Shea at 10:50 from the SF Standard, getting you ready for Game 3 of Diamondbacks Giants. See if the Giants can take their first NL West series of the year. It's Poppin' Silver with JD on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors look to keep their season alive in Minnesota tonight without Steph Curry once again. Can they avoid losing 4 straight without their best player and force a Game 6 that would be Sunday back at Chase Center with the chance of Steph Curry returning? Well, after the game, don't forget to check out John Dickinson, myself, Kyle Harr. We'll be breaking down what could be a Warriors funeral or what could be the Warriors giving themselves one more chance. We'll be live on YouTube around 9:15. Hey, what's happening? Let's get the show up and running with our friend Steve Moskowitz on the line, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always giving the people the best of the financial saving tips. And today, Steve, what should you do if you've got some unfiled tax returns on your hands?
You should call. It's a real common situation. People usually don't file because they didn't have the money to pay the first year. And the second year comes along and they say, how can they pay year 2 when they still can't pay year 1? And then it becomes a lifestyle, a bad one, and then it's looking over the shoulder like a criminal. When's the day the IRS is going to get them? You don't have to live like that. We can file all the old back returns you need. We have a lot of experience in this. And then we want to cut a deal for you, a good deal. We want to give you your life back. We've done this for so many other people. We have a free consultation. Let us tell you everything we can do for you. And then if you want us to, we'll do it all. You don't have to deal with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
There he is, Steve Moskowitz. Just give him a call and he can take care of you. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Ant got going. We decided to go to a bigger lineup with JK and Trace, Draymond, Jimmy, just to try to slow them down and slow Ant down. Obviously didn't work. They kept scoring, and we couldn't score. So we just lost our ability to connect the game there in that third quarter, and they got loose, and that was the difference in the game.
As Steve Kerr on the fateful third quarter, 39-17 scoring margin that effectively ended Game 4 and may have effectively ended the Warriors' season. 415-808-5627 if you'd like to chime in. John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa today. Greg Silver here. We'll take you up to 11:45 pregame. Giants looking to see if they can get 2 out of 3 against the D-backs. First pitch going to be at 12:45. And then, of course, at 6:30, John Dickinson himself will be out at the Target Center and ready for Dubs OT. After the fact, I'll be stopping by. Kyle Harr's going to be on hands as always. And I've been doing it all playoffs. We'll see if this is our last Warriors playoff trio together. But there you just heard Steve Kerr getting into the third quarter, what went wrong, mentioning that big lineup where Draymond was effectively running point guard. You had GP2, you had Kuminga, you had some Kevon Looney. And Jaden McDaniels put the clamps on Jimmy Butler. The defense fed into the offense for Minnesota. The Warriors could not even get good looks at a shot up. It was all different without Steph Curry. So we're going to get into the conversation of what is their path to keeping this competitive and having a shot at winning tonight in Minnesota. But we also got to backpedal a little bit, and the fact that, look, this happens in the playoffs. Injuries are an unfortunate part of it. The Celtics just lost Jason Tatum not only for this series and the rest of this playoff run, but also for much, if not all, of next year with the Achilles. Donovan Mitchell had his hurt ankle, and then 3 other important Cavaliers missed Game 2. The Pacers are going to their second straight conference finals. This is just kind of the reality when you lose some of your best players. All that being said, they look lost out there without Steph. The offense in particular really doesn't have a lot of movement. The ways in which they can create buckets and get shots up is not even a similar style, and that just kind of goes to show that not only is Steph Curry an important cog in the system, he is the system, JD.
He is, and for the Warriors to have a shot tonight, I know, again, we've talked so much about the offense and how do they get offense going, and I really do think it's come down to the point now, Greg, where it's the guys that have been out there that are going to have to perform at a much higher level, and really it's shot making is what we're talking about here. It's, can Brandon Pajemski knock down some open shots? It's can Buddy Hield have a game where he can go for between 20 and 30 and do it efficiently, a la Game 7 in Houston, Game 1, when the Warriors were able to get their lone win in this series at Target Center. It's going to have to be those things in addition to a much more aggressive, and I know he was sick the other night in Game 4. It came out after the fact. A much more aggressive Jimmy Butler. They got to get closer to the Game 3 Jimmy Butler than the Game 4 Jimmy Butler. And then they're going to have Kuminga get an efficient 20. Not at a 20 where he's putting it on the deck and looking to shoot it a ton, but it's got to be really like Game 3 looked like for Kuminga, where he basically had 24 in the final minutes when the game was decided, and it was 8 of 11 from the field, and he was getting to the free throw line and hitting his free throws. So how do the Warriors have a shot tonight without Steph? How do they find the offense? I think it's Pajemski for sure that's going to have to knock down some shots. Again, I think they need a Buddy Hield game. They really need Jimmy, Buddy, and Kuminga collectively, and maybe even with Pajemski as well, if you throw him in. It feels like you need about 80 from those 4, and then you figure out the rest of it. Jimmy can get 30, Kuminga can get 20. At that point, can you get another 30 from the other 2? Right. Kuminga can get 15. Can Pajemski get 15? That kind of thing. So I think they're going to need that, and then they're going to have to get back to playing much better defense on top of that, because they haven't been able to slow down the Timberwolves in either of these last 2 games.
Yeah, and it's been on the perimeter with a lot of these corner threes that helped them elevate in Game 3 down the stretch, and then really all over the perimeter where they were just getting killed in Game 4. And then, of course, in the paint, Julius Randle, the bully ball. I can't remember seeing a version of Julius Randle in a postseason like this ever, but he's been on a tear here in 2025. 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. Dino and Pacheco joined Papa and I on the air yesterday, but he also wants some John Dickinson in his life, so let's bring him in on the phone lines. Dino, what's happening? You're with just one Greg today, and JD, how's it going?
Greg, that's good enough for me, man. Especially I told you about your enthusiasm. I love it every day. You're just like you bring a different level of enthusiasm, like probably because you're younger than most of us. But anyway, and you love sports. But and JD's wonderful. I told him about that too. I mean, he's always been level-headed, and he always speaks. He always keeps it real. Ever since I've been listening to him, and as far as he's not afraid to tell it like it is. And what needs to be done and what doesn't need to be done. But anyway, I want to touch a little bit, just real quick on the Warriors, but I got a real important thing on baseball, too. About the Warriors, I mean, it was, as soon as Jimmy got there, the puzzle, basketball's a different animal. Basketball's so less players. I mean, one man can make a huge difference. I mean, just all the difference, actually. And Jimmy did. He made all the difference. He came in, it was like a piece of the puzzle, a giant piece of the puzzle that came together. And that's why they're where they're at today. And because they were stinking until he got there. But anyway, and the puzzle's broken. I mean, it's that simple. As soon as Steph got hurt, the puzzle got broke, and it threw everything out of balance. Everybody. And so, but anyway, that's all I want to say about the Warriors. And I mean, it's not good. I don't think it's going to be pretty tonight. But if it is, but so anyway, getting to baseball. I want to really get to this because, I mean, baseball. That's got to be one of the biggest travesties in sports. I grew up with Pete Rose. He was my idol when I was a kid playing baseball. I mean, obviously 4,100 something hits or 200 hits, who knows? But a record that's untouchable. I mean, just because the man gambled. I mean, you ain't gonna tell me. Nobody's ever convinced me, and I don't think it's ever been shown or proven, obviously. Okay, he probably gambled. He definitely gambled. I mean, I guess it was he admitted to that. But he's never there's no way Pete Rose ever threw a game. And there was no justification for throwing him out of baseball for a lifetime. And now they want to put him in the Hall of Fame because that he's dead after what they put him through. It's just I wouldn't, if I was his family, it's an insult.
All right, hey, Dino, I'm going to jump in here because we got a lot to unpack there, and we will definitely be getting into some baseball, talking some Pete Rose there with John Shea. Dino's going heavy on the baseball and the basketball, and hey, Dino, always appreciate the call. You bring the energy as well. We'll get into the baseball stuff when we get to Shea in sort of the second half of the show. Let's unpack the Warriors part of that first, JD, where, yes, Jimmy Butler completely saved the season. If they do not make the trade, we are not talking about a Warriors team that is even fighting for their season today. That being said, it is a puzzle that absolutely fit with Jimmy Butler. It was also a very fragile puzzle when you have a core of three players that are 35 and older, and the most important one of all got injured. They had to play a game without Jimmy Butler against an inexperienced Rockets team. It helped that the Rockets were inexperienced because they did not play a good Game 3 and their first one on the road in Chase Center. The Warriors were able to get it done with some grit. Of course, Steph was there. Gary Payton II was very big down the stretch. It's a whole different deal when you don't have Steph Curry playing on this team. And, that's not going to change going into next year. But at the very least, you're getting a better sense of how you can sort of help the puzzle around Steph in this offseason.
Well, let me ask you this, Greg. What with Steph, without Steph in the playoffs, and they've played, 11 games now, down 3-1 in this series. They win against the Rockets 4-3 in the Game 7 in Houston. With Steph, without Steph, all 11 games, win or lose, what's been the Warriors' biggest weakness throughout the playoffs?
Shooting.
Bingo. Shot making. And so I think, and this is where we can start to, I think, extend the conversation, because win or lose tonight, and I know Dino said it could be ugly. We'll see. I know the Timberwolves have a tendency at home to lay an egg here and there, especially in the regular season. I know regular season, January, December, whatever, is not exactly closeout game in the second round of the playoffs to go to the conference finals. A little different scenario, but I think the Timberwolves, given the way they played in Game 4, know, or at least believe, that they've got this thing in the bag. And, you heard what Anthony Edwards said, that Chris Finch told the team at halftime, basically acting like they had already won the series, come out and put your foot down and step on them a little bit in the third quarter, which is exactly what the Timberwolves did, played their best quarter of the series and really used it to take control. But I think as we look back at the Warriors here, it is the shooting. It is and we know that whether they win tonight and Steph miraculously comes back and they win the final 2 games of the series, not likely to happen, or if they go out in ugly blowout fashion tonight. We already have some of these answers. And so I know we like to put the offseason conversation on hold until there's an actual offseason to discuss, and how do things end? It all matters. The Steph Curry injury is going to be a huge part of that, Greg. But I think we can look at the 11 games that have been played with Steph, without Steph, with Jimmy, without Jimmy, and the number one thing is exactly what you said. It's shooting. Podziemski and Moody specifically, guys they were counting on that haven't been there for them in the playoffs. How do you mitigate that? That has to be the number one offseason priority.
No question about it. In 925, exacerbating your point, JD, saying we need makers, not just shooters. Yeah, no question. Buddy Hield is a shooter, and when he's been a maker, it saved the Warriors' season. It did it in Game 7. It's the reason they have a game in the bank here, and we're able to protect Game 1. But he's been rather inconsistent. Podziemski, of course, has been having the worst shooting slump of his life and has probably too much on his plate, more than he needs to be right now. So lots that we can continue to get into. Kevin is out in Burlingame. We will take your call on the other side, Kevin. I promise you, just hang tight on the line. Got to take a little bit of a timeout here, trying to keep it on a good schedule with the short show. Giants pregame coming up at 11:45. It is Pop and Silver with John Dickinson on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey everybody, I am back. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area? Some not even based in this state. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay. They have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that are fighting for you where you live, right here. So, if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, had your rights violated, you can go to DolanLawFirm.com, learn more about your rights and how they can better protect them. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, Waymos, bikes, you know the drill. It's a busy commute trying to get to your places, point A to point A, point A to point A to point B to point C, whatever it is. Be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area an overall safer place. But if you need the assistance and something gets in the way and life happens, feel confident that you are in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver, JD filling in for Greg Papa. Pop will be back tomorrow, and we'll see what's going to happen with the Giants if they can take a series against the Diamondbacks. We will see if the Warriors are still playing basketball in the 2024-25 season. Before we get back into it, I'll tell you that we are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. Kevin in Burlingame, we will get to you in just a moment, 808 KNBR, if you'd like to join the conversation. But before I forget, got to tell you about a chance to win tickets to see The Who. That's right. It's our weekly giveaway. You can win a pair of tickets to The Who. The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour, Shoreline Amphitheater, September 21st of this year. Just tune in between now and the end of our show, and when we give that cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. You'll win. Furnished by Live Nation. Find official rules at knbr.com. JD, before we play the sounder, have you ever seen The Who? Because I would have sworn that Papa had. He said he's seen the Stones a million times, U2 a million times, had never actually seen The Who. So where do you stand on this?
No, I have not seen The Who. I would see The Who, but I love music. You know this. We've talked frequently in our off-air conversations about music, and I'm an all decades kind of guy. Like I'll go back even to 50s and 60s and all the way through till today and everything in between. But not a big concert goer. In fact, the number of concerts I've been to in my life, you could probably count on one hand. Believe it or not, sporting events in the four figures, but concerts you could probably count on one hand, which is kind of crazy when you think of what a music lover I truly am.
Well, this Sunday, September 21st, it is probably going to be a night show, so we're thinking, hey, maybe the Niners happen to be home. We're going to get the schedule release coming up. And then on top of that, if they got that 1:05 start a little earlier, there's a world in which you and Greg Papa get down there. But regardless of what that schedule is, and we'll get the release a little bit later today, you, the listeners, have a chance to go and win when you hear this sound. Today, Walter, it is.
How about those Who's inviting me down there on such short notice? Even if I wanted to go, my schedule wouldn't allow it. 4 o'clock, wallow in self-pity. 4:30, stare into the abyss. 6:30, dinner with me. I can't cancel that again. 7 o'clock, wrestle with my self-loathing. I'm booked. Of course, if I want the loathing to 9, I could still be done in time to lay in bed, stare at the ceiling, and slip slowly into madness. But what would I wear?
Okay, so if you hear the Grinch and the self-loathing, Walter probably thought of that before the Giants put up 10 runs last night because he was just thinking of what the Giants have been doing lately, how this Warriors series has evolved since Steph gone out, and just booking their schedule full of self-loathing. Kevin in Burlingame, I appreciate your patience on the line. Let's get back out to the phone lines. Wants to talk a little Draymond Green. Kevin, what's happening? You're with Silver and JD.
All right, thanks for having me on, guys.
What's on your mind, man?
So, I've been a Warriors fan for a long time now, and this thing's always gone at me here. I love when Draymond shoots the ball early in the game, can get the runs going a little bit. But when it's like the third quarter and he forces like a wide open three and it's just a complete air ball, I feel like he just sucks the air out of the building. And it's been really frustrating as a fan for a couple of years now.
Dude, I hear you on that. And this is why it's so difficult without Steph Curry, right? Because there are players out there that aren't making shots, but Kevin, there are also players that don't even want to shoot the ball. And so Draymond Green taking a three is also an exhibition of willing shot taking when the ball moves around and maybe it's late in the shot clock. And now without Steph, you're seeing all these grenade passes with 2 seconds left. And you got to see your Moody's and Pajemskis and Jimmy Butler even sometimes hoisting up some long ball. But it is kind of fascinating. And this is where I'll let you chime in, JD. Draymond Green, going back to last year, really improved his three-point shot from the Kevin Durant days. That said, if it's in the first half, you actually feel kind of good about it. If it's in the second half, not looking so good.
Yeah, I do think he wears down. And I give the Warriors credit in Game 4 for really trying to play faster. I know that was something they talked about a lot in between Game 3 and Game 4 is to get down the floor, get into their offense, try and get the ball hopping around a little bit, especially in that starting group when Kuminga was not part of it before he came in, and they would try to go a little bit more isolation heavy. They even continued it when he came in, but it leads to those shots that must be taken. And a lot of the times it leads to even the grenades are one thing, but it also leads to just in the flow, the ball gets kicked back out to you and you got to take it. And yeah, for whatever reason, not just this season, but really the last couple of years, Draymond's been exceptional early on in games at knocking down those shots. Maybe takes a few too many when they're not going down. But again, as we've discussed so frequently here, the Warriors big time, the offense starts to stagnate. The shots aren't falling. And then when the shots aren't falling because the Warriors don't have great shooters, they start turning down shots, and then that can lead to turnovers. And then it just turns into this vicious cycle. The turnovers turn into offense going the other way. The defense can then set up against them again, and it leads to these big runs that the Warriors have been so susceptible to having against them here. Post-Jimmy, pre-Jimmy, whatever it's been, obviously less since Jimmy has been involved in the equation, but it's been something that really you got to just put more guys who can hit shots on the court. I mean, that's what it boils down to, and you also have to protect yourself against some of the players who have really struggled in the playoffs and in this series specifically. And so I think that's the other thing as we start to kind of shift a little bit toward what they need to do tonight. What they need to do tonight is get better performances from the guys that they are forced to play. But moving forward, you're also kind of making that alternate list of what are the types of players you need to improve. And I think having another ball-handling guard that can knock down some shots is one thing. That's your Pajemski insurance. Having that wing that can be starting caliber that can knock down some shots. That's your Moody / Kuminga insurance. Maybe you have to use Kuminga to get that player. I think you do. And then the other way that the Warriors got hit and do get hit when they struggle is a big man. They don't need a starting big man. They don't need a prime big man that they're going to dump the ball down to in the post like it's Patrick Ewing from 30 years ago. But what you do need is somebody that can clog the paint and defend and be physical and have a presence and rebound the ball a little bit, throw some elbows to alleviate Draymond from having to play so much center. And, oh, by the way, have it be the kind of big that's also complementary to being able to play with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. So it's those three skill sets. I think it's those three positions at all three levels of basketball, right? Point of attack and guard play out front, wing play, and then obviously in interior play. That's what I think the Warriors are going to have to. Does it help them tonight? No. Tonight, Pajemski's got to hit some shots, and Buddy Hield's got to hit some shots, and Kuminga's got to do his thing. But I think that's the pathway moving forward here, win or lose.
Kevin, if you're still with us on the line, I'm going to put you on the spot. You think it ends tonight, or do the Warriors have one last gasp to force a Game 6 at Chase?
I got hope. I just watched that old 30 for 30 4 days in October to give me some hope. It was about the Red Sox 2004.
Nice.
I got hope in this team. I think if we get Curry back, who knows? I mean, like we saw in Game 1, like I felt pretty confident there, but like especially like in Game 4, like they were tied and then they just went on that run. It just it was heartbreaking as a fan watching, because you see Curry done this for so long, and then just without him, it's like what could have been. But I think if we hang on tonight, I have hope as a fan. I feel like it can go a long way.
Hey, appreciate the call. Appreciate a little bit of good vibes as well, Kevin. Kevin out in Burlingame. If you want to join Kevin on the phone lines, it's 415-808-5627. Greg Silver, John Dickinson here with you, and John Shea is going to be joining us coming up in the next segment. So we'll take a little bit of an intermission here on the basketball talk. But before we do get to John Shea, there is a lot that they're going to have to go their way. I said this to you off the air. The Timberwolves are very similar to the Warriors in the sense that when it feels like the competition is weakened, they have a chance to play down to it a little bit, even on their home floor. There's just random times where they've been sleepwalking this year, and that's part of the reason why they played 46 clutch games. It's part of the reason why they did not get into the playoffs and out of the play-in until the final day of the regular season. I think it's going to be 35-17 after the first quarter. I just have no idea who's going to be on top.
Yeah, I think it's well said. And look, if the Timberwolves do come out and they're hitting shots early, then it's a big-time uh-oh. I mean, we can say what we want about the Warriors' ability to be able to do things differently and the shot making and the pace and all of that. The Warriors are going to need that just to hang in the game. I think for the Warriors to win tonight, and I don't mean to sound too defeatist about it, but they're going to need Minnesota, I think, to play a bad game. Now, you can make Minnesota play a bad game to a certain extent based on your defensive intensity and physicality and grit and all of those different things, but you're going to need to have a quality game on your end, and also, I think, have them at least halfway lay an egg if you're going to truly have a shot to be able to survive the night.
Timberwolves need to lose this game just as much as the Warriors need to win this game, arguably, if not more, if it's going to have a chance. So John Shea is going to be joining us in just a bit. But before I do that, I got to read my favorite text I've seen in probably a couple of weeks here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 775 talking about our concert ticket giveaway. Somehow the Mavericks will win this giveaway. Yeah, congratulations to Nico H. out in Dallas for getting a couple of tickets to go and see The Who. A little NBA draft lottery riff there. So coming up, we will talk to John Shea of the SF Standard. We do it every single Wednesday. Then we'll get back into the Warriors probably until the end of our show leading up to Giants pregame. And continue to take your calls, read your texts, and have you be a part of the conversation. It's Pop and Silver with John Dickinson on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa. Less than an hour to go here with you all. We're going to have Giants pregame beginning at 11:45. Going to get you some conversations with the booth, your award-winning Diamond Notes, and then first pitch at 12:45 for a nice little day game. Giants looking to take 2 out of 3 against the D-backs. It was looking like Robbie Ray might suffer his first loss last night, or at the very least, a game in which the team loses when he starts. Christian Koss, second inning, first career home run is a grand slam. And then the Giants never looked back. The streak continues. And then there's also the streak of the other side. Justin Verlander, now 9 starts without a win. What is going on over there? Well, we're going to talk all about it with our good friend of the San Francisco Standard. That is John Shea, who joins us on the UMA guest line. John Shea is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. John, what's going on? Good to be with you.
Good to be with you guys out at the yard today. Beautiful day. And I'm sure you're all warriored out here. But, I mean, it's amazing. Just one thought here, what one guy could do in his absence. I mean, the legacy of Steph Curry is being enhanced, right? Because they're just a mediocre team without him. And with him, they're awesome. It reminds me of Barry Bonds' first year here, how bad they were in 92. And then Barry shows up and how good they suddenly were, winning 103 and making everybody better. That's what Steph does. That's what Barry did. Yeah, Matt Williams was better. The next year, he was after Roger Maris's home run record before the strike ended the season in August. Robbie Thompson was better. Bill Swift, John Burkett won 20 games, and they weren't that good previously. And I mean, it's amazing in any sport what one guy can do in his absence or his presence.
No, you're absolutely right, Shay, and we'll see if they have a chance to survive the night, and maybe he can get a chance to come back in Game 6, and the Warriors could truly do something miraculous there. Now, surviving tonight obviously is going to be difficult. Let's get into the Giants a little bit, though.
Yeah.
What was the sense? Was it relief, the fact that they finally hit some home runs at night? At Oracle Park last night, got the bats going, 3 home runs, I think, for the first time since last September. And so, I mean, you look at that, I know the bats have been something that over the weekend, and really if this team is going to falter off of the great start, it's probably going to be because of the bats and lack of hitting. So how nice was it to see the power get going again?
Well, it is getting warmer and calmer. I mean, the wind could break out at any moment because we're in San Francisco. But last night, the balls flew a little better than what we've seen, and the Giants have been in some crazy elements from Yankee Stadium to Philly. And, you know, a lot of these places are just the wind stream and the cold and the wind. You know, April baseball back east is just not the same as it is here. So it was kind of refreshing for them. And, you know, I talked to Pat Burrell just a little while ago in the clubhouse, and he, you know, there's not a happier dude than he when things go well in that dugout. You know, as the camera pans from left to right, the biggest smile is the hitting coach. And I was asking him, I said, hey, you're like the proud father of these guys when things go right. He said, actually, call me an uncle because I can get away with saying things that a dad wouldn't. So I said, okay, I got it. But his point was when everything comes together and all the hard work that's put in, kind of reaches fruition on the field like it did last night with Adames, like it did last night with Koss. And Koss is having some good swings. Adames is a work in progress. But in particular with Adames, he was talking about the leg kick, which was pretty dramatic in the early weeks. And as he said, you could look back at video of his leg kick last year when everything was going right, and the confidence level was through the roof. He had a breakout year with the 30 home runs and the steals and the RBIs over 100. And, yeah, the leg kick worked because it's just the rhythm and the vibe throughout the long grind of 162, everything just fell into place. But now he's with a new team. It's a different park. He's no longer hitting bombs in Milwaukee. San Francisco is a tougher place. The leg kick just wasn't working, and a lack of confidence. So what they did is they lessened the kick. You'll see a less dramatic kick, and basically fewer moving parts, so that it's just short and sweet and to the ball. And that's what he's doing now. And as Pat said, later in the summer, you'll probably see that bigger leg kick once he's feeling better, once the numbers are being produced, once he's back in his element. But right now, it's just real fundamental, knock off the leg kick. Just like I said, there were just too many moving parts. And so, it's tough to catch up with the ball when your leg kick is over here and the ball's, low and away. So it's kind of fun to see that progress, from a hitting coach's eyes, because he obviously was proud when he hit a home run as a player, but now when somebody hits a home run, it's like now he realizes the work he put in, the work that the coaches put in with him. And, Jung-Hoo's been pretty good all year. He hit one, Adames hit one, and Koss hit one, the grand slam. But, there's a lot to it rather than just the 9 innings we see out there. There's so much. These guys show up too darn early. They're here hours before the game, so much earlier than predecessors from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And there's just so much to it. There's video, and there's nutrition, and there's meetings, and on and on and on. I remember Jose Canseco when I traveled with the A's, and I was on the team bus, and he was always the last guy to the field. Back then, the rule was just show up before stretch. That's the only rule. You didn't have to show up hours early. And every time he was on the bus, and it was the last bus, it was like the media bus. We'd show up before stretch, and we'd go in the clubhouse, we'd talk to the guys. And he'd always ask us, hey, guys, who's pitching tonight? I mean, he had no idea who was even pitching. And this was like 88 when he won the MVP. Every town he visited, he hit these monster home runs that weren't ever hit in the history of those ballparks. And it's just so amazing, the information then versus now. Well, Canseco was that good. He didn't need to know who was pitching. He was going to dominate regardless.
Talking to John Shea here, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Want to get into the Giants of the last week and the losing streak in just a moment. But first, got to address the biggest news across the baseball world, coast to coast, and that was reaction to Pete Rose being taken off the permanently ineligible list. Of course, he passed away in September, but also, reading your piece about what it could mean for somebody like Barry Bonds or Alex Rodriguez or Roger Clemens and others. I mean, how do you receive this news just kind of as the way the game is preserved after these guys are long gone?
Yeah, it was kind of monumental what Rob Manfred did. Usually commissioners do not touch anything their predecessors put in place. Going back to Kennesaw Mountain Landis in the early 1920s, that is, with the 8 men out and Shoeless Joe and his 7 teammates fixing the World Series. To what degree they cheated is, all part of mythology. But Selig didn't want to touch this. There was communication between Selig and Rose's people, but it never hit home with Pete. And now that Pete is gone, suddenly the commissioner says, hey, you know what? Let's take him off the permanently ineligible list, as if that matters to Pete Rose right now. Well, it matters to his family and to all the fans and to the game itself. But what's the ripple effect? And I wrote in, at sfstandard.com today that, will it have an effect on Barry Bonds and his quest for Cooperstown? And most people disagree with me, but I think it might, because, hey, you can't put in Pete, he cheated the game. Hey, you can't put in Barry and these guys, they cheated the game. Well, I'm not so sure anymore, because if they're doing this for Pete Rose, maybe doors open for others. And as we all know, Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer before the Balto scandal. Pete Rose was a Hall of Famer before he became a manager and bet heavily on the Reds on certain days, not every day, which was an issue in itself. But I do think that, hey, if voters suddenly will consider Pete Rose, but based only on on-field play and not what happened off the field, then maybe they have to judge Bonds that way. And if they no longer consider Rule 5, which is the character clause on every Hall of Fame ballot for Pete Rose, maybe they no longer have to consider that for Pete Rose. And as I mentioned, the plaque room in Cooperstown is not full of choir boys and saints. You know, you can go down the list and, you know, there's skeletons in everybody, not everybody's, but, you know, we all know Ty Cobb all the way up, what they did off the field. So it's like, you know, come on, when are we going to, like, move on? And I thought over the past many years that we would move on once Mays and McCovey endorsed Bonds, once the pandemic came around, and I thought people were more forgiving. Once he moved to the Veterans Committee and 7 out of 16 voters were his peers who played against him, but he got fewer than 4 votes. So I was wrong in every case, and I might be wrong in this case, but I do think it's a talking point.
Well, and John, I mean, what at this point? I mean, where do you stand on sort of because I think it's interesting. It's kind of the barroom conversation, and was talking about it with a few people in Minneapolis last night on just Pete and what he did, kind of versus Barry and what he did. Because I've heard people that'll make the argument, both ways that what Barry did was worse because it impacted his actual production. What Pete did was worse because it's the integrity of the game, even as a manager. Where do you kind of stand on all of that through the years?
Yeah, you're right. Some people would say one is worse than the other, but Rule 21 is posted on every clubhouse wall in every major league locker room. So everybody knows you're not supposed to bet. But the thing is, every single team, every single owner, and the commissioner's office is in bed now with any casino that will give them a buck, any sports book that will give them a buck. And it's like, wait, how two-sided is this? You can't bet on anything if you're a baseball player. Obviously, you're not supposed to bet on any games, but nothing off the field, wager on football or whatever. You're just not supposed to do anything. But it's kind of two-faced because the league now endorses gambling. And I was just at Wrigley Field last week, and there's a huge sports book right next to Wrigley Field, the sanctity of it all, right? I mean, this is lovely Wrigley Field, and you walk 2 steps out the door and you can place a bet. So the world has changed, and you look back at Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle, how Bowie Kuhn threw them out of the game in the 80s because of their association with gamblers. Well, all they really did was play golf and sign autographs for a couple of casinos. They didn't have pensions like they do now, and that was their retirement fund. And Peter Ueberroth came back into the game and brought him back into the sport, an easy PR move. But all these years later, the landscape has changed. And, I just think we ought to look at these players a little differently. Football and basketball, they don't have Rule 5. In other words, they don't have a character clause in the voting process. And somehow baseball has had it more than 100 years. And most voters kind of ignore it. And remember, Barry Bonds got 66% of the vote on the last writer's ballot, and you need 75. So most writers obviously think he should be in the Hall of Fame. And he got, less than 25% among those who voted in the last Veterans Committee ballot, most of whom he played against. So, figure that. It's not the writers who don't want him in the Hall of Fame. It's a lot of the players in the Hall of Fame itself. That's unfortunate. So there's a lot of different elements here. And, I kind of softened my stance on Pete. I used to think it was a great deterrent not to have him in the game, but, I've changed my theme on that, and I would vote for him. Not that I would have the chance because I'm not currently on one of those committees. I voted for Bonds. It's just a whole new world, and I think we got to analyze these people differently. Like we are going to analyze Buster Posey differently. He only has 1,500 hits. Well, you can't judge him against the 3,000 hit guys or the 500 home runs guys because the game and the world has changed, and these players aren't everyday players anymore. And the fact that he won championships and MVPs and Rookies of the Year and Gold Gloves and Silver Sluggers, I think that's what you have to look at more than the traditional way of gauging these guys.
Yeah, totally. It's all part of this long evolution and the history of baseball and everybody's different interpretations over it. So appreciate John Shea going into detail there. So I do want to get into the Giants going for 10 runs last night, but actually more so, I want to focus on some of the struggles over the losing streak, and then most specifically, something that we got into the last time we talked on Wednesday, and that was kind of a little bit of the weirdness around Justin Verlander putting together quality starts, but then not end up getting the wins. I just kind of want to ask, from being around the team, John, how has this Verlander winless streak impacted the team? And in a lot of ways, mentally, because I understand the larger goal is to win. The larger goal is to put together hits and not worry about just one guy or one legacy or anything. But that being said, you can sense that there's a lot of pressing out there with Verlander, and he's certainly deserving of a few wins on the resume. But the Giants haven't been able to get the job done, and that's also equated to a couple of marks in the loss column.
I do think, nobody will say this, that they do feel some pressure every time Justin Verlander takes the mound, because they're going to be part of history every time he gets a win. And so I was talking to Walker, the closer, the other day, and he was saying how bummed he was to have blown that save opportunity in Chicago, because it meant that it was a no decision for Justin Verlander when he crumbled in the ninth inning. And so he was feeling it, man. He admitted to that. But they just don't score, and they just, don't save leads whenever Verlander pitches. And Robbie Ray follows him in the rotation. So then everybody relaxes. Okay, let's go put up a whole bunch of runs. Let's play great defense. Let's close it out with our bullpen. It's just amazing if and I'm not saying Verlander has been as good as Ray, but like in the last month he has, last maybe 3 weeks he has. But the results on the win column don't show up. And if Verlander has had the support that Robbie Ray has had this year, Justin Verlander would be a national story right now, because he would have 4 or 5 wins, and he'd be inching closer to the magical 300. And it's funny, because we ask the same question to Verlander after every start, after every no decision, or after every loss. And I keep reminding him, I say, hey, you pitched another very winnable game. How do you hold up? How do you handle this? And he spoke the other day about how, it's his basic routine. He'll go home, have a glass of wine, and get ready for his next start. And that's it. And when a guy's been around for 20 years and is heading to the Hall of Fame, you kind of got to trust him that, he kind of brushes it off and flushes it and moves on. But it's got to be hard, right?
Absolutely. I mean, if I was Justin Verlander, and you could see it in the postgame, he's saying all the right things, and he's been a good teammate. But, it's tough when you go out there, you deliver some quality performances, and then things just happen in the final 2-3 innings, whatever it may be, that can't get the job done. And sometimes it's your team ultimately losing, and not just like it was with the 9-inning outburst in the 10th in Chicago. It's equated to some brutal losses that the teams had to face as well. So, John, we appreciate you coming by. As always, we'll let you get to it. I know that Bob Melvin is set to speak pretty soon, so want to make sure you don't miss that. And, we'll catch up next Wednesday. I'll see you out at the yard. And if the Warriors end their season tonight, I'll probably be seeing you a lot more come the days.
Hey, it's going to be a miracle if these guys pull it out without Steph on the road. I mean, come on. But, hey, we've seen enough miracles in sports to, I guess, believe. But who knows if even Steph is going to be anything more than Klay Thompson in a Game 6, just catch and shoot. I mean, is he going to be able to drive and penetrate and play defense and run the floor, run his normal 2 miles out there? That's a huge question. Pretty fascinating, though.
Yeah, it's a big if, so we'll see how it goes, but not going to count out the Warriors until it's officially done. Shay, always good to talk to you, and we'll do it again soon.
Okay, see you guys.
Thanks, John.
He is John Shea of the SF Standard. You can read him in the SF Standard. Get your Standard membership, by the way. You got Tim Kawakami, David Lombardi, Danny Emerman, John Shea. It just keeps growing, and it's a great little subscription to have, along with The Athletic and just everything else that I get my email spammed with in the mornings. No regrets whatsoever. No regrets on the subscriptions, right, JD?
No regrets. None whatsoever. I got them all. I subscribe to everything.
Yeah, I was going to say, you seem like a subscription guy on lock that just got like organized folders in your email too.
Too many subscriptions, too many different cards. I want to get everything all in. I want to pay one rate and get everything.
Yeah,
but nobody's going to let us do that.
I know. It's like when I'm trying to watch TV shows, people be like, oh, have you seen White Lotus? And I'm like, nah, whole HBO Max thing was linked to my family's YouTube TV. And if I say one more half of a sentence, then you're already going to be lost because now I'm off of that and I have my own account. And yeah, again, nobody cares. I'm already losing the listeners. And on that note,
nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody cares. On that note, let's go ahead, take a timeout, get back into a little bit of this Warriors conversation. Logan Murdoch wrote a great piece in The Ringer. Let's unpack that some. And then we'll get you ready for Giants pregame. And, of course, take your calls, 415-808-5627. If you'd like to join the conversation, Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, after the Giants lost 4 in a row, after 3 of those games, they had very little offense to show for. Last night was the perfect remedy. The City Connects get it done, and in large part because Christian Koss hits his first career homer, which was a grand slam that gave the Orange and Black the lead for good. Game 3 is going to be getting going here at 12:45. We'll take you up to pregame at 11:45. And Christian Koss himself joined Murph and Marcus at 9:30 today, so go back and catch that interview on KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
Tampa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I do think.
How about those who's inviting me down there on such short notice? Even if I wanted to go, my schedule wouldn't allow it. 4 o'clock, wallow in self-pity. 4:30, stare into the abyss. 6:30, dinner with me. I can't cancel that again. 7 o'clock, wrestle with my self-loathing. I'm booked. Of course, if I bump the loathing to 9, I could still be done in time to lay in bed, stare at the ceiling, and slip slowly into madness. But what would I wear?
I was trying to figure out if we were going Grinch or Marcus Thompson, but all in all, it is time to call in 415-896-KNBR. Different line than if you want to just talk to me and JD about some sports. Little less than a half an hour to go here before we get you to Giants pregame. See who our lucky winner and caller number 10 is going to be. We actually will now hear from Marcus Thompson, and this was when he was on with us yesterday about the possibility of Steph maybe pushing to play Game 5, said he didn't think it was going to happen. Of course, it was announced hours after that he will not be present. So here is Marcus Thompson on with us about Steph and why he might try to push, even though Rick Celebrini was going to advise against it and ultimately did.
I do think it's going to be really difficult for Steph to sit there and watch. And I think he might try to push. You could just see his demeanor, talking to him in the locker room after the game. He can see number 5. Like, he can see this year, like, they could get 5. Like, that's on the table. But I don't know how Celebrini allows it because it's just too delicate, too tricky. And I heard the same thing. Like, Game 6 wasn't a guarantee. It was just like the hope. But no one will know anything until they test it. He has not tested it yet. It's been like conditioning, working hard, but not like, all right, let's see if this hammy is ready. And that's the thing that Celebrini says you need at least a week to do. So we'll find out after that. And if he can't do anything on that, that kind of tells you about Game 6 right there.
Yeah, so he ultimately was ruled out. Steph Curry will not play, but I can get what Marcus was getting at from the mindset of a Steph Curry when this has been an NBA playoffs where, as ridiculous as the Western Conference was and how packed it was in the standings, if you got a healthy Steph, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green, who knows what's going to happen with Denver OKC. OKC went up 3-2 last night. That is the favorite to represent the West. And in the East, the Celtics, the defending champs, just lost Jason Tatum. They're about to go down against the Knicks, and the Cavs, who went 64-18, lost in 5 to an Indiana Pacers team who's going back to their second straight conference finals. It does feel like it's a little bit more wide open than it might have at the start of the postseason, JD.
It's extremely wide open. I mean, you look at I was asking somebody, who's the favorite right now, and I guess it clear-cut still is Oklahoma City. They got a big win last night to take the 3-2 series lead, but they very easily could have lost that game. I don't think that series between them and the Nuggets is over. I mean, OKC's been the best, or right up there with Cleveland, I think, all year. Cleveland obviously out now, and I mean, you just look at the seeding as things currently sit. You've got, it's either going to be 1 or 4 coming out of that Oklahoma City-Denver series. It's going to be likely 3 and 4 in the East, and then you're going to have Minnesota or the Warriors looking like it's going to be Minnesota as the 6. So you're going to have a 3, a 4, a 6 potentially. If it's not a 6, it's going to be a 7, and then you've still got the other 4 with a shot to win the final 2 games against the 1. It is wide open, and I think it begs the question, and look, we know Steph's going to push if the Warriors can find a way to win tonight. I think it's going to be, for 72 hours, it's going to be the number one talking point in the Bay Area, if not nationally in the NBA landscape, is could Steph Curry actually come back to try and help the Warriors at that point force a Game 7. But I also think when cooler heads prevail, regardless of what happens, to go back to the Marcus Thompson point, I think Steph has to believe that there's a hell of a chance this year, but there's also going to be a hell of a chance next year. And while the Western Conference when you look at the lottery, maybe improving with San Antonio continuing to ascend and Dallas probably closer to back into the top 6 mix, assuming they can get Kyrie Irving back and healthy toward the back end of the year. If the West is incredibly difficult, but the East is wide open as well. I think it's really 2 years of being wide open. It's this year, which is wider than I think anybody could have imagined, but I also think, as painful as it might be for Steph to not play, I've said this for a while. I think the Warriors' best shot, even with everybody continuing to age, is next year, because there are still things that must be done to this Warriors roster to help shape it to where it's truly a title contender. I feel like the Warriors and Lakers were in similar boats.
Totally.
The Warriors clearly have made it farther, but they made the trade they had to make to get back to relevance. It gave them a chance this year. But the rest of the roster just has to be fixed. Not enough shooting, maybe not enough veteran leadership, too much of a dependence on some of the young guys. What the heck are you going to do with Jonathan Kuminga? All of those things have to be addressed now that they have, as Mike Dunleavy said, a clear direction with Jimmy Butler coming in and trying to go all in to get that 5th title.
I agree with you that despite the age, and yes, the age is showing, I'm not denying that, and what we've seen with Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, on top of the age, he's also still dealing with the pelvic contusion. I guess he was under the weather the other night, so we'll see if he can get a nice bounce back tonight. And then, of course, Steph Curry, he's carrying your team. He's 37 years old, and he's not getting any younger. All that said, I'm with you that it really is the next year, the one that you kind of look at. Nobody expected, or if you did, congratulations, but I think very few people would have expected the Jimmy Butler trade to work in the degree that it did for just the second half of this season alone to come in and be a seamless fit. So as the conversation sort of shifts to next year, regardless of whether they win tonight, pull off a miracle and can get 3 in a row, or if it just all ends, regardless of all that, the conversation about next year is what happens with the guy who's been one of the best players in this series, and that is Jonathan Kuminga. Now, Papa and I got a little bit into a back and forth yesterday about Kuminga, his future, what the smart approach would be for the Warriors. He was more in the boat of, you don't want to let a guy like that out the building. You let someone who was a young talent in Jordan Poole out. Obviously, there were different reasons for what happened with the punch and the fallout of that. I understand how they kind of had to make a trade for that and get off of that contract that was set to kick in and was going to seem like a massive overpay. The point being, he's thinking, you got to protect your young assets. I know me and you, just from our conversations on the air with Dubs OT and off the air, are a little bit more aligned in Jonathan Kuminga's had an awesome series, and I'm not taking anything away from the fact that that is true. It is nice to see him get his confidence back. I do not wish anything bad on his career. I also feel like it's about time to just rip the Band-Aid off between this ups and downs with the Warriors, and I understand he came over here as a 19-year-old. It's year 4. He was the number 7 pick in the draft. There's a clear disconnect between the style of basketball in which he wants to play and now we've seen can thrive in these last couple of games in Minnesota, and the style of basketball that a Steph Curry run, Steve Kerr run, Warriors team wants to be playing out there. I think you need to use him as a valuable possible sign and trade piece and get other areas and address other areas in this offseason. But one thing is for sure, he certainly has increased his value somewhere, whether it be with Golden State or elsewhere, with the play he's shown in this series without Steph Curry.
He's increased his value. I'm not sure how much he's increased his value with these games because, again, it is two, and as we always say, nobody can make more in terms of the fan base. Erase you can erase 20 bad games with 2 bad games, with 2 good ones like Jonathan Kuminga can. But I think it's more, and I'm with you. I don't mean to completely put that point down. He has helped his value. To what extent, though, I think is the question. And does it coincide with the value that he thinks he's worth in restricted free agency? We'll see. The market will dictate. The market also always dictates that sort of thing. But here's where I am as it relates to the fit and all of that. The Warriors can't be messing around next year. Next year truly is the last chance. Next year truly is the year that you have to, having already committed to Jimmy Butler, go in on to try and get that 5th championship ring. So to me, you can't be messing around in October, November, December, January, trying to figure out how to make Kuminga fit. And do you need to change your playing style? And what are the right lineup combinations that allow for it? Like, that is something, to your point, you say rip the Band-Aid off. The Warriors have to, from day one, have every single player in that organization committed to the common goal, which is to win a title. Every piece, from the superstar in Steph to Jimmy to Draymond to the 15th man on the roster, has to be in lockstep. And that's been something that I'll just say has not been there all year with Jonathan Kuminga. At times he's felt like an outlier, whether it's been the injury or dissatisfaction with his role or desire to get the payday above everything else. You can't have that next year. And some may say, well, if you pay him, then that's one thing. No, if you pay him, then you're limited, and he's still on the roster in what you can do with him after you pay him. If you keep him, you're not going to be able to trade him for a certain amount of time after that. And so you're basically, at that point, kind of stuck with him. And you're stuck with all these same debates and discussions that you've had really not only this year, but for the last couple of years. And you know what? That's fine if you question whether the Warriors truly can be a title contender, but nobody's going to be questioning that in the offseason. The goal, and Mike Dunleavy will say it in the exit interviews, and Steve Kerr will say it, and Steph and Draymond and Jimmy, the goal is to win a title in 2025-26. That is the goal. Do everything you possibly can in an attempt to make that happen, and I think that means that you have to use Jonathan Kuminga as your most valuable trade chip this offseason to bring back somebody that can be, oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying it because I was saying it a year ago. It's okay to trade Jonathan Kuminga for a capable role player that fits. That will benefit this Warriors team.
I mean, what did OKC do last offseason? Because we brought this up as well with Josh Giddey, who was the pick before Jonathan Kuminga. I know OKC is a much younger and deeper team, but they traded him for Alex Caruso, who is not the same caliber as a top 6 pick, but someone who very clearly fit what the Thunder needed this year, and he's been an important role player on a team that has a chance to go to the finals and win a title.
No question. And so that has to be the goal. And so to be able to have that come to fruition, you can't be messing around with these same conversations that have been had, frankly, far too long. And I think ownership is going to have to get out of the way on this one. It's been well chronicled that Jonathan Kuminga's biggest ally in the Warriors organization is owner Joe Lacob. I know Logan Murdoch of The Ringer had an article that dropped this morning that we can get into here in the final segment before we get to Giants, with some more details as to why things kind of got where they were with Kuminga, and I think it shed some light on potentially where things will go with the Warriors and Kuminga this offseason.
All right, coming up, we got our last segment before we get to Giants pregame. If you want to sneak in a call, it's 415-808-5627 to talk to JD and Silver. I should also tell you that Papa and Silver here with JD is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. We'll get ready to wrap it up on the other side, some closing thoughts on the Warriors, and tell you what we got coming up with the Giants taking on the Diamondbacks and looking to make it 2 out of 3. It's all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, guys, I just got some unfortunate news from the Warriors PR staff. Steph Curry, officially a left hamstring strain, will not return to tonight's game. 13 points in 13 minutes for Steph Curry on 5 of 9 from the field, but again, left hamstring strain will not return to tonight's game.
That right there, the moment that has swayed this series and is looking more and more likely to be the nail in the coffin to the Warriors season. It has been a long season, and we got into this yesterday with Papa. As Greg Silver, John Dickinson, we're here with you for another 8 minutes or so, and then we'll get you ready for Giants pregame. First pitch at 12:45. You can listen right here on KNBR, the sports leader. It's been a long season. We started as me being your producer with Dubs OT. I was Kyle Haar before Kyle Haar, and they started 12-3. D'Anthony Melton looked like the guy to be the starting two guard alongside Steph Curry. They had the incredible emotional game in which Klay Thompson came back to Chase Center. Curry took over down the stretch. Then D'Anthony Melton had a sprained ACL, ends up getting surgery. He's out. They trade that contract, get Dennis Schroeder. That doesn't necessarily work. They end up making a multi-team deal to get disgruntled Heat star Jimmy Butler. It saves the season. It turns it around. They pull off an upset, although maybe not by the standards of Vegas, but they pull off a 7-2 upset against the Houston Rockets in a hard-fought series that went 7 games. Then Steph Curry pulls the hamstring. Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle have dominated. They have won 3 in a row after the Warriors held on for game 1. And tonight is where it could all end. Officiating crew, by the way, John Goebel, James Williams, and Sean Wright. My guy, Scott Foster, not in the building, although he does have the nickname of the Extender, so maybe it's careful what you wish for. But I think regardless of who's out there wearing the zebra stripes, Brandon Pajemski, Buddy Hield, Draymond Green, got to provide some offense with Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga and whatever else it takes to extend the series.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of that tonight. Let's get into the Kuminga deal because we're talking about it a little bit before the show, and Logan Murdoch of The Ringer, great article. You should check it out. And Kuminga was a highlighted part of this thing, but it was mainly about just the Warriors without Steph Curry and all the struggles that have led them to this path where, in Papa's terms, they're going to walk the plank tonight. We'll see if they fall over and have their season ultimately end. But there were a couple of snippets from this, and Logan doing a great job to just kind of break down the success that the Warriors were able to have post Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry, and how Jonathan Kuminga found himself in the position where he wasn't playing in the final game of the regular season against the Clippers, and also in the game, in the playoffs, basically, unless it was by necessity. And I want to bring this up for you and just kind of get your take on it. We can weigh in on it as well. It goes back to the game in Portland, which is interesting. Goes back to the game in Portland, the second to last game of the year. I'm just going to quote this part from Logan's piece. Despite his talent, Kuminga's propensity to look for his shot at the expense of the flow of the Golden State offense irked the coaching staff. During a late-season game against the Blazers, team sources say Kerr was incensed after several instances in which Kuminga looked off Curry to create his own offense. Kuminga subsequently received DNPs in the Warriors' regular season finale against the Clippers, then again against the Grizzlies, and then by the start of the playoffs, Logan Murdoch writes, many within the organization wondered whether Kuminga, who's eligible for an extension, had played his last game as a Warrior. Not exactly a revelation in terms of the last part, but the specifics on the first part, this is as much about Steph Curry and the Warriors system as it is about Steve Kerr having favorites, which I think a lot of the times is what some will try to boil it down to. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, as far as Steve Kerr, first of all, the notion that it's only him, he's the only one making decisions, there's no input from Steph Curry or Draymond Green. Steve kind of said it without really saying it. There was a game in which Steph basically was like, hey, we want to close with Guy Santos late down the season. I mean, I'm just being realistic about it, and it's really hard to talk about Jonathan Kuminga and the lack of playing time without sounding like you just want the worst for this guy. I'd just like to have somewhat of a balanced conversation here, and the reality is this, and Tim Kawakami outlined it really well in a late season piece when Kuminga started getting the DNPs. When Kuminga was playing his best basketball of the year, before his ankle injury, before the Jimmy Butler trade, that was not necessarily a stretch of winning ball for the Warriors. I'm not deeming him as a reason for why they were losing games and why they were inconsistent. The bottom line, though, is he's not going to be your second best player or your consistent, 20-point per game scorer on a team like this with the way they play that's going to win games. I think he probably would benefit from finding another home in this offseason. I think the Warriors would benefit from getting some assets, some perimeter shots, some people that can finish a little bit better, and probably coexist a little bit better in a team system around him. Brandon Podziemski has stunk this series. I am not doubting that. I am not debunking that whatsoever. But Moody and Podziemski in particular, and I'll even throw Post in that mix, JD, those were guys that were playing very well around Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and the two words I'm going to say again, winning basketball, that got the Warriors into the position to where we're still talking about them on May 14th with their season not being over yet.
He's helped give them a chance, Kuminga has, but at the same time, I don't think, and I think some of the reporting here in this piece from Logan Murdoch, it shouldn't be a game changer, the fact that he's had these 2 or 3 good games that have helped give him a chance. Again, not on him. I agree with you that they've lost. He gave him a chance, but you're not at a point where you want to rework Steph, Jimmy, Draymond around Jonathan Kuminga just because it's time to pay Jonathan Kuminga. Here's the other key piece to this. I know we're in our final 2 minutes here. I wanted to specifically highlight this part.
Yeah.
On the one hand, this is from Logan Murdoch again. On the one hand, Kuminga, has long been considered a favorite of team owner Joe Lacob, who has viewed him as the kind of talent to carry the Warriors into the post-Curry era. On the other hand, he's been unable to earn the consistent trust of the coaching staff. Setting up for a Steve Kerr versus Joe Lacob kind of a thing here?
Seemingly, in the sense of one has one very strong opinion, one has another. Joe Lacob is a very involved owner. Steve Kerr is also a stubborn coach. And let's just be fair in the sense that most great coaches in any sport are very stubborn. And I'm not saying they're egomaniacs or they're always control freaks, but they're generally pretty stubborn when you've had a lot of success because you have experienced what works and you generally know what works. So I can understand why there's a little bit of a strained battle here, but yeah, it's going to come to a head at some point in this offseason, and I personally don't think Jonathan Kuminga will be a Golden State Warrior next year. I don't even think he wants that, but again, there's a lot of people in his camp that are backing him, and this series has once again flashed the talent, the athleticism, and the potential that sends the internet going wild.
Without the wins. Not on him, but without the wins. And I think that has to be factored into this thing as well as we get now to Giants baseball, man. Quick show, fun to be with you, and looking forward to our next opportunity to do it, which sounds like it's going to be tonight, at least for a segment or two.
Yeah, I'll definitely be joining you and Kyle tonight. Appreciate you, JD, and lots to chew on. We'll see if we're still talking about a Warriors team that's in their season or the offseason, but that's a conversation for tonight. Right now, it's time to get you ready for Giants Diamondbacks Game 3 day game. Pregame starts now.
It's day baseball at Oracle Park as the Giants go for the series win against their division foe, the Arizona Diamondbacks. Jordan Hicks gets the assignment for the Giants, and the D-backs, they're going to send left-hander Eduardo Rodriguez to the bump. He gave up 8 runs to the Dodgers his last start. I'm FP Santangelo alongside Joe Rizzo. It's Giants baseball on the radio, and the pregame show starts right now.
Everybody, it is May 14th in Giants history. We're going to go back 9 years to 2016. Giants had a really good first half in 2016 and shine a light on a guy who we still see around town, Hunter Pence, calling San Francisco home and doing broadcasts for the Giants too. So, hey, Hunter, do you remember this one? You had 199 career home runs on May 14th, 2016 when you went to the park in Arizona to take on the Diamondbacks. Jake Peavy had the ball for the Giants. Patrick Corbin had the ball for the Diamondbacks. Let's get right to it. 1-1, top of the fourth, 1 on, nobody out. And here he is, that man, Hunter Pence.
1-0. Pence hits a drive to left field, pretty well hit. Weeks broke in, now breaks back, looks up, and it's gone. If I didn't know better, I would have thought Ricky Weeks was trying to deke us. But I think he just got totally fooled by the carry on that ball. It's a 2-run homer. And it's 3-1 Giants. That is the 200th home run of Hunter Pence's Major League career.
Yeah, Dave Fleming on the call. Pretty cool, man. 200's a lot of home runs. He would go on to finish his career with a total of 244 home runs. Nice career. By the way, in that game, the Diamondbacks came back to tie it. But good old Buster Posey saved the day with a 2-run double in the 9th inning, and the Giants would hang on to win 5-3. On May 14th, 2016. Also on this date in Giants history, May 14th, 2010. We always love 2010 for the World Series, and this guy was such a big part of it. Andres Torres, the center fielder, had a great year. 3 for 4, drew a walk, drove in 2, and finished a home run shy of the cycle as the Giants beat the Houston Astros 8-2. That was on May 14, 2010, and this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
What's up, everybody? Greg Silver back here getting you ready for Giants pregame. You can hear Joe Rizzo and FP Santangelo on the call for this one. First pitch at 12:45, and we're going to go right out to the booth to talk to one of those aforementioned names. Joe Rizzo joins me to get you ready for a Giants day game. Joe, what's happening? First of all, let's just start with the bright spot of last night, and that was Christian Koss's first career home run in the majors. It was a grand slam to give the Giants a lead for good, and he actually joined our morning show, said he had to go in early today to get a drug test. So when you spend the day with FP Santangelo, you got to ask him for me as a former player in FP. Is there anything less random in sports than a random drug test?
Yeah, that is a little suspicious, isn't it? After you hit your first career big league home run, but what a moment for Christian Koss personally. I mean, he had to go through a lot in the minor leagues just to get this opportunity. And I don't think anybody was really talking about Christian Koss at the beginning of spring training, even though there was maybe an open roster spot or two for a utility infielder. I mean, he was in camp as a non-roster player. He was in Double-A a lot of last year and then finished in Triple-A. He's not showing up on any of the top prospect lists. He just has to keep grinding it out day after day in the minor leagues, and he earned his opportunity here with how he performed day after day this spring. So that's kind of, one box you check off, right, just to get to the big leagues and making your debut, which he did. But now, once he was up here, he wasn't playing very much those first few weeks, of course. Tyler Fitzgerald's playing second, and Willie Adames, Matt Chapman have locked down the left side of the infield. So that becomes its own challenge when you're used to playing every day in the minor leagues and then getting a couple of at-bats pretty much every day in the spring, to then when you finally get this opportunity and you're playing maybe, one start a week. But he made it through that, and then now you just have to take advantage of the opportunity presented to you with the Fitzgerald and Casey Schmidt injuries, and he's getting a chance to play just about every day. And just a great story, and what a huge moment for this team, too. I mean, You've lost 4 in a row. You're down 3-0. You're staring at a 5th straight loss. You're playing a division rival, a team you got to beat. And everything changed in this series instantly with that swing of the bat. The Giants never looked back, and we'll see if they can now carry that over here into today and win a series.
Yeah, Giants now have a chance to get their first NL West series of the year, and I think the team just needs to have it in their heads that Robbie Ray is on the mound every single game, because even when he gives up 3 runs in the first, the bullpen is great, the offense is stellar, and they put up 10 runs last night. So Bob Melvin, we've seen do a little bit of some lineup shakeups, Joe, and Lamont Wade Jr. is going to be out of the lineup. He had a couple of hits last night and was looking a lot better, but Bob Melvin's doing a little tinkering, and we're kind of now at the point in the season, past the quarter mark, where you start to do a little bit of evaluation, and Memorial Day coming up. That's always a really interesting time to kind of see where your team is at. Now, the Giants, by and large, in the big picture, have played some very good baseball. They've been a clutch team, but the top of the lineup versus the bottom of the lineup outside of Christian Koss, who we just talked about, it's kind of been night and day, where the top has really gotten it going in the month of May, but the bottom has really put you in a hole, and we saw that out on the road trip, especially in that Minnesota series.
Yeah, they definitely need to get it going, and you're playing some real offensive teams on this homestand. The D-backs, the A's are in here next. They score a lot of runs and hit a lot of homers, so you got to keep up with these teams. I think it's a good time on the calendar, the schedule, to maybe make those changes with the lineup. I think part of the whole philosophy this year coming into the season was, look, we're not going to make these significant changes or decisions and make them on a whim and overhaul the roster or the lineup after a bad game or a bad series or even a bad week. Let guys kind of work through it. But you're right. Now we're a quarter of the way through the season, and the Giants are in a good position. They've put themselves in a good spot with how they've played these first 6 or 7 weeks. But there are some guys that they need to get going. So the roster, or rather the lineup, shifting, to me, it makes a lot of sense. I think getting Willy Adames out of that 2-hole seems to be working for him. Perhaps that takes a little bit of the pressure off. And look, maybe he goes back to that second spot eventually, but had him down in the 6-hole the last 2 days, so that kind of bolsters the back half of the lineup. He's going to hit 5th today against the lefty. When you're looking at the bottom part of the order, Luis Matos is an interesting guy for me. The Giants are facing another left-handed starter today. It's been well documented. The Giants' struggles this year when they're facing a left-handed starting pitcher. 2-9 is their record. And Matos only has 3 hits this year against a left-handed pitcher and 30 at-bats. Now, 2 of those hits home runs. And he hit one on the road trip in Chicago, so that's a good sign. But yeah, that's why you're here, right? To get a chance, maybe be a part of a platoon situation. You're in the lineup against a left-handed pitcher. So he's a key guy for me as you're looking to kind of lengthen out this Giants lineup and get a little more production from the bottom 3 or 4 spots, especially when you're facing a tough lefty.
We'll catch up with Joe Rizzo after a couple of messages and continue with our Giants pregame. Back here with Joe Rizzo, getting you ready for Giants Diamondbacks. First pitch going to be in about 45 minutes to the dot coming up. All right, Joe, so you mentioned one of the trends that the Giants have had to face, which is going against the lefty, 2-9 and just a 361 team OPS against lefty starters. That said, the Giants are also undefeated in day games at home, 8-0 at Oracle Park. And they've had a couple of wild ones and some walk-offs, and actually, I think they've had 3 walk-offs, maybe 4 with the Little League home run. It's all just blending together in my head. Bottom line is they got some magic going, and then they're going against one of the trends that has killed them all year. So this is really a battle of which trend is going to hold more power.
Yeah, I have no idea in terms of what to make sense of that undefeated record in home day games. But, hey, it works, and hopefully they keep it going here today. Look, we're sitting here in the middle part of May. It's obviously way too early to be looking seriously at standings and playoff races, but it's not hard to envision once we get into August and September that the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be one of the teams the Giants are going to be competing with, maybe for one of those wild card spots or maybe even more than that. But with that, I mean, every head-to-head matchup against Arizona is, I think, going to be very important. You only get 13 games now against your division opponents after these schedule changes a couple of years ago. So tiebreakers, winning series, even though we're only in the middle part of May, it would be nice. It would be very important for the Giants to kind of keep that going. And we'll see what happens here against Eduardo Rodriguez. You know, the D-backs gave him a big contract. He hasn't lived up to it yet. He was hurt most of last year. Now this season, his ERA is close to 7, and he was just pounded in his last start by the Dodgers. 8 runs in 2 2/3 innings, and he was called out by his manager, Torey Lovello, after the game. And it wasn't because he gave up all those hits and runs, but I guess he didn't back up home plate on a hit to the outfield. He wasn't in the right spot, and it led to a run scoring, and then he was slow coming off the mound later on a bunt attempt. And those are the kinds of things that are going to draw you some criticism from your manager. I thought it was interesting that it happened very publicly. So I'm curious to see how Eduardo Rodriguez, who is a veteran, he's been a big leaguer for 10 years, he's a World Series champion, he got some Cy Young Award votes a few years ago before he came to Arizona, how he responds to that. So there are some interesting kind of subplots here today across the board for this series finale.
Yeah, it's still early in the season, but when you look at the NL West and how it's stacked up with those top 4 teams, you want to get every single one you can get. Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for the Diamondbacks, and Jordan Hicks will be looking for his second win and get to pass some of those first inning woes, we should say. So, Joe, have a fantastic call with FP. Always good to talk to you, and enjoy the game.
Yep, Greg, always great to chat.
Joe Rizzo, and coming up next, award-winning Diamond Notes right here on The Sports Leader. Greg Silverback here for your award-winning Diamond Notes as we get you ready for Game 3, Giants versus Diamondbacks. Let's talk about some starting pitchers, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. For the orange and black, it's going to be Jordan Hicks, who's got a 1-4 record and a 5.82 ERA. Hicks earned his 4th loss of the year on Friday at Minnesota after allowing 3 earned runs off 7 hits in 6 innings. He's making his 9th start of the year and struggled some in the month of April. His lone win came back in his first start on March 31st in his hometown of Houston. He'll be searching for win number 2, but also searching for their 2nd win of the year is your starter for the Arizona Diamondbacks, the lefty Eduardo Rodriguez. He's 1-3 with a 6.86 ERA. The former Red Sox and Tiger, now in his 2nd year with the Diamondbacks. He's got 5 pitches in the arsenal, primarily a 4-seam fastball and changeup. And the Giants, if you remember back in Philadelphia, they really struggled to hit the lefty Christopher Sanchez, another guy who's got the changeup. Now, only Ramos, Adames, and Chapman have faced Rodriguez in the past. Rest of the lineup is going to be pretty brand new. Let's talk some keys to the game. Sponsored exclusively by Stevens Creek Lincoln. Experience luxury on your terms at Stevens Creek Lincoln. Buckle up and drive safely. Well, Jordan Hicks' steady first inning and the ability to go deep into the game is a key to this game. Hicks, in inning number 1, has an ERA of 12.38 with a total of 11 earned runs and just 7 strikeouts. Now, he only allowed 1 run in the first inning in his last start on Friday and 3 total, but the Giants only ended the game scoring 1 run on a Matt Chapman home run, and you can't expect them to replicate last night's effort by scoring double digits again this afternoon. Hicks faces a Diamondbacks team that's amassed 151 extra base hits this year, second only to the Yankees, and a player near the top of the lineup in Corbin Carroll, who scored 10 runs in the last 10 games and, of course, has hit 3 bombs in this series alone. Let's talk about hitting the lumber, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Well, it went from hardly anyone to almost everyone last night. So let's focus on a few bats that have gotten going in the month of May. Elliot Ramos has 15 hits since the calendar flipped and an OPS over 1,000. Willy Adames also got his 3rd home run in May last night, already surpassing his total from the months of March and April. Matt Chapman has gone deep 3 times himself, and he leads the club with 8 bombs. And Jung-Hoo Lee with his first Oracle Park home run of the season last night on Korean Heritage Night, knocked in his 7th, 8th, and 9th RBIs of the month. We'll tell you who's hot, sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family-owned for 63 years. Well, is anyone hotter this morning than Christian Koss, who had to go and get a random drug test? Yeah, even when the Giants were facing Chris Paddock and his perfect game bid that went into the 6th inning, it was Koss who got the Giants their first base runner with a single. And then on Monday night, Koss knocked in the lone RBI in the Giants' 2-1 loss. Last night, of course, they went down 3-0 early, and in the 2nd inning, Christian Koss hit his first major league home run. It was a grand slam to left field that gave the Giants the lead for good. He's not only a great story in the making of the roster, he's made his presence felt and may have even stopped the curse of the City Connects. We'll be back on the other side with the rest of your award-winning Diamond Notes on KNBR, the sports leader. Back here with your award-winning Diamond Notes. Let's talk a little X Factor for Game 3, Giants Diamondbacks, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER. How about Elliot Ramos versus the lefty? Yeah, last season, Ramos had an OPS versus left-handed pitchers of 1189, second in all of Major League Baseball, only to Aaron Judge. Now, this season, he's gotten off to a slower start and struggles against lefties, along with most of the team. OPS for Ramos down to just 783. Now, Ramos did go 0 for 4 last night, but the previous 14 games before that marked a stretch in which he was hitting 447 and went yard 4 times. So it feels strange to label an all-star from last year as an X factor, but today the focus goes toward Ramos and the ability to revert back to a lefty killer at the plate. Giants weather report brought to you by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. It's 60 and sunny with 7 miles per hour wind, so get down to the ballpark. Great weather. Lastly, your Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Let's go places with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Well, the Dodgers take on the Athletics and the Padres take on the Angels, but that's going to do it here. Let's get you ready. Around the Park is next.
Hey, everybody, it's Around the Park with Kruk and Kuip, and today we're going to talk about one of the really great stories of the 2025 Giants. It's the story of Christian Koss. He has won the hearts of Bay Area fans, and we're going to talk about that when we come back.